Ashes Over Thorns, Dark Mafia Romance. Wilt and Bloom Duet, Volume 1. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya Sugar, 2025.
Bella. They say roses can't grow in fire. They're wrong. I bloomed in the ruin, learned to survive with ash in my lungs and blood on my hands. I told myself I'd never kneel for a man who could burn me. Then he walked in, cold eyes, cruel smile, every word a thorn against my skin. He promises protection, but every touch feels like a claim. I should hate him. I should run. Instead, I'm learning how to bleed beautifully. The night my father was shot, I saw more than his killer. I saw the truth. My life wasn't mine anymore. Ace said he was here to protect me, but the way he looks at me feels like something else entirely. He's all sharp edges, cold orders, and a past that drips in blood. Every time I fight him, he pulls me closer. Every time I say I don't want him, my body proves me a liar. I should be finding the man who took my father's life. Instead, I'm trapped in Cassian's world, his mansion, his rules, his touch that feels like sin carved into skin. And I can't tell if I'm surviving or surrendering.
Cassian. She thinks she can bloom without me. But roses with no thorns are only prey. One look at her and I knew she'd be mine, whether she surrendered or shattered first. I'll keep her safe, even if it means destroying every man who dares breathe her name. And when she learns what I really am, it'll be too late. By then she'll be tangled in me, in my world, in my bed. And I don't let go. She doesn't understand my world, the guns, the deals, the enemies who'd slit her throat just to get to me. But she'll learn. She'll learn that she's safest in my arms, and she'll learn how dangerous it is to tempt me. Because I can protect her from everything. Except myself. This is the first book in the Wilt and Bloom Duet. Reading order. Ashes Over Thorns. Roses Over Ashes.
Prologue. People like to say that time heals. They're wrong. Time doesn't heal, it rots. It turns wounds into something darker, something you can smell before you can see. That's what happened to me. My father's death didn't fade into something I could carry. It festered until it consumed the air I breathe. I've stopped pretending I can remember him without remembering the blood. The way it seeped into the cracks of the floor. The way it clung to me, staining everything I was supposed to be. I used to think grief was an ocean, something you could swim in, fight against, maybe survive. But grief in my world is fire. It burns until there's nothing left but ash, and then the wind scatters you into places you never meant to go. I don't trust easily anymore. I don't smile unless I mean it, and even then it's a calculated thing, measuring what it will cost me. People look at me and see a girl who's learned to survive. What they don't see is the woman who's learned she might have to burn other people to do it. And then there's him. Ace isn't the kind of man you invite into your life, he's the kind you barricade your door against, even as some part of you wonders what it would feel like to let him in. He moves like he owns the ground, like the rest of us are trespassing. He doesn't smile, not really. And when his eyes are on you, you feel stripped to bone. When he told me he was here to protect me, I laughed. A bitter, sharp thing that tasted like the edge of a knife. Men like him don't protect, they possess. And I wasn't sure if that was better or worse. Still, I can't stop thinking about the way his voice sounds when he says my name. Like he's testing it, tasting it, deciding if it belongs to him. The way his hand brushes mine without meaning to, or maybe meaning to, always meaning to. The way he looks at me like he's already decided how this will end, and it's not with me walking away. I tell myself I want answers about my father's death. That I want the truth, even if it's ugly. But truth in this world is like glass, sharp, dangerous, and impossible to hold without bleeding. And Ace has a way of making me wonder if I'm chasing justice, or if I'm chasing the fire that's been threatening to swallow me since the night my life ended. Every part of me knows the smart thing would be to keep my distance. To focus on the investigation. To build my walls higher. But walls mean nothing to a man like him. He doesn't knock. He doesn't ask. He just steps inside. I hate the way my pulse stumbles when he's close. I hate the heat that pools in my chest when his gaze drops, slow and deliberate, to my mouth. I hate that I can't decide if I want him to touch me, or if I want to see how far I can push him before he breaks. Maybe I hate myself most of all for knowing the answer. It's been months since my father died, but I still dream about him. About the sound of his laugh, the warmth in his eyes. And then, just as I start to believe I've remembered him as he was, the dream changes. The warmth fades. The room darkens. And there's blood again, so much blood. When I wake, I'm already reaching for the gun I keep under the bed. Already listening for footsteps that aren't mine. Already wondering if today will be the day someone finally comes to finish what they started. Ace says he can keep me safe. But safety isn't real here. Not for people like us. There's only the illusion of it, and the cost is always higher than you expect. I should walk away before I owe him more than I can pay. Before the line between protection and possession blurs so completely, I forget which side I'm on. But part of me wonders if it's already too late. If the second he stepped into my life, the deal was made, the choice stripped from my hands. They say roses are beautiful because of their thorns. I think they're beautiful because they know how to draw blood. And maybe, just maybe, I'm about to learn how to do the same. Chapter 1. Bella. That day, I saw my father getting shot in front of me, but what pains me most is that I still don't know who killed him. Earlier that day, my father and I decided to take a trip together to get him away from his work and stress, and to spend time with him. Little did I know that it wouldn't end with the happiness I painted for us. My fear of the ocean was ephemeral, as my love of it took place. I fell in love with the lacy waves that softly crashed as they danced closer to my feet, the sound of the water that echoed my heart and mixed with my heartbeat, creating a beautiful melody, and the breeze of air that took fronds of my hair and made them into lashes that beat my face and blew above my head. I loved everything the ocean had to offer. I wished I could stay here forever. Ready? My father called from behind me. I insisted on having one last glance at the water before leaving. My father told me I had a few minutes while he checked out the hotel suite we were staying in. He told me he would join me when he was done, and he did. I nodded at him and followed him to the car. "Wait before we go," he said, holding my hand, reaching for his pocket and revealing a box. I smiled. "Is that a gift for me?" I clapped. "Yes," he smiled warmly and handed me the box. I opened the box. A silver necklace with Leah caught my eye, and my smile widened. "It's beautiful, Dad." I put it on and played with it. I looked at him, and he was still smiling. "Come on, let's go, we're late." The drive was filled with the sound of silence, comforting but still. It was hard to keep my eyes open, but I didn't want to sleep. I tried to stay awake. I never see my father, and whenever he plans a trip like this, I refuse to waste any part of it, even the drive back home. "Sleep, honey, if you want to." "No, I will stay with you." I blinked tight a couple of times, trying to force my body to stay awake. I enjoyed the trip. I'm just sad that it ended. We'll do more. We can come here again next time I take a vacation from work. Your job sucks, you can never take vacations. He chuckled. "I promise I will try to make the next vacation sooner than this time." "We'll see," I told him. The car filled with silence again. I looked out the window and let the trees roll by like a movie scene. The wind hit my face, but I didn't want to close the window. I was too focused on nature to realize that my eyes were watering. "What's wrong?" he concernedly asked. "Something got in my eye," I whined as I wiped it. I hissed, "Damn it. Do you have tissues? Try to wipe it." "I don't." "Do you?" I started looking with one eye in the car to find anything to wipe my eye with. "Do you have tissues here?" I opened the glove box in front of me. I silently gasped. It was a picture of my dad with a woman. My heart dropped. "Is that Mom?" "Bella. There is nothing here." He pushed it close. My brain was paralyzed. I didn't move. I couldn't move, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Was that Mom? Why did I never see that picture? Why didn't he want me to see that picture? We never talked about her. I knew talking about her saddened him. I hated seeing his widened eyes closed, and the disappointment filling his gaze when I mentioned her. But I knew nothing about her. Was that Mom? It felt weird saying that out loud. His silence assured me it was her. That was Mom. That was my mother I saw for the first time as a 21-year-old. I never met her. I never knew what she looked like or what she was like. Whenever I asked about her, he would change the subject. I never knew whether she was alive or dead. I grew up making myself believe that she died when she got me, and he was scared to tell me that. "Dad, I'm old enough now to know what happened to her." "Am I not enough for you?" he jokingly asked. "Dad," I sighed. It had always been the same sentence he said every time I mentioned her name. "I don't get why you want to know, seriously. It's not important." He said, "She's just not around." She never was. His calm voice became aggressive, and I didn't know why. "Did she cheat on you?" I brutally asked, expecting him to be broken or angry. But he laughed. What are you saying, sweetie? He hit the wheel, laughing some more. Then what happened, Dad? He coughed. Let's talk about this later. Now tell me, what are you planning on doing when we return? I don't think I will be staying the night at home. I must go to the office to ensure my assistant didn't ruin everything. Dad, I paused. I'm not dropping it. Not this time. I insisted on knowing. Before, I didn't care much. I only asked when she crossed my mind, wondering where she went, what she did, or if she died and why, but he didn't answer. I would drop it and get taken back by whatever he said to change the subject. But her picture choked me. Why is her picture in his car? And why did he never show it to me? What do you want to know? The way he asked this made me sure that whatever I said next, he would not answer it seriously. What happened to Mom? And why is her picture in your car, and you never showed it to me? You told me you don't have pictures of her, because she hated taking pictures. She did. Then what is this? I opened the glove box again, and pointed at the picture. I stared at her some more. She was beautiful. I softly smiled. I saw myself in her, my lips, eyes, and hair. She had wavy brown hair and blue eyes. Her smile was pretty. I didn't know that was still here. Still? I raised my eyebrows. When did you think you no longer had it? I don't know, Bella. It probably got here when I took some papers here or something. I don't know. Why don't you want me to see her? And why are you never telling me about her? Because it's best for you that way. Dad, I want to know. You don't need to. His voice became louder. I want to know. What do you want to know? Why is Mom not around? Because she left. He yelled. The tension died, and the loud voices were replaced by silence. But this time, it wasn't comforting. I could hear his heavy breathing clearly, as he tried to calm himself down. She left us, Leah. He paused, his eyes never leaving the road. She chose to leave us when you were a little child. A baby. A 3-month baby. He gulped and shook his head. You were a baby that still needed her milk, and I was left with you, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to raise a child. I panicked whenever you cried, because I didn't know what you wanted. I had to try everything to find out what you needed. I adjusted myself in my seat, staring at the road too. No matter how much I begged her to return, no matter how many letters I sent her, her parents, her sisters, I got nothing. I even went to their house, knocked for hours, waiting for someone to walk out just to help me with you. I stood there for hours in the cold with you, little girl, between my arms, helpless, not knowing what to do. Then I realized that all that time I came and stood there in front of an empty house. They moved. I even tried to find them, but didn't know where to look except around their house. My eyes watered, and I didn't know what to say. I know you want to know about her, and you want to know if your mom existed, but she doesn't deserve to be your mom. She doesn't deserve you asking about her. Why would she be a parent to you when she left you? Why do you care to know her when she doesn't care to know you? He paused. When I gave up on finding her, I was angry, and that's when I promised myself that no one would find out what had happened. That whatever she would do, she's never going to see you again as long as I'm alive and breathing. No matter how much she begs me, no matter how much she looks for us, she won't see you again. So I took you and moved way further than she would ever go. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and gripped the wheel tighter. It breaks me when you say Mom, because she doesn't deserve to be your mom. She doesn't deserve to be called Mom. We stayed silent for a few minutes, letting the road noises be our only company. I needed this time to let his words sink in. I kept wondering why she chose to leave. Do you know if she's still alive? I softly asked. She is, he harshly said, as if he wished she wasn't. She left this picture to someone working at the office. She gave him money to give this picture to you. Do you know why she chose to leave? He took a moment to answer my question, and I didn't blame him. I stared at the sun setting on us and blinked a couple of times to stop the tears threatening me to fall. Because we were broke, he finally said. She said she can't keep living like this. She said she will go find herself somewhere else with someone else, someone who has money. He looked out the window. I'm so sorry, Dad. I placed my hand on his arm, not sure if I was apologizing for what she did to him or for asking and reopening his wound. At least now you know. His coldness made me close my mouth. But he was right. At least now I know, so I can stop breaking him every time I ask about her, and act like he was the one hiding her or keeping what happened to her from me. The rest of the ride was silent. When we parked in front of our house, I was the first to get out of the car. I wanted to escape this silence. I tried to escape this feeling that I had caused him. It was dark, and it was getting colder. I looked back at him. He was still in the car, and not in the movement to get out. Aren't you coming? I asked him. In a bit. He rubbed his face. I nodded and walked to the front door. I got my key out, opened the door and stepped in, walking straight to the kitchen for a cup of water. I needed to gulp down the news I just got. Why did she choose to leave us for money? I filled my cup with water and stood on the island as I sipped at it. But I suddenly heard yelling from outside. I frowned. Who is he yelling at? On my way to the door, I heard a loud shot. I screamed. I dropped the cup of water that splashed everywhere and filled the ground with a million pieces of glass. I ran to the door and opened it. My soul left my body when I saw my father lying on the ground, motionless, breathless, unconscious. A lake of blood started to fill the ground around his chest. His hand formed around his chest, but instead of helping, it was only turning red. I was frozen. I slowly moved closer to him. My heart is beating loudly against my chest. My hands are shaking uncontrollably. My body was refusing to breathe. I got there. Find Cassian, he will help you. He took his last breath, Leah. I looked down at him. A perfect hole was centered in the middle of his chest. His eyes stayed open, but his heart stopped beating. His face slowly turned gray, lifeless. Chapter 2. No matter how many tears I shed, how many screams I allowed myself to let out, how many punches against the wall, my pain didn't die down. Not even a little. I wasn't sure how I survived the night. My eyelids refused to close for even a few seconds. I kept staring at the ceiling, feeling like I was paralyzed. I felt like I was going to wake up and realize that this was a nightmare. But that never happened. Rather, the morning arrived and the sun lit my room up from behind the curtains. I dragged myself out of bed and forced myself to get dressed and drive all the way to where the funeral was. People filled the room, and the noises were loud, but I couldn't hear anything. The funeral was great sorrow. In moments like this, filled with raw pain, when it feels like screams in silent anguish, there are the memories of the good times that come as a blossoming spring meadow. The moments that make the tears combined with a smile, and the pain is the absence of happiness. My eyes were forced to look at where my father was laying, believing that at any moment he would open his eyes and walk out and go home with me. The memories were hunting me to the point that I was trying to just find a small memory that made me angry with him, just so it eases my pain a little, but my brain refused to do so. As if these bad memories of him were erased, and all I could see were flashbacks of the best times I had with him. I got carried away with time, and didn't notice that my cheeks were wet until the whispering of the people around me got louder. It woke me up and drew me back to the painful reality. I scanned the room and saw that everyone was looking at the door behind me and leaning in to whisper some more. I frowned and turned to look at what stole everyone's attention. A bunch of men in black were standing in a perfect triangle right in front of the door. I looked back at the people in the room and kept wondering who they were and why people were acting so oddly seeing them. I shook these thoughts to the back of my head and got up to thank them for coming. "Hello, I am Dominic's daughter T." I offered my hand and started to introduce myself to the center of their triangle, but he cut my words. "Bella Fernandez." He continued my name for me. I raised my eyebrow but brushed it off. "How do you know my father?" "We work with him in his company," he coldly replied. I nodded and looked away. I started wondering about the future of the company, but the men standing in front of me interrupted. "I am not sure if he ever mentioned my name, but I am Cassian." My heart dropped. I stared into his blue eyes for a few seconds before being interrupted by the man behind him. "And I'm Damien, short for Damien, you know, Damien Kim." He smiled and offered me his hand, but my full focus was on Cassian. Cassian gave him a warning look, making Damien's smile to disappear and making him take his hand back. My father told me about you. He told me to find you," on his last breath. I wasn't sure if I was telling him or reminding myself. He nodded as if he expected what I just told him. "Why did he do that? Why did he tell me to find you?" "I am the one who will protect you," he simply said, confusing me even more. "Protect me?" He nodded once. He was so strange, so cold and so silent. Even his expressions weren't welcoming to me. He dug his hand into his long black coat and stared across the room. I looked to where he was looking, and his eyes were focused on my father. "Protect me from what?" He didn't answer me for a few seconds. His blue eyes collected tears but refused to let them down. "Your father told me if anything happens to him, you're my responsibility." He spoke with his deep and cold voice, with his eyes still fixed on my father. So many questions arose in my head after what he said. As much as I am flattered, but I don't need to be your responsibility. He looked down at me and shook his head. "I'm saying I will protect you. Why did you get offended?" He scanned the room. "I'm not offended. I just don't need your protection." I shrugged. I looked behind me and shook my head. "I can't think of that right now. I need to say goodbye to my father," I said, and took my place again in the room. The next hour was the longest and most painful hour of my entire life. I felt that my heart slowly found its way out of my body and went to lay next to my father. I wasn't sure how I got through the whole thing. When the reception was done, I knew that there was only one step left. Bury him. Right when I stepped out of the reception, a tall figure appeared in front of me. I gasped. Didn't mean to scare you. Cassian. Cassian again. Give me your car keys. He opened his hand, avoiding my eyes. Excuse me? You heard me. Why? Because you're coming with me. Coming with you where? I already explained inside. I blinked a couple of times. His pride was getting on my nerves. Excuse me. I need to go bury my father. I tried to step away from him, but he followed my step, blocking my way again. I won't say it again. You're coming with me. He hissed. Why are you talking to me like that? No, I am not. My voice raised. Before my next action, his hand formed around my forearm and tightened his grip. I winced, trying to break his grip. What are you doing? I yelled. He hushed me and dragged me away. I kept trying to stop him, but I didn't want to make a scene in front of people who knew me and my father. I let him drag me out of everyone's eyes, and when we arrived in the parking lot, I pulled my arm out of his hand, making him stop walking. Where do you think you're taking me? My voice echoed. As much as I don't want to, but I have to protect you. And everyone is expecting you to go bury your father today. I don't trust who will be there. He explained. And your best solution is to kidnap me. I raised my eyebrows. If that's what it will take for you to come with me, then I will. He picked me up on his shoulder and walked with me. No matter how loud I yell, no matter how hard I hit his back, he didn't hesitate. I heard the remote beep. He opened the back seat, threw me inside and shut the door. Right when he stepped away, I tried to open the door but it wasn't opening. He got into the driver's seat and looked back at me. Perks of having a child lock in my car. He smirked at me, turned the engine and started driving. My anger was rising up and my patience ran out. What do you think you're doing? I yelled. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. You're too loud. Why are you doing this? You are in danger. He responded. Why? I asked, but he didn't answer me. Who killed your father is probably looking for you. That sentence sunk deep into my heart. You know him? My voice became softer. Enough with the questions. He begged. Why was he even killed? I pushed for an answer but he gave me none. Did Dad have P-Marcolums with other companies? He told me a lot of people are trying to stop him in the market, and because they can't, they have him. He laughed and nodded. Yeah, you're right. Why are you laughing? What did you tell the police? He ignored my question. I told them what I saw. Which is? I heard gunshots, and the time I made it out of the house, the person wasn't around anymore. He nodded. So? What? I heard the impatience in his voice. Do you know who killed my dad? I repeated. He stayed silent for a few seconds, and it really bothered me. Either he is trying to annoy me, or he is very slow in everything he does, or he knew who the killer was and wasn't telling me. No. He finally said. I sighed to ease my anger. You're pissing me off, I said and laid back into the back seat. I saw his eyebrows raise and his eyes widen in the mirror, but he didn't say anything. He knew I understood that he didn't want to tell me anything. There was something that he was hiding that he didn't want me to know, but I wanted to know it. The more he drove, the more he got away from the city. The sun was going down gradually until the moon took place. Little by little, we started to drive between tall trees and dark streets. But I was too tired to stay awake. No matter how hard I tried to keep my eyes open, they were fighting harder to close. Joe. Open. I woke up to yelling. I quickly opened my eyes, terrified. Didn't mean to scare you, Cassian laughed. I huffed and looked outside. Everything was dark. I couldn't even see the back of my hand. I looked around the car, and there was nothing but trees. Soon the huge gate in front of the car slowly opened. 2 men were standing on each side of the gate. Cassian carefully drove inside and lowered the car beams. The whole ground was full of lights as we drove on the concrete. There were greens on both sides of the car. We kept driving for about 5 minutes into this empty space, then slowly, and after a lot of turning left and right, the buildings started to appear. The road turned to 3 different roads separated by trees, bushes, and rocks. We drove towards the biggest building, the one in the middle. We finally parked, and I was still confused about why I was there. Cassian got out of the car and walked to the other side, then opened the door. "Where are we?" I asked. "Make yourself at home. Your father is the reason we have all of this place." He waved his arm in the air. "Why? You ask a lot of damn questions." His comment sounded irritated, but his smirk showed me otherwise. "You know all the time he wasn't able to sleep at home?" I nodded. "Yeah, he was staying here." "No, he used to stay in the company." I corrected him. He smiled then nodded. "Why would my dad stay in a place like this?" He shook his head. "Enough questions." He moved a little bit for me to step out of his car. I hopped off and scanned the place. No matter how lit the place was, it was still scary. "Let me show you to your room." He pointed at the building. "My room? I'm not staying here. I am leaving tomorrow." His soft face disappeared and his low tone changed. "I told you this morning that I will not repeat myself. You are staying with us until I say so." "Excuse me? You have no right treating me like this." I met his tone of voice with a louder one. His eyebrows raised, and his eyes widened as if no one ever talked to him with that tone before. He clenched his teeth, bit his bottom lip, and let out a loud sigh. He started walking towards the building. I debated for just a few seconds if I should follow him or not. When I looked around and found no one, I decided that I had no other choice than to follow him. He opened the door with the key he had and walked inside. I followed right behind him. "Shut the door." His voice echoed into the tall walls and wide space. My eyes popped out of my head at the sight of this mansion. Everything was very well organized. The house had a modern style to it. Everything was colored. I didn't have much time to watch. I followed Cassian to the stairs that were on the left, since there were 2 sets of stairs on either side of the room. When we finally reached the top of the stairs, we passed by a seating area, and right next to it, there was a corridor that was full of doors. But Cassian led us up to another set of stairs. By the looks of it, I could easily tell that the top level is much smaller than the second level. However, I could also tell that the top level is better furnished than the other one. This level only had a big seating area that had tall windows that surrounded the room, and on the other side, there were only 3 doors. Ace stopped in front the furthest. "This is your room." He opened the door. I walked inside with wide eyes. "This room is bigger than my own apartment." I gasped when I saw my father's big portrait hung on the wall. "This was your father's room," he said. I took a quick look around the room. Why did my father have a room in this house? I confusedly asked again. "I will explain everything tomorrow. You need sleep now. You have a bathroom right here, and if you need anything, my room is the one right next to yours, just come knock," he simply said. His words were so kind, but his tone wasn't believing it. It was like someone told him what to say, and he was just reciting what he learned by heart. "Oh, and one more thing," he turned to catch my attention, pointing his index at me. "The only reason why you want to leave this room is either for the bathroom or you will knock on my door the following few seconds." He didn't give me a smile or say any last words. He just turned to the door and shut it behind it. What am I doing here, and what are they protecting me from? Who killed my father, and why does he want to kill me too? My brain was too exhausted of the rush of questions that attacked it, that the moment I threw my body on the bed, I drowned in sleep. Chapter 3. I'm not going to ask for your permission. I wasn't sure if this was my luck to always wake up to yelling, or that it was that Cassian always yells, but his voice instantly woke me up. Well, you should. Because we all live here. An unfamiliar voice responded. I groaned, blinked, and rolled on my back. What were they talking about, and why were they yelling? I scanned the room for any sort of clock. When I saw that it was 7:15, I wanted to get up and yell at them for waking me up that early when I slept so late. Did you forget who you're talking to? Because I can easily remind you. His words were so harsh and cold, but that made me curious about what happened, and what made him speak with that tone to someone who apparently lived with him in the same house. Ace, you're not thinking clearly. I know she's his daughter and you want to protect her just for him, but there are limits. The unfamiliar voice responded. My eyes widened and my heart dropped. Are they talking about me? Lower your voice, Cassian yelled. That was ironic, how someone could yell about yelling. I got myself out of bed, put my shoes back on, tiptoed to the door and pressed my ear against it to hear everything. Ace, for fuck's sake, think clearly for once. The man hissed. You're the one who's going to teach me how to think? He laughed. I'm going to take your permission or anyone's permission. I frowned. She is here now, and she will stay here until I say otherwise. I can't believe you, Cassian. I can't believe you have the heart to sleep in the same house with the one who created all of this. My heart dropped. Without thinking about my actions, I pulled away from the door and twisted the knob. I walked out in the hallway and faced their angry eyes staring straight at me. Hey, are you talking about me? My voice was weak, and I hated it. But I was scared. I was terrified. What did I create? Am I causing them P-Markolums by staying here? Bella, go back to your room. Cassian coldly waved me off. No, I need to know what I did. I stepped closer, which angered Cassian, and made him take a step in front of them. That gesture was enough for me to know that they were indeed talking about me. And that made my heart beat faster. Ace's hand shot out faster than I could step back. His fingers wrapped around my wrist, not painfully, but with a grip that told me I wasn't going anywhere unless he decided I could. He yanked me closer until the space between us was swallowed whole, until his broad chest was right there, until I could feel the heat radiating off him. My breath caught, my body instinctively stiffening, but I didn't pull away. I couldn't. You don't listen, he murmured, his voice so low and rough it scraped over my skin like sandpaper. And that is going to get you hurt. I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. Then maybe you should tell me what the hell you're hiding, instead of treating me like some prisoner. His jaw flexed. His grip on my wrist eased, but only so he could slide his hand up, his thumb brushing the inside of my arm in a slow drag that sent a shiver through me. You think I'm treating you like a prisoner? He leaned in, so close that his breath hit the shell of my ear. If I wanted you as my prisoner, Bella, you'd know it. My pulse hammered, a traitorous thrum that I knew he could feel. I started, but the words tangled in my throat when his other hand came up, cupping my jaw, tilting my head so I had no choice but to look into those unflinching blue eyes. He was studying me, and not just like I was a P-Markolum to solve. Like he was memorizing every angle, every flicker of defiance, every shaky breath I was trying to hide. Tell me to let go, he said, voice a quiet dare. I hated that my mouth didn't move. His thumb brushed my lower lip, slow, deliberate, as though he knew exactly what it was doing to me. You push me, Bella. You stand there, looking at me like you want to bite and run at the same time. His gaze dropped to my mouth, lingering there. Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep my hands off you? My knees felt weak. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to tell him I'd thought about this, but pride held my tongue. You're drunk on control, I managed. That earned me the faintest curl of his lips. Maybe, he murmured, leaning in just enough that his chest brushed mine, that the heat between us became unbearable. But maybe you like it. I should have shoved him away. Instead, my fingers curled into the front of his shirt, gripping the fabric. His eyes darkened. "See," he said, the word a low growl. Before I could snap back, he closed the distance, not fully, not yet. His mouth hovered just over mine, his breath warm and laced with something dangerous. He stayed there, letting the tension choke the air, his thumb pressing lightly into the hollow of my throat, as though testing the frantic beat of my pulse. "This is a bad idea," I whispered. He smirked, the kind of smirk that said he'd already decided for both of us. "Then stop me." God help me, I didn't. His lips crashed into mine in a kiss that was nothing like gentle. It was hard, claiming, his hand sliding into my hair as if he wanted to own the moment, own me. I gasped against his mouth, and he took the sound as an invitation, deepening the kiss until my back hit the wall. The shock of cold plaster against my spine made me arch into him, my body acting on its own. His hips pressed forward, caging me in, his thigh wedging between mine with just enough pressure to make my breath hitch. "Still think you don't need my protection?" he muttered against my mouth, his lips brushing mine with each word. "I think," I tried to say, but his mouth claimed mine again, swallowing the rest of the thought. My hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer, desperate for the heat, the danger, the way his kiss left no space for doubt. One of his hands slid down, skimming over my hip, gripping it just hard enough to remind me who held control here. His other hand stayed tangled in my hair, angling my head so he could take my mouth from a different angle, deeper, hungrier. Somewhere down the hall, I heard footsteps, faint but enough to make my stomach twist with the knowledge that anyone could walk out and see this. Cassian didn't seem to care. In fact, his mouth curved against mine in something dangerously close to satisfaction, like the risk only added fuel. "Say it," he demanded between kisses. "Say what?" I breathed. "That you like this." I hated that the truth wanted to leap out. I hated more that he already knew it. "Go to hell," I whispered instead. His grin was wicked. "I'll take you with me." Before I could retort, he kissed me again, slower this time, the kind of slow that burned worse than anything rough. His tongue traced mine, unhurried, exploring, tasting, like he was mapping me in his mind. I felt my control slipping, my body leaning into his, as though it didn't remember why I was supposed to keep my distance. His hand left my hip only to slide under the hem of my shirt, fingertips brushing bare skin in a feather-light touch that made me shiver against him. "Ace." My voice was unsteady, a warning and a plea tangled together. That seemed to bring him back to himself. His hand stilled, though his forehead rested against mine for another long second, his breath uneven. Then with a reluctant sigh he stepped back, but not far. "Go back to your room," he said, his voice softer now, almost hoarse. I should have walked away. I should have slammed the door behind me and locked it. Instead, I lingered, my lips tingling, my pulse still a wild, erratic thing in my chest. When I finally turned, I felt his gaze on me all the way down the hall, like a touch I couldn't shake. And I hated that part of me, didn't want to. "Bella, go in the room now." His voice was getting louder, but I ignored him. What did I do? I looked at the three boys that were standing behind him. One of them smirked and said, "She really doesn't know." From his voice, I recognized that he was the one who was talking to Cassian when I was in the room. I looked straight into his eyes. What did I do? "Mateo," Cassian warned him. "No," I looked back at Cassian. "Why don't you want to tell me?" "Joe, say something," Mateo said to the man next to him, but he shrugged and stayed silent. "There is nothing you need to know, Bella." He was starting to get angry, but so was I. I looked at Mateo and nodded. "Tell me." He shook his head and bit his lip. He dug his hand into the pants pockets and turned his back to me. I wasn't sure if he was making fun of me and trying to hide his laughter, or if he was angry and held himself back from firing back at me. Either way, I didn't care. All I wanted was to know what I did to them, for him to talk about me that way. "Mateo, tell me," I yelled. "Bella," his voice got louder, getting closer to me, "in the room now." "I am not leaving until I find out," I fired back. His face changed and his skin turned red. He took hold of my arm between his hand and dragged me back into the room before I could react. I freed myself from his tight grip when he shut the door behind him. Before I could yell at him, he surprised me by beating me to it. What was that? When I tell you to go back in the room, you go back in the room. You're here under my eyes. So when I tell you something, I say it for a reason and you have to listen. This is the last time I will allow such arrogance and stupidness from you, Bella. I was mesmerized by the way he was talking to me, that it took me a few minutes to take it in. Who do you think you're talking to like that? Don't start. He pointed his index at me. I was taken back by his tone of voice. Listen, if you think you brought me here to control me or that I will listen to everything you say, then you're wrong. And don't think that your loud voice will make me get scared and follow you. I am not obliged by all of this. So by tonight, I will be gone. I was calm and patient. But I made my decision. I didn't want to create P-Marcolums, and I was in no way going to stay under his roof if he thinks that if I stay, he has control over me. Gone where? He laughed sarcastically. Are you stupid? There are people looking to kill you out there. I'd rather be killed than talk to like you talk to me. I fired back. His eyes went dark in an instant, not the cool detached blue I'd seen before, but something raw, volatile. In 2 strides he was in front of me, his hand clamping around my arm, the heat of his grip searing into my skin. I barely had time to gasp before he spun me, pressing me back into the wall hard enough that the breath caught in my throat. Careful, Bella, he growled, voice low, threaded with warning. His body was so close I could feel the vibration of his words in my chest. You think you can throw shit like that at me and just walk away? My chin tilted up defiantly, even as my pulse thundered. You don't scare me. His mouth curved, not into a smile, but something far more dangerous. No. The hand on my arm slid up to my shoulder, pinning me there while his other came to brace against the wall beside my head. He leaned in until his face was just inches from mine, until his breath was a hot, uneven rush against my lips. You're shaking, he murmured, eyes flicking down to my mouth. From anger, I shot back, though my voice lacked the steel I wanted it to have. From wanting, he corrected softly. Before I could deny it, his free hand caught my jaw, tilting my face up to his. The move was rough but not cruel, a demand for my attention that left no room for argument. You push me to the edge every damn time you open your mouth, he said, his gaze locked on mine. Maybe I should push you right back. I didn't have time to ask what he meant. His mouth was on mine, sudden and forceful, swallowing the gasp that tore from my throat. It wasn't a kiss meant to woo or to test, it was a collision, heated and hungry, his lips moving against mine with a kind of fury that made my knees weaken. His body pressed fully into mine now, the wall at my back and the unyielding strength of him in front, caging me in so completely that the only air I could breathe was the one we shared. My hands came up to shove him away, or maybe to pull him closer, I wasn't sure, but he caught my wrists, pinning them above my head with one strong hand. His other trailed down, skimming over my side until it found my waist, gripping it with a possession that made my stomach twist in something dangerously close to pleasure. Ace, I tried, my voice breaking against his mouth. Say you don't want this, he rasped, teeth grazing my bottom lip. Say it and I'll stop. I didn't. Couldn't. He kissed me harder, tongue sweeping into my mouth with a slow, deliberate stroke that made my toes curl. Every movement was a claim, a reminder that in this moment he controlled the pace, the depth, Chapter 4. I wasn't sure how we got to the point for him to stand in front of me, his life on the line. I wasn't sure either how we got to the point that I lose all my patience and pointed a gun to his head. He convinced me that we needed privacy. So we walked to our room. We walked in and he closed the room behind him. The next thing I know is him sitting on the chair in the corner of my room, and I was sitting in bed, with the gun still loaded, laid in my hand. Listen, after this word, bullshit always follows, so I made him cut it. You listen, Cassian. I am here to know the truth. So just get to the point. My voice was so strong but then cracked when I said, why did he say that I caused my father's death? I'm not going to bullshit you, he raised his right arm. I will tell you everything as promised. I am always and will always be a man of my word, he paused, But let me remind you that knowing will cost you way more than not knowing. I want to know. That was it. That was the last sentence I said before knowing everything. Before seeing everything differently. Before hearing words that kept my body alive, but killed me inside. Words that kept me breathing yet breathless. It's all because of the vacation you insisted on going to. When he started explaining, my heart dropped. Maybe he was right when he said that it will hurt me more to know than not. But I'd rather know than stay blinded and live with comments that I didn't understand. His voice was almost unheard, and for the first time I finally felt like he was terrified. Not because I was holding a gun to his head, but because his words and his explanation will be stronger than the strongest bullet. At that time we had a big P-Marcolum with, some people, and so your dad was supposed to stay here in this house, where no one knows where he is until we find a solution with them. But one day, he came back home and told us that he tried to tell you that he needed to cancel this trip, and you got so sad and so disappointed, and he couldn't do that to you. His voice was drawing back the flashbacks of me and my father talking. Him asking me if I would mind if he canceled. My loud voice blaming him for all the time we spend apart because of his job. And my tears as they fall down my cheeks when I told him that I missed him. I remembered that he hugged me and told me that he will make it happen no matter the consequences. He told me no matter the consequences. We told him that if he needed to go, we could come with you guys. At least we would be there if anything happens, but he said that he didn't want to scare you. He said that he wanted you to have the best time. So you guys went. We made sure that no one was following you without your father knowing, but then we came back. What I guess happened is that they didn't know where you went and waited for you to be back from the trip. They knew that he will be alone. They knew no one of us will be there. My heart dropped. I knew then that Mateo was right, and knew that if it wasn't for this vacation that I insisted to go on, he would still be alive. I could feel the gulp rise in my throat, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't cry no matter how much I wanted to. My hands were becoming loose, and before I could stop it, the gun slipped down. But Cassian hurried to catch it. It didn't even move me. I didn't care. Cassian unloaded the gun, placed it on the floor in front of me, and sat next to me in bed. Bella, his voice was soft, softer than it ever was. When I looked at him and my eyes met his eyes softened too. It's not your fault. A tear escaped the corner of my eye and rolled down my cheek. He shook his head, not knowing what to do or what to say to make me feel better. But he was right feeling that way, because no matter what he could have done, it wouldn't have helped. Bella, he started again, but his tone was hurting me. He sounded like he felt bad. He felt guilty for telling me. He felt sympathy for knowing that I was the reason my father got killed, and I hated that. I shook my head, tried to swallow my saliva and said I didn't know what to say. I couldn't tell him I was okay because I wasn't. And I couldn't smile because it was impossible to bring my face to form any sort of action. I closed my eyes, wishing to forget. Can I be alone? I finally said. He looked at me, unsure of what to do. I nodded once and looked straight into his eyes. He wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He looked away, then nodded. I will be next door, he almost whispered. His voice was barely heard. He got up and walked to the door. He opened it, looked back at me for a few seconds, debating if he should tell me what he wanted to say, but again chose not to. He shook his head and walked out, closing the door after him. And I was left alone with my deadly thoughts. I watched the sky raining for hours. Even the weather was gloomy that day. Nothing could be seen from the window in my room, other than the raindrops hitting the glass, creating another form of water rolling down my cheeks. How can 1 second of life change everything? His face never left my thoughts, my father lying on the ground lifeless, breathless in a puddle of blood. And how it was all my fault. Maybe if I waited with him, they wouldn't have killed him. Maybe if I told him to rush inside the house, they wouldn't have realized that we arrived. What made them wait for me to enter the house? And who are they? Why did they have to kill him? What business allows killing? All these questions needed answers, and I wasn't going to wait to find them. I wiped my cheeks, taking a deep breath to try and calm down the anger that grew suddenly like the flame that touched gasoline. I scanned the room as if my eyes were looking for something, but I wasn't sure what. I needed answers. My eyes found the table in the middle of the two love seats, in the corner of the room. I searched on it for any papers, any clue, but I found nothing. I hurried to the desk, at the other end of the room. The drawers that opened were empty, and the ones that didn't open needed a key. I kept that in my head to figure out later. I opened the closet, searched for anything that could tell me about what happened. Who killed my dad? Why did he get killed? But nothing was there. To my surprise, though, I found clothes. I found my father's clothes, but also found women's clothes. Did he live here? I searched his pockets, trying to push away my father's smell that made its way to my nose, awaking some feelings that flamed my anger even more. I felt my heart hurting, feeling like someone was stabbing me in it several times. I searched the women's clothes as well, but also found nothing. All these women's clothes were new with their tickets, and that made me wonder if Cassian bought these clothes for me. I hurried to look for Cassian. But I didn't find him in his room. I frowned. He told me he would be there. I searched everywhere. I even looked in the kitchen, and made sure no one was in the bathroom. After a long search, I decided to just get back to my room. But on my way back, I remembered him telling me to not enter his office no matter what happens. Sure, he warned me not to enter, but I didn't hesitate before turning the knob. What I saw made my heart sink. An enormous portrait of my father, from head to toe, from ceiling to floor, was hung on what appeared to be a door. But the closer I got to it, I realized it was just a part of the wall that had been breached. Is this a secret door? Did they forget to close it? I found the steps as I peered behind it. I concentrated for a few seconds, and thought I heard voices down there. I looked behind me, then back at the stairs. I went down the steps on my tiptoes. The more steps I walked down, the clearer the voices were, and the faster my heartbeat became. The stairwell was pitch black. Yeah, I like that, I recognized Cassian's voice. I took the last step and gasped. My eyes refused to blink, and my lungs refused to welcome oxygen inside of my body. The room was filled with machines, each machine on a different table, and each table had a man in front of it, wearing white and goggles. I spotted Mateo and Damien walking from table to table, but when my eyes landed on Cassian, my heart sunk. I wasn't sure if I feared him seeing me here, because he told me not to get in here, or I was just terrified of being in a place like this. I made sure I hid behind the wall that separated the stairs and the room itself, but the top of this wall was transparent. What shocked me wasn't all of that. What shocked me was the white power that filled the room. I examined the room for a few moments, praying that this movie scenario wasn't what I thought it was. Cassian was walking throughout the room, inspecting each equipment, pointing things out, and providing orders to each man. The only reason why you want to leave this room is either for the bathroom, or you will knock on my door the following few seconds. Cassian's words, when we were talking yesterday, rang in my ears as I watched him go back and forth in the room. How many people work under him? I kept watching the closest man to the stairs, observing the steps he takes, from taking out the white powder from a bag to placing it back into a smaller Ziploc. I was observing and wondering what they were doing, until Cassian's eyes met mine. I gasped. He looked at me for a couple of seconds. His face held no emotions, so I didn't know if I should simply walk in and act like nothing happened, or run and pretend I was never there. Instead, I didn't move. My body got cold, and my body started shaking when he looked at the man he was talking to, nodded a couple of times, then made his way towards me. Okay, now I'm dead. Chapter 5.
Cassian. What are you doing here? I finally lost the grip on her arm as soon as we made our way back to my office. I shut the door behind me and returned my gaze to her. I could see she was nervous. I wasn't sure if she was afraid of what she saw or of me, but by the way she looked at me, I knew she was dying to make sure her father had nothing to do with the drugs in the lab. As much as I overthought it, at that moment when all my secrets were exposed in front of her eyes, I was concerned about her finding out. She was silent. Her brown eyes never left mine, expecting me to break the ice. She pushed her long, wavy hair behind her ear. "Bella, didn't I tell you not to enter this room?" I hissed under my breath. "Yeah, well, what did I know? I didn't know your office had a secret door that leads to a hidden room." She finally found her voice. She stepped closer to me. "Ace," she took a deep breath, "please tell me what I just saw wasn't drugs. Please tell me that this wasn't a drugs lab. Bella, tell me my father had nothing to do with this." She begged some more, and I had nothing to tell her. I didn't want her to know the truth, no matter how much Dominic told me that his daughter needed to know what he does for a living. At least after he dies, I didn't want to witness her shock. Before I could open my mouth to answer, I heard gunshots. She screamed and looked at me for confirmation. I looked at the room door, then back at her. I hurried to lock the room door, then ran back at her. I typed the password to the door to the lab, opened it, then dragged her with me. "Boys," I yelled. Before I could say or explain anything, each one raised his weapon and walked past me, and the lab workers knew how to get out. Let the others get ready and wait for me. "Ace, what's happening?" I shut all the lights and left a small one, enough for her to see around her. "What is happening, Cassian?" she yelled. "Bella." I held her 2 shoulders and forced her to look at me. She was confused, and no one could blame her. "You will stay in this room. You won't come out until I come and unlock the door. No one knows the password to this door except me." I looked into her eyes and nodded. "You won't leave this room, Bella. Do you hear me? Please listen to what I say for once." She nodded, then shook her head, then her eyes flew behind me to the entrance. Something inside me broke for her. Her eyes were getting wider with time, scanning the lab inch by inch. Her skin was getting colder. I blinked. Poor girl, coming in a whole gang, thinking she will be living with ordinary people, then slowly realizes every single shit that was happening, because she gets thrown in it little by little. Time was ticking, and the men were waiting for me, and the yelling and calls for my name from outside were getting louder, but I didn't want to leave her like this. But on the other hand, I couldn't do anything other than to keep her safe. "Hey, look at me, Bella, look at me." Our eyes locked. "As long as I'm next to you, nothing will happen to you." She nodded. "Don't be scared." She nodded again. "Take this as my promise to you, Bella. As long as I am alive, no one will be able to hurt you." I turned back and hurried to the door. I took one last look at her, then shut the door behind me. I made sure that it was hidden, even if I knew that once it's closed, no one would be able to even suspect that it was a door. I took out my gun and hurried downstairs. "Ace, show yourself." "Fox." I closed my eyes and threw my head to the back, finally making sense of everything that has been happening. When I made it to the 2nd floor, I saw all the men in front of the door, waiting for my signal to open it and attack. "Ace, it's Fox. Come out or I will break this damn door." I rolled my eyes. "Ace, he has many men with him and they are all armed," Matteo informed me. I nodded and took a few seconds to think. I scratched my nose. "Nico, Luca, you both stay here." I pointed. "Matteo and Damien, you both come up. Stay on the 2nd floor for backup just in case anything happens. Luca, you will open the door when I send you done on your phone. You won't shoot." I turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Roof." I hurried to top floor, walked in my room, got out on the balcony, and secretly and silently climbed up the roof. I crawled to the front of the house and looked down to see Fox and his men. "Not a lot, we can handle them," I told myself. I saw him banging on my door again, yelling my name louder. I took out my phone and texted, "Done." As soon as I heard the door open, I jumped on Fox, bringing him to the ground. I quickly got up and pulled him up with me, pointing my gun to the center of the back of his head. If anyone moves, I will kill your boss. I tightened my grip around his neck with my arm, making him put his hands above his head. Tell your cowards to drop their weapons before I make them plan your funeral. I pocked his neck with the gun. Now, I yelled, feeling his body tremble between my arms. Drop them, he said, and they all watched him. Drop them? He yelled. Luca, Nico, take them to the cell, now. I slowly let go of Fox, with my gun still pointed to his head, and my eyes refused to blink. Sit, sit. I pointed my gun to the chair in front of my desk in my office. I sat on my chair and placed my gun in front of me on the desk. I don't get what is this all for, Cassian. We came just to have a talk together. A talk? I scoffed, then nodded. You know what pisses me off? What? Is the fact that you think you can come inside Dominic's house, take whatever you want and leave, and no one will stop you. I threw my head to the back. You forgot who Cassian was and need a reminder. He didn't answer. And that was exactly what I wanted. He knew I was right. He also knew not to mess with me. Where are my men? I laughed. I had to laugh. What he said was funny. He knew exactly where his men were, and yet had to ask. You always surprise me, Fox. I shook my head. You really don't know. Ace. Cut it. My tone turned serious, and I was. I didn't have time or energy to mess with him. What do you want? You know exactly what I want, Cassian. And I won't give it to you. He stood up furious and red, ready to attack. You stole us. You stole me. You took the money and the drugs. Is that justice you run after? I took a deep breath and placed my feet on my desk, crossing them. All right. Let's ignore the justice part and pretend I am not. Tell me again, what do you do with the drugs? What? I saw it in his eyes that he felt like I found out. Fox. I warned him that I didn't want to hear bullshit. Tell me, what do you do with the drugs? I take it from you and sell it. But now that you stole it from me, I have nothing at all. I started clicking my tongue and closed my eyes. Fox, you know I don't like liars. Cooperate with me for your sake. I nodded. Let's restart, because I don't want to be mad at you. What do you do with my drugs, Fox? What do you mean? Fine. I will tell you what you do. I nodded and got up. I walked to where he was standing. You take the SP pill, you put more drug on it. That is dangerous and life-threatening. I pushed him down to sit, then walked to the back of the chair and leaned closer to his ear. Then sell it as if it is still our SP, that everyone knows that it is safe and everyone trusts that it won't affect them badly, and sell it with the double of the amount that you're supposed to. He was speechless. He should be. I knew he never thought I will never know this information, and that was why I knew that he can't be trusted with our pills anymore. Who's the thief now? I whispered in his ear before moving away. This is not true, Cassian. I don't know who told you that, but save your energy, Fox. You should be thankful I didn't kill you, and I was pushing this surprise for a little later. But you brought yourself to the lion's cage. Don't cry now. I went back to my desk. He stayed silent for a couple of seconds, probably getting ready to attack me. But I was ready for everything. At the end of the day, I knew that no matter what, Fox won't lay his hands on SP ever again. Fine, he broke the silence. I won't do that anymore. I laughed. I don't know what happened to you, but you are very funny today, Fox. I coughed. You think I will make you lay your hand on one of my pills again? Are you stupid, or did you get too old to balance your words? What do you mean? He gave his fox eyes full of anger and deceit. You heard what I said. I don't repeat myself. Ace, I am the one who has been selling SP for the past 10 years. You can't come now and tell me it's game over. It has been game over since you decided to work behind my back and ruin the drug that Dominic has created and worked hard to build its name for more than 10 years ago. With a deep voice and focused eyes, I let him know the news that I have been keeping for a few days now. I will not let one like you ruin everything. I said I won't mix the drugs again. It's too late. These 10 years you're talking about are the reason why you're still breathing right now. He stood up again, and I rolled my eyes. I felt like I was watching a show that was fake and annoying, and the character was getting on my nerves. I won't let you get away with this, Cassian. You know me, I am a fox. I scoffed. The fox is dumb. It isn't brave enough to attack its victim until it makes sure that no one will hurt it as around. Wrong. The fox is deceitful and smart. It waits and waits and waits with its eyes fully open and ready for the perfect moment to attack the victim. It points out the victim's weakness, and without any hesitation, it attacks. I laughed and pointed at the big lion above my head. If a lion and a fox got into a fight, who do you think will win? I locked eyes with Fox with the biggest smirk on my face. I don't think an animal like a fox could be smart enough to even hurt a lion. And that's why the lion is the king of the jungle. I stood up. Nico, I yelled. Nico. Nico walked in, scanning Fox from head to toe. Take Fox out and throw him his puppets on his way out, I said. Nico smirked and pulled Fox's arms. This isn't over, Cassian, Fox turned to warn me. I walked closer to the door, watching him get dragged out. I already wrote the end, Fox, you just refused to read it. Damien walked in as I made my way back to my chair. Ace. I hummed. I don't think it's a good idea to mess with Fox. Not that we're weaker, but he has men. A lot of men. Nico and Matteo walked in as soon as he finished his sentence. I agree, Cassian. We are not a lot. Nico pointed his chin at Damien. What's wrong with all of you? I yelled. This man is ruining our business. He is ruining what brings us food. He is messing up with our name. How come you are all scared now? Ace, of course, we're not scared, you know. But there are limits to what we can do just because we are not a lot. We don't have men. We don't have millions of people to defend us, you know. Damien explained with a low and calm tone, and it boiled my blood even more. You are scared. We are not a lot, yes, but we are smart. We are not creating enemies, on the contrary. Everyone is waiting for me to ask them for favors, I explained with wide eyes and a banging heart, but they stayed silent and looked at each other. If you are scared for your life, then it's better for you to quit. Of course not, Cassian, Matteo stepped closer. We are just telling you that we might not be safe right now. You don't know how mad you made Fox. Yes, I do. And I'm ready for his comeback. A knock on the door cut what Matteo was going to say. When the door opened, Bella's eyes met mine. I stood up. Ace, can I talk to you? She looked at me. She wasn't scared or hesitating. Now, please. She insisted. I nodded and walked towards her, ignoring the whispers and the giggles of the three men behind me. Right when I got close to her, she pulled me out and shut the door behind us. I raised my eyebrows. How can a young girl like her be so confident? How can a girl like her not fear me? How can a girl like her not even get shaken because of the whole situation that she just witnessed? Her eyes refused to break the eye contact we had. She crossed her arms and scratched her nose. I almost laughed. First, you put me in the hidden, behind the picture, room thing, and didn't come back to get me out after your whole fight. I licked my lips to hide my smile, and stood still and silent, amused by what I'm witnessing. Second, you didn't finish explaining the drugs lab that I saw. I couldn't help but let a small smile show on my lips. I looked away, then back at her. I couldn't keep my eyes away from this girl. And third, you promised me that I am safe here. How am I supposed to feel safe here when all these things are happening? Hearing her say this made my heart fall to my knees. I blinked, not knowing what I'm feeling or why I'm feeling like that, or why did my heart react to this specific sentence like this, but I brushed it all off. I swallowed the gulp that blocked my throat down. I paused for a few seconds, letting the silence fill the room. I took a step closer to her and liatly said, "Aren't you safe?" "What?" "I promised your safety. And by far you are." I scanned her body from head to toe, the back to her eyes, perfectly fine. She blinked a couple of times, and her eyes searched for anything else to focus on. Her breath was getting louder. I could hear it. I smiled. She was nervous. And to respond to your first and second point, I didn't come and get you yet. I told you to wait until I come and get you out. Yeah, well, you told me a lot of things I didn't follow. She pushed her curl behind her ear, and her pupils moved to the corner of her eyes. I took a deep breath and let it out. And about the drug, I told you everything you need to know. I tilted my head and looked at her, confused and not sure what to say. I shook my head. Is this the same girl that came furious and confident to grab my arm and pull me out of the room? But she hated it. She hated being not able to say anything. Her left eyebrow raised, and her eyes collected confidence once again. She scanned my clothes and crossed her arms. Actually, no, you didn't. Didn't what? Explain the lab. All we did is get out of the room, and I asked you if my father had anything to do with this, but you told me nothing. And then the next second we heard boom boom, and you pushed me in the room and left. With her feet tapping the ground, and the narrowed eyebrow, I couldn't take her seriously. Let's go sit. I held her upper arm to guide her to couches, but she pulled her arm away. I can walk on my own. I smirked and looked at her. She never failed to amuse me. Fine, can we go sit? Yes. I followed her like a lost puppy. For the first time, I let someone yell at me and drag me along with them as she did to me. We went to sit, and she didn't let me go until she found out about everything. I told her everything. I told her that her father doesn't have a company, and he never was a medical company owner like she always thought he did. But rather, this whole image was created to hide the illegal work we were doing. I told her that her father is one of the most famous and wanted gang leaders of this city. I told her how his medical degree helped him create a drug that doesn't affect the consumer negatively, and because of how good it was and how healthy it wasn't as expensive or dangerous as other drugs like TMD or LSD. And because of it being cheaper than any effective drug, it got known very fast, and whoever tries it becomes our customer. I told her that because of how successful SP got, all the other drug deals got very angry at Dominic. They all asked to collaborate with him, but he knew that he trusted them. They would take his drug and mix it with other dangerous drugs to make it more effective and more addictive, which is against what Dominic wanted. I told her about Fox and about what he did, and why he did the whole scene today, and how her father would have killed him if he was still alive, that he had the urge to mess up with Dominic's name and mix drugs with SP, then selling it as a pure SP, of course, more expensive too. I told her about how through all this P-Marcolum, she wanted to go on a trip. Knowing that Dominic is in danger, and a lot of people wanted to kill him, I tried to make him cancel, but he didn't want to. I told her that we all told him that a lot were planning to end him, but he said that he already promised her a trip. And after all of what I told her, she stayed silent. She wasn't crying, but her eyes were watering. I wasn't sure if she was hurting because of the mention of her father, because of her insisting to go on that trip and it led to his death, or because she found out that her father is a gang leader and a drug created and dealer. I left her to her thoughts and sat there, watching her stillness, until she finally opened her mouth to talk. I don't want to stay here. I barely heard her. Her voice was muffled and quiet. I shook my head, trying so much to understand what she was feeling, and how it led to her deciding that her best decision was to leave the house. Bella, I called her, and her eyes slowly made their way to mine. She was broken. She was weak. I wanted to help her, but how can I help someone that is refusing my help? I promised your father that no matter what, I will protect you, but I won't be able to protect you against your—
Chapter 6. Bella. I wasn't sure for how long my eyes stared at the ceiling as they let out tears I couldn't control. But my thoughts were deadly to me. The image I had of my father was ruined. My father was everything to me. I always thought that he was a great person, to be a father and a mother even without telling me about her. I knew he had his reasons, and I knew that she hurt him by the looks on his face every time I asked about her. I always thought he was brave to be able to raise me all on his own. I loved him so much. He was always there for me when I needed him. All my friends, throughout the years, were jealous of me for having such a father. The father who attends all my matches in elementary, who attends my competitions in high school, who used to drive me to school and take me at the end of the day every single day. The father who I used to go to when I needed someone, who was a shoulder to me when I cried, and a hand to high-five when I laughed. How can a perfect father who all along was a hero turn up to be the villain? A gang king, creating and selling drugs, killing people, breaking into houses. That man is my father? I shut my eyes tight and sobbed. I hit the pillow beside me for the 100th time that day. And after all of this, he was killed and the people who hate him want to kill me. And I was hiding in his hideout with his gang, with killers and thieves and drug dealers. I widened my eyes. I needed to leave. I needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Where to, or how will I go, didn't interest me as much as wanting to get out of this place. I placed my hand on my chest, trying to catch my breath. My fingers were met with the warm silver around my neck. I looked down at the necklace my father gave me. I didn't know whether I should smile or cry. My anger didn't stop boiling up the more I thought about the necklace. I took it in my palm and ripped it off. I ripped off the only thing that was left to me from him. I look at the way Leah was written, seeing my father's smile as he handed it to me the same day he left me. I groaned and threw it on the ground. I quickly wiped my eyes and sprinted to the door. I placed my hand on the knob, took a deep breath before opening the door, knowing that there are men outside who will ask me where I was going and probably stop me. I cleared my throat, then twisted the knob. As soon as I stepped out of the room, all eyes were on me and the whole noisy room turned silent. I gave them a small smile and acted stupid. I started walking to the stairs. Bella, are you okay? Where are you going? Nico asked me. I paused when I heard my voice. I cleared my throat first, then resumed. I just need some time alone in the backyard. I pointed behind me. Do you want me to come with you? Damien asked and gave me a warm smile. I answered the smile with a smile and shook my head. No, it's okay, it won't be long. I just need a quick fresh air, and I will come back. Before being interrupted again, I made my way down the stairs. And as soon as I was sure that no one was in the first or second floor, I galloped like a crazy horse down the stairs and to the front door. I didn't waste any time before opening it and making my way out, letting the cold breeze of the night hit my warm skin. I softly shut the door behind me. I scanned the space in front of me before taking the steps down, then walked closer to the cars parked right in front of the door. The walk to the gate is long, and I knew that it was full of security. Think, I hit my head, looking behind me then in front of me again. My brain wasn't functioning anymore, and I refused to waste time trying to find a solution, so I started running towards the front gate, hoping for a miracle. My soft pajama wasn't helping me escape this place and at night, but I didn't give it a second thought. I needed to leave, and that was all I knew. I ran for a couple of minutes on the grass, until my eyes finally were able to make sense of the gate. I stopped and groaned. There were 2 fully armed securities standing on the door. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Cassian would do that after what happened that day. I crouched down behind the bushes. I started to look around for a plan B. The wall was too tall for me to be able to jump over. Even the gate is too huge to open without anyone noticing. To leave, these 2 securities had to be gone, and the door had to be open. I shut my eyes, letting my lungs collect as much oxygen as they wanted, my heart to stop yelling at me, my feet to stop burning, and my brain to find me a solution. I opened my eyes and leaned over my knees. My eyes met a rock on the floor, then widened. I grabbed it and scanned the dark place. I gulped and searched for another one. I bit my bottom lip, then threw one to the far left, to hit the wall that separated me from the outside. I watched the 2 securities stand up, grab their weapons and look around. I wasn't sure what they said, but as planned, one of them walked in the direction where I threw the rock. I walked on the right side, closer to the gate, still behind the bushes, until I was right behind the gate wall. I took a deep breath, then threw the second rock on the other side of the gate, making the security on the gate open it and walk out. My adrenaline rushed through me as I quickly made my way out. I took a quick look at the back of the security, who was out looking for whoever was there, before passing the other side of the street and hiding behind a tree. I knew it would be safer to wait for him to go back inside before starting to run. I watched him walk back, and I mentally prepared myself that as soon as he will shut the gate, my legs will not stop until I arrive somewhere safe. And I did so. As soon as the gate closed, my legs started running on their own. My feet were hitting the ground, passing trees and bushes on each side of me, creating a synchronized rhythm with every breath I took and released. I refused to look back in fear of seeing someone run after me, but I was getting tired. I was sweating, and my knees and feet were starting to burn. I started to lose control over my speed, and little by little my legs couldn't run anymore. I sobbed and shut my eyes tight. I had to keep going, and I knew that, but I physically couldn't. I heard noises behind me, causing my head to turn in a swift motion. My eyes widened when Cassian's Jeep's beams flashed into my eyes. Being in the middle of the road didn't help me either, but I was confident that he didn't see me because of how dark it was. I quickly made it to the side and hid between the trees. The more I thought about it, the harder it was for me to find a solution. I didn't know the way out, and I wasn't sure if there was even a way out of this place without any transportation. But on the other hand, I wasn't going to go back with Cassian. I refused to go back to that place. To my father's place. To a criminal's hideout. I'd rather die in this forest. The car passed me. I breathed out, confident that I was safe. I started moving between the bushes, trying to find a hideout, but scared to go deeper in the forest and the long trees on the two sides of the streets. I kept running and refused to look behind me. I refused to hesitate, but I didn't succeed. "Bella?" His voice screamed from behind me, making me gasp like I was underwater for hours, and finally pulled my head above it. I froze. I closed my eyes and wondered if I stopped breathing will make me invisible. I wasn't sure why I was terrified the way I was. The only sound I could hear at that moment was the sound of my heart pounding loudly in my ears, like the insistent heavy drumming of rain beating upon a window pane. I could hear his steps get closer to me as they step on the dead leaves on the ground. All I wanted to do is start running, but I was paralyzed. I needed to collect my confidence. I needed to push my head high and fight for my freedom. I knew that no matter what happens, I wouldn't want to go back to that place, the place where my father used to stay, telling me he was at work. The place where he creates drugs and sells them. The place where he built a whole gang to help him and be under him. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got that by the time Cassian made it close to me, I was fuming. "Why are you following me?" I yelled. He was surprised, and so was I. I knew we were both thinking that I got some nerves being the one at fault and the one firing first. "Didn't you tell me that I can leave if I want?" I tried to push his buttons even more, but he was so calm about it, so cold. "Look around you, Bella." He waved his arm and let his eyes slowly scan the darkness and the quietness around us, while I kept my eyes fixed on his every move, still trying to catch my breath. "Do you honestly think that right here, right now is safe for you?" I wanted to answer. I tried so hard to find something to say, but I couldn't find anything to say to defend myself. He also had nothing more to say. He shook his head and looked away. I stayed silent. If he was waiting for me to admit that I was wrong, then he would be waiting on for forever. After a few seconds, he grabbed his phone, typed on its screen, then placed it on his ear. I watched him carefully. "Joe, drive back." The silence between us was loud, echoing between the long trees and my heartbeat in my ears. "Yes." His eyes moved to mine. I found her way closer than we thought. He didn't blink or look away. His eyes held an emotion I couldn't understand. Did he want to find me? Why? How will that matter to him? He moved to the concrete to be seen, and kept his attention on anything but me. He put his hands into his coat pocket, the coat he has been wearing every day since the day I met him. At home, he dressed a bit differently, but it wasn't like he knew how to use colors. Everything he wore outside of the house is black, and the brightest color I saw on him was a gray sweat at home. "Tell him to drive me to anything close where I can go home," I coldly said as soon as he slid his phone back in his pocket. His face turned to me faster than thunder. His eyes widened and his eyebrows raised. For some reason, my heart skipped a beat. "You're coming back home," his tone was orderly and aggressive. "No, I'm not. I want to go home tonight," I yelled, but he stayed calm. He looked away and scratched his nose. Before he could open his mouth to say whatever he wanted to say, a Jeep car stopped right where we were standing. He opened the black door and looked at me. "Go," he ordered. "Excuse me?" I raised my eyebrows and stepped closer to him, getting my guards up, ready to fight. "Bella, you heard me loud and clear, and I won't say it again. I am not going home with you." "Yes, you are." "No, I will not." I looked at him in between my watery and exhausted eyes, blurry and not clear. I stepped back. I hate it. I hate being stuck in a room with his picture taking the whole day all. "You can't leave, Bella, it's for your damn safety," he yelled. He let out a long breath and stepped closer to me, placing his hand around my forearm, trying to pull me to the car. That was when I broke down. "No. I won't. I am not going to come with you. You're kidnapping me. You kidnapped me, Cassian," I yelled. "Calm down," he stepped closer, but I stepped back. "Let me go. I want nothing to do with him, nothing." I yelled. "Let me go, Cassian. Please let me go." "Bella, just calm down. You have to be here, you are safer here." His voice was soft for once, but I was too angry to care. "No, no, no, no," I sobbed, whimpered and whined. I shut my eyes, letting the tears rush down my cheeks as I continually kept saying no. I placed my hands on my ears, not wanting to hear him, not wanting him to tell me I will be safe in that house, not wanting to hear his voice. But instead, I felt warm arms form around my body. For some reason, I didn't resist it. I enjoyed the warmness. In between my sobs, my heart developed a feeling of peace, as if somehow these arms were powerful enough to grant me the peace I kept looking for. I stayed in his arms for a couple of minutes, as I calmed myself and caught my breath. As soon as I opened my eyes, I pulled away from his hug. I sniffed and looked straight into his eyes. "Why do you even care? Hein? Why do you care if I'm safe or not?" Chapter 7. I groaned and held my head. I felt like every bone in my body was broken. "About time you wake up." A deep voice made me gasp and open my eyes. I wasn't in my room, I was on a couch downstairs. "I wasn't going to pick you up all the way up to your room," Cassian said, as he opened the curtains of the windows in the living room. I wasn't even sure it was a living room. All I knew was that there were 3 couches around the fireplace with nothing else, and at the other end of the room, right in front of the door, there was the big island of the open kitchen. "What happened?" I cleared my throat as soon as I heard my voice. "You fell asleep in the car," he said, sitting on the other couch, crossing his legs. He took a glass filled with golden liquid and started sipping on it. "You could have woke me up, by the way," I coldly said, fixing my hair. He stared at me, with no words pronounced and no moves taken. He watched me brushing my hair with my fingers, and then putting it in a bun before moving back to sit properly on the couch. "I need to shower. The bathroom is upstairs on our floor. Help yourself." His eyes were still fixed on me while taking another sip of his drink. "I don't have clothes though, I need to." "Your closet is filled with clothes." "But I will need." "Bella," his voice deepened, warning me, knowing what I was aiming for. "Everything you will need is in the room. You're not leaving here." I took a deep breath as I watched him, biting my bottom lip to not lash out at him, but I couldn't contain myself. "Looks like you care about me so much that you treat me like a prisoner." "If that's what you want to call it," he made it clear that he didn't want to have this conversation again. "And it is because of my father, right?" I tried to push his buttons, but he was cold, patient, sipping on his drink. Yeah, he simply said. How ironic that a criminal can care about someone's daughter when this someone is dead. He slammed his glass on the table in front of him and tightened his grip. His free hand turned into a fist. His nostrils flared like a mad horse and moved forward in his chair. It is not my P. Markleum if your little head cannot comprehend how much I admired your father and respected his words. Neither is it my P. Markleum for you not to know the value of keeping a promise to a dead man. But I do. Yes, I won't deny that I let you choose whether you wanted to stay or leave, but I didn't consider your little moron brain that doesn't think twice before making a death decision with such lightness, he hissed with his body leaning forward. His hand was still around his glass, and his stare was sharper than a knife, with his irises were locked to the top of his eyes. I was taken back by his words. My heart was beating loudly and fast, not from fear but from anger. I was speechless because I wanted to say so many things, but my tongue wasn't able to choose which thought to let out first. You have no right using that tone when you're talking to me. I used my index to emphasize my words. If you were old enough to care about your safety like your father did, maybe I would have treated you like an adult. You think I am safe here? Where everyone is holding guns, and where do people never sleep? Do you think I'm safe with a bunch of criminals? Do you think I am safe in the house of the lion? In the pit of the fire? I would actually be stupid if I continue to live here. Well, you will whether you like it or not, Bella. Not because of you, but because of my word to your father. I don't care about my father. You don't deserve how much he cared for you. You're blaming me for being mad at him, but you don't know how I feel. All of a sudden my father dies, killed in front of my eyes. And I end up alone. In danger. And right after I keep finding things that make me realize that the father I love dearly is not who he really was. I don't even have time to be sad over his death. I broke down, not sure anymore if I was hurt, angry, or just exhausted. I do know how you feel, he softly said, taking another sip of his glass. No, you don't. My voice was low, way too low that I wasn't sure if he heard me. I do, he nodded. I know because your father was also a father to me. I scoffed and shook my head. No matter how much you loved him, you will never love him more than me. You will never miss him as much as I do, my voice cracked. I sobbed, surprising myself. I didn't know I was crying. I broke the contact we both had and shook my head with a smile. He let out a loud sigh and moved to the same couch I was sitting on. Maybe he was trying to comfort me, but wasn't able to, or didn't know how, because he didn't do anything more than sharing a couch with me. So now tell me, even after all the times I wanted to leave, you still ran after me and brought me back just because of my father? I hysterically shook my head and sobbed more. I find that hard to believe. My eyes met his again, and my heart moved at the darkness of his eyes that strangely brought safety into my soul. As if my body knew that he brought me peace, but my brain was unable to believe it. I felt comfort even by his presence next to me, without doing anything. He broke the contact our eyes built by getting up, taking his drink and moving to the kitchen island, placing his glass on it with his back facing me. I got up and followed him. Answer me, I yelled. Maybe you're right, his soft voice growled, making his words echo between the high walls. Maybe I'm not doing all of this just for your father, he paused. Maybe if it was only for your father I would have given up by now. His eyes looked down at my watery ones, not blinking once, not leaving mine for a second. Maybe there is another reason. He was talking to himself, more than he was thinking of an answer to my question. And that was enough to show me that he didn't even know the answer himself, but his words made me frown. I was confused, lost, and unsure of what he was trying to say. What does that mean? And for the first time, he was able to hear my soft and calm voice. My tears finally broke free and ran down my cheeks. I don't know, his tone was almost unheard despite the silence that filled the room. I wasn't sure if my heart dropped because of what he said, or because my feelings were unstable at the moment. What is that supposed to mean? I raised my voice again, frustrated by the answer he gave me. What is going on, guys? Your voices are so loud, you know? Damien said, walking down the stairs. Cassian closed his eyes and sighed before leaving his glass and storming out of the front door. I shook my head and ran to my room, passing by Damien on the stairs and seeing Matteo watching the scene with his vexing smirk from the balcony of the second floor. I walked in my room and slammed the door. I was furious and broken. The two emotions were battling inside of me, and I wasn't sure whether to scream from anger or pain. I punched the door a few times before walking to the bed and throwing my body on the mattress. Little by little, with the ticking of the clock, the wound of my father's death bled a little more. My heart was aching. I had no more tears to shed. I didn't realize how much I cried all night until I opened my eyes. My eyes automatically met my father's portrait on top of my bed. They were filled with so much anger and madness, but at the same time, I was missing him way more than expected. I groaned and grinned at my teeth. I sat down, took a pillow and threw it on the picture. Then another. But my anger didn't die down, on the contrary, it boiled more. I wanted to see him. I wanted to blame him. I wanted to tell him that my life turned into something I hate living. And it was all because of him. Nowhere will ever give me the peace I had before knowing my father was a criminal. I gasped when I heard the doorknob turning. When my eyes met Damien's, I quickly looked down and wiped my cheeks. I wanted to check up on you. He opened the door a little more, since, I heard you and Cassian fighting. I sniffed and blinked a couple of times before smiling. Thank you. I looked up at his warm smile. Of course, his smile didn't leave his lips, but my attention was caught by his long sword earring swinging front and back. His black oversized black shirt and pants, his black boots and his sword earring, didn't match the warmness of his personality. I thought that this style suits Cassian more, but again, Cassian's style can never suit anyone more than Cassian himself. Even though his eyes were black, they hold more life than Cassian's deep blue ones. However, Damien had way more tattoos than Cassian. He had tattoos on both arms and on his neck, going under his shirt. Maybe he had more unseen ones. I wanted to just tell you to not take Cassian so harshly. He pointed behind him, hesitating to come closer but still approaching the bed. He is often too honest and too harsh and can't filter what he says, He paused as I returned the smile that was still glued on his face. He also doesn't know how to talk to girls. We giggled and I shook my head. He doesn't even know how to talk, I thought to myself. I learned from my sister. I grew up with my sister and the difference between us wasn't too big, so we were really close. I raised my eyebrows. Really? He nodded. Does she live here too, or do you go see her? He shrugged and looked away, digging his hands in his pockets. I am not sure. His smile became sadder and his eyes kept blinking. She found out what I do, so she refused to have anything to do with it, He took a deep breath and looked at his shoes. She changed her address. I call her though. He blinked a few more times and nodded. Sometimes she doesn't answer because she is busy. And when she answers, she talks to me for a couple of minutes, then tells me she has to go, My heart ached for him, but I understood where his sister was coming from. I understood how she would have rathered lose her brother than see him be a criminal and hold a gun. What is her name? Sophia. He took a few moments zoning out before being sent back to reality. He shook his head and smiled again. Anyways, let's focus on you. I am sure you're hungry. I will make ramen noodles. Do you want? I giggled and nodded. The next hour or two built the only moments I was able to have a good time in this place, since I stepped my foot in it. Damien's stories didn't come to an end. He was so talkative, so amusing and so fun to be around. He kept telling me situations about him, or about his sister. He kept telling me to eat, but instead of refusing, I would switch his attention to another question I would ask. The noodles he made were delicious, but I didn't find the appetite to take more than just a couple of bites as I sat and listened to his stories, giving me the ability to finally push my grief to the back of my head for just a little bit. But it didn't last long. My room door was pushed open, and Cassian's figure appeared behind it. Joe, leave us alone a little bit, Cassian's voice roared into the silent room. I looked at Damien and widened my eyes, trying to send him any signal to stay and not leave. But he ignored me and slowly got up, looked at me and Cassian for a few seconds before taking his plate and walking out. Ace approached where I was sitting on my bed and sat across from me. He looked down for a couple of seconds before saying, "You need to understand that without your father, I would have been dead by now." "So he saved you by making you a criminal," I softly said. He exhaustingly sighed, then got up. He went to get the noodles bowl that Damien made me, and walked back. He placed it in front of me on the bed. "You need to eat." "I am not hungry." "Bella," he warned me, "you need to eat. You didn't eat anything all day." He placed the plate in front of me and sat again at the end of the bed. "Eat," he pointed at the bowl. I started to eat the noodles that got cold, but I didn't complain. If even it was cold, it was the best noodles I have ever eaten. With every bite I took, I could feel his gaze burn the side of my face. I saw a small smile creep at the corner of his mouth. But I refused to look. I was fighting the urge to have the eye contact his eyes were begging for. "You're right, you don't look hungry at all," he pointed at the plate with the tip of his chin. Right when I looked up and our eyes met, I knew that he just wanted to catch my eyes and lock them with him. My heart skipped a beat, and a gulp was able to block my airway. I looked down at the plate under my hands to find it half empty. "I am eating because it tastes good, not because I am hungry," I lied, taking another bite of the noodles. He scoffed and looked away for a couple of seconds until I spoke again. "You still need to properly apologize." I raised my eyebrows. He let out a faint chuckle and shook his head. "I don't apologize. And I don't forgive someone who can't apologize when they do me wrong," I shrugged, challenging him. His smirk formed on his lips as he fixed his eyes on me for a couple of seconds before getting up. "Common." He took the plate away from my hands and placed it on the nightstand, then reached for my hand. "What?" "Just come." "Where are we going? It's 1 a.m. "You will see." He reached again for my hand, pulling me out of bed with the biggest smile on my lips. We drove for about 10 minutes up a hill. He stopped when we reached the end of the road, turned the high beams on and turned the car off. I got out of the car and moved closer to the edge of the hill. As soon as I saw the view, I gasped. The wind took fond of my hair, making it fly in different directions, hitting my face. I took a deep breath, feeling like I haven't breathed for way too long. I let my eyes take note of every beauty I saw. It was dark, but everything was stunning. The big lake that was behind the mountains, the trees that filled everywhere under the hill, and on each side of the lake, the clear sky that held millions of floating stars. This place felt surreal. I feared that if I blinked, it would all be gone and I would be back in bed in the mansion. "I knew you were going to like it." I looked back at him. I couldn't hide my smile. He smirked, dug his hands in his pockets, and looked straight at me. His curls were dancing with the air, making a mess out of it in the process. "I love it," I breathlessly said. I took a seat on the ground, and a few seconds later, he approached and took a seat next to me. "Most people I know are scared to come here at night. I somehow knew you wouldn't be. How can I be scared of something that beautiful?" I looked straight into his eyes, and he didn't dare look away. It had something to do with both of us. We both keep having endless eye contact, because we both know how to challenge each other. He thinks that if he stares too much, I will look away because he would intimidate me, and I don't look away to prove him wrong. A couple of hours passed and not a second was awkward. Even the silence between us was comforting somehow. We didn't talk much, but when we did, it was either about my father or about the guys in the house. Every time I would ask a personal question, he would change the subject or give me a sarcastic comment. I understood that maybe he didn't want to open up, considering that we haven't known each other for more than 3 days, so I didn't ask again. It was getting colder with time, but I didn't dare think about leaving here. It was dawn when he asked, "Do you want to leave?" The world was lit, but there was no hint of the sun yet. "No," I quickly responded. "I want one more thing before forgiving you." He smiled and shook his head. "What?" I want to watch the sunrise. He laughed. He then asked me about my age. He asked me about where I live. He asked me if I went to college, and why didn't I go to university. He asked me how I got close to my father, and I had to explain that he was both parents for me. I told him a little bit about my mother, and how I know nothing about her, and he stayed silent. Maybe he knew something and didn't want to tell me, and I got too obsessed when my eyes met with the sun peeking from behind the water to even ask. I smiled and clapped, the sun. I watched the sun patiently move up, appearing from behind the motionless and vast water, giving more of itself with time, giving the world light after the darkness, welcoming a new day, warming the coldness of the night. Let's go now? He asked again. I smiled, looked at him, and nodded. Isn't it beautiful, though? He shrugged. I hate the color orange, so I don't really like looking at the sun. I widened my eyes, taking in that I met a human that hates looking at the sunrise. What would be your favorite color then? I asked. Maybe he would answer this question without running away from it like he did to all the questions I asked today. Even if I knew he wouldn't answer, I gave it a shot, since I know nothing about you. I added, maybe wanting to add pressure for him to answer the question. I don't know, he shrugged. Even such a simple question, Cassian wasn't able to answer. I mentally groaned. What's yours? I sighed, red. Why red? I frowned. Who asks why your favorite color is your favorite color? Because it is bright. It is courageous. It stands out. It is romantic. It is sexy. For so many reasons. I paused, now you have to answer me. I don't have a favorite color. Of course you do. What is the color that you like seeing? Blood. My heart skipped a beat, but I refused to say anything. I regret asking the only question he was able to answer. Who knew that such a simple question could have such a cruel answer? Chapter 8. Bella. I wasn't going to take for granted the good time that I had up the hill a few hours ago with Cassian, but being back in this bed, alone, under my father's portrait brought me back to the terror I tried to run away from. I couldn't sleep all night. We went back at home around 5 a.m., and when I decided that I wasn't going to sleep, it was 11 a.m. Every time I would close my eyes, I would hear something that startles me and gets me wide awake. I didn't feel safe. I felt like any time someone is going to walk in the room, points a gun to my head, and tells me that he is going to kill me because he hated Dad. I huffed and stared at the ceiling that I learned by heart. I didn't want to get out of bed. My body was too exhausted to function. But I didn't stay alone for long. Before I could realize, the door was turned open. I widened my eyes, but when they met Cassian's, my body relaxed. Relax? Who would it be? He smirked, walking closer to the bed. Maybe knock next time, I rolled my eyes. How do you feel? He walked past my bed, to the sitting area in front of the windows. Miserable. I didn't sleep all night. I sat down in bed, watching his every move. His eyes switched to me. Why? Because I feel like abruptly someone is going to walk in and kill me. He sighed, as if what I said wasn't what he expected, or wasn't a big deal for him. Come, he adjusted himself in the seat, pulling his chain outside of his black crewneck. I sighed and got up. I sat on the couch in front of him and crossed my arms. He reached in his pocket, taking out something, and handed it to me. I fixed your necklace. My heart flattered and my eyes sparked. I looked at his hand and took my necklace from his hand, caressing the 3 letters of my name. How is Bella, Leah? I giggled at his comment and tried to swallow the gulp that locked my throat. What do you mean? Bella? Leah? I closed my palm on the necklace, feeling like my father is giving it to me all over again. His eyes were watching me like an interesting movie as I put my necklace on. I looked down at it, then smiled at him. Thank you. He nodded, closing his eyes, giving me a small smile. He leaned closer to the table, looking up at me. Bella, what do I keep telling you? Yeah, okay. I know I shouldn't be scared, and that it is hard for someone to get in here. I know. But it's still hard. I looked up at him. His eyes were full of words of comfort, but I was the only one talking. I feel like someone would walk into the room any minute and shoot me like they shot my father. He blinked. Every time I close my eyes, I see his body. I see his gray face. I see his opened eyes and his still body. My heart was aching as these words unconsciously made their way out of my mouth. My eyes were watering, but I held my tears prisoners, refusing to let them show my pain even if my mouth gave it away. Bella, the softness of his voice traveled from my eyes to my heart, down my spine, bringing comfort to every part of my body. No one is going to touch you, as long as I am living. His eyes didn't leave mine. I mean it, Bella. As long as I am alive, no one will be able to hurt you. He repeated the same sentence he tells me every time, and somehow every time he says those words, it feels like a spell traveling down my bones and numbs them. His eyes stayed focused on me, making sure that I believed him, making sure that I felt better. I nodded. I was honest, he did make me feel better. He made me feel safe. He assured me that he will keep me safe. His eyes then left me and looked behind me. I knew by the way his eyes changed that he saw that my father's picture wasn't straight, and knew that I did something to it. He let out a long sigh, then looked down. Bella. I looked away, knowing exactly what he was going to talk about. He didn't have a choice. He knew that I understood who he was talking about without mentioning him. I know you're probably mad at him, and I understand. But I want you to understand that he didn't have a choice. He got kicked out of the medical company he worked in. For no damn reason. And all his friends at that time were taking drugs. He adjusted himself on the bed, licked his lips, then carried on. Then one of his close friends died. I blinked, having flashes of walking in on my father crying a few years ago over his friend. When I asked him, he told that he died, and that he loved him so much. He also told me that he felt like he could have helped him, but didn't do anything. My heart shattered at the memories. He felt like he needed to do something about it. So to prevent people from dying because of drugs, he created a healthy drug, I guess you could call it. He crossed his arms together, gathering his thoughts. He bought this house and created a lab inside of it, the one you saw. Then started to try multiple things to make the effect anyone who takes the drugs would want, but at the same time it wasn't badly affecting the body, it wasn't addictive. He shook his head. He didn't do it with bad intentions. Why are you telling me all of this? I simply asked. Because I don't want you to hate your father. Why? He was taken back by my question, but gave me a few seconds of silence to think of a logically answer. But this silence made me believe that he doesn't even know why he is telling me all of this. I guess because I loved him. His eyes locked with mine, digging inside mine to make sure that his lie was well fed. Maybe everyone thinks that when someone avoids eye contact, it means that they are lying. But it is not true. Keeping the eye contact is a method to force the lie down my throat, and to it is also a way for him to see that if I believe his lies or not. He suddenly got up, not liking the feeling of being unsure if I believe him or not. Get down in 5. We will all eat together. I was torn between being mad at my father and forgiving him. I was torn between wanting to blame him for everything and missing him. My heart was never able to get mad at him. Even the times I acted mad, he was able to make it up to me, making me happier than ever. I sighed and got up, facing his picture. Looking into his eyes already made me feel better. I wished I could see him again to talk to him. Tell me what to do, I whispered. Talking to him used to always make me feel better. Maybe I wouldn't have been that mad if you told me. I stared at him, not sure if I would have taken it better or worse than at that moment. I took a deep breath and fixed his picture and gave him a small smile. I miss you. Bella? Damien called my name as soon as I stepped into the dining room. This was my first time being in this room. It was vast but busy with the big dining table and the amount of chairs. Can you call Cassian? He's outside with Nira. My heart sank as soon as I heard the name, but I tried to hide my reaction. I simply nodded and walked away. In the backyard, Damien yelled at me again as I left the room. Many questions attacked my head all at once. Is that his girlfriend? I've been here for a while, why did I never see her? I should have asked Damien who Nira was. Or is she just a girl that he knows? Maybe someone that helps him with the drugs. Does she live here too? Does he love her? Is she okay with me being here and him keeping me safe? I knew that he wasn't the type to talk about himself, but how did he never bring her up? I scanned the vast backyard trying to spot him with her, getting mentally ready to see them kissing or hugging. Instead, I saw him riding a strong and black horse across the field. I tilted my head and watched him wearing a casual outfit. How can someone ride a horse with sweats, no helmet and no boots? I watched him ride better than the best horseman, firm and steady on the black horse. When he saw me, the serious face was replaced by a small smile, so he slowed them and directed the horse towards me, galloping slower than he was seconds ago. I quickly stepped back when the horse moved closer to me. Are you scared? He said, petting the horse. She's the sweetest. I have never dealt with a horse before, I explained, putting my whole focus on Nira. He dismounted the horse, holding his leading rope as he moved closer to me. Come, he gave me his hand, but I hesitated, step closer. I looked at him, then at Nira, then back at him. Trust me, he opened his hand for me to take it. I placed my hand on his. He took it and placed it on his head, then let go of it. I didn't know what to do, so I simply pet her on her head. See, she didn't do anything. I gasped when she suddenly shook her head left and right. It's okay. He chuckled and held her mouth. I pet her a little more and smiled. You are scared of the sweetest animal in here. You have other animals. I yelled. He sarcastically smiled. Of course. We have 3 guard dogs. But I would understand if you're scared of them. They do look scary. No, I love dogs. He raised his eyebrows and nodded. I followed him to Nira's stall. He tied her up, rubbed her head one more time before looking at me. Let's go see if you're as strong as your words. He challenged me. I followed him to where he led me. I didn't know where I was anymore, or how to go back. I knew that the mansion was enormous, but I didn't expect it to have all that. He whistled and called Max Jack Bruno. Instantly, 3 black and brown Dobermans sprint to us, and all I could do was use Cassian as a shield. I stood behind him and held his shirt as my heart tried to escape out of my chest. He laughed and tried to look at me, but I held his shirt tighter, trying to look at the dogs from over his shoulder, but he was too tall to reach. Sit. He yelled, good boys. He held my hands, so I let go of his shirts and pulled me to stand next to him. I taught him well. They don't hurt unless we are in danger. I watched them. The 3 of them sat and didn't move. They were watching him, waiting for the next command. I took a step closer to test them, and they still didn't move. I approached them again, and put one of them, then the other, then the other. I smiled when I got comfortable, sat down on my knees and played with each of them. They licked me, they tilted their heads to give me more place to pet them, they let me hug them. I looked up at Cassian, and admired the smirk in the corner of his lips. What? You know, I have had the three of them for years. They have never trusted someone and welcomed someone as much as they did to you. I giggled. How do you know them apart? There's a tag on each of their necks to know which is which. But when you get to know them, you won't need it. You know them apart? Of course. Max, he tapped on one of their heads, Bruno, then the other, Jack, then the other. I checked the tags, wanting to point at least that he got too mixed up, but he didn't. Okay, I am a little impressed. I smiled. Then it hit me, oh? I completely forgot. They told me to call you for dinner like 30 minutes ago. He smiled, showing his teeth for the first time since I met him. He nodded, go and I will follow you. I nodded, pet the dogs one last time before walking away. It took me about 10 minutes to go back to inside the mansion. I went to wash my hands, then walked in the dining room where they were all sitting, Cassian included. The look he gave me was mocking me, embarrassed me, because it showed me that he knew that I got lost, that I left before him, and he made it before me. The table was full of food of every kind, plates of chicken, of steak, bowls of salads, bottle of juices. I was surprised of who cooked all this, and how did they get it when we were in the middle of nowhere. All the guys were taking seats or moving plates around or taking a plate, but Cassian was on the head of the table, not moving, with a glass of something gold in his hand. Bella, he called from the other end of the room, and pointed at the empty chair on his right with his chin, come sit here. I went to sit. Everyone was helping themselves, but he was moving, so I waited. But when Damien noticed and asked if I needed his help, I shook my head and started filling my plate. I wasn't sure what Cassian was waiting for, and didn't want to wait to understand, because every part of me fell in love with the smell of the food. I started eating right away and watched as the boys were talking, joking and laughing together. But Cassian was silent, sipping on his drink. Is that apple juice? I jokingly said, but he didn't even smile at me. Whiskey, he coldly said. I frowned, but didn't say anything. About 15 minutes ago, he was smiling and laughing, so I didn't get what changed all of a sudden and why did he become cold to me. A few minutes passed, and my focus stayed on the boys and their jokes. I laughed a couple of times at what they were saying, and laughed even more at Luca's ironic laugh. Him and Nico kept making me laugh. Matteo was only making fun of them. And Damien was only laughing along with me. Then all of a sudden, Cassian started tapping on the table, catching everyone's attention. I was confused, but when I looked around the table, no one else was. As if they were expecting this to happen, as if they are used to this happening. He took a sip of his whiskey, placed his glass down and leaned forward from his chair, putting his elbows on the table. It's been a while, we didn't eat together. We did miss it, Luca said, giving us a small hint of his laugh again. I almost laughed, but I looked back at Cassian to not to. I have something to tell you though, Cassian started again and they all stayed silent. I will have to leave for a few days. What? I immediately said. Why? Nico asked. I will explain everything when I get back, but for now, all you need to know is that I will leave tomorrow morning and I will be back in a day or two. He said with a low tone, as if it was something that wouldn't bother anyone. I was angry and disappointed, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to say anything, because he should have known better not to leave, because I didn't know anyone there, as much as I knew him, and I didn't feel comfortable with anyone other than him. After he finished talking, they all went back to talking as well, but the fun from earlier died down, and instead of laughing most of the time, we laughed one of 2 times until the end of dinner. He leaned forward to me and said, "What is it with you? You are quiet." I shrugged. But he let out a scoff, frustrating me even more. He moved back into his seat and took a sip of his drink, leaving just a little bit left. You try so much to look dangerous. I didn't think much of my sentence, but for some reason, I caught the attention of everyone on the table. How so? He responded so coldly, with the famous smirk in the corner of his mouth. Your drink, your horse, your dogs, the way you talk, even your clothes. I pointed at what he was wearing. He scoffed at me again. You know what your clothes tell me? I didn't want to answer his question, so I stayed silent, looking at him. The silence in the room was uncomfortable, especially while this conversation. That you're a virgin. The boys started laughing and joking around, but my eyes and his didn't look apart. He smirked again before bringing his glass to his lips, chugging what was left of his drink. Chapter 9.
Cassian. I forced more whiskey down my throat, trying to wash away the guilt I felt from the scene that happened over dinner. I didn't want to leave the house, knowing she is angry. But I didn't have the time or the brain to do anything about it now. I placed my glass down. I tried to keep my brain working straight. I needed time alone to get my thoughts together before talking to the boys about the mission. But someone barged into my office. When I looked up, my eyes met Bella's. I closed my eyes to calm myself down. How many times will I have to tell you to not walk in my office like that? She stepped inside and thumped all the way to my desk. She put her hands on her waist and stared into my eyes. All I wanted to do was laugh at the scene she just created. How often did I tell you to be nice to me? I frowned and tilted my head, trying my best to hide my smile. Never. Was what you said really necessary? I laid back in my chair. You were saying your opinion and I said mine. That isn't something to say an opinion about, in front of everyone too. I couldn't hide my chuckle anymore. I let it out and shook my head. Why are you so aggravated? I looked at her as she fumed out of her ears. If I am wrong, I will go out to the boys now and tell them I was wrong. She stayed silent. I smirked. Am I wrong? I asked again. That is none of your business. She yelled and turned to leave the room. I laughed and shook my head, then got up and followed her to gather the boys and tell them what I planned. Boys, I called from the door of my office, gather each other in the meeting room right now. I could feel Bella's eyes burn the side of my face, but I ignored it and walked to the meeting room myself. I took a seat at the head of the table and waited for everyone to take a seat. Is it finally time for a new mission? Mateo growled. I hope it is. We see it, man. Nico nodded. When I made sure that I had everyone's attention, I stood up. I got a call, I started. There is a huge businessman that gave me a word to buy a huge amount of SP since he is known to sell drugs. This is a great business. Mateo said. Do you know the man? Nico asked. Haven't heard of him. I shook my head. Isn't that, a little suspicious? Damien finally understood. I nodded and bit the inside of my cheek. These were going to be my next word. What do you mean, exactly? Luca sniffed and adjusted himself into his seat. Isn't it weird to have such a great deal right after the whole thing with Fox? I started walking around. Do you mean that? Again, Damien was the only one who understood. I nodded. Wait, hold up, I don't get it, man. Nico blinked a couple of times, staring straight at me. I have a huge feeling that Fox is behind this whole thing to be able to take a great amount of the SP pills to work on how we do it. He is dying to pay back for the things we did to him. I took a deep breath, which would be very smart of him to do so. Not smarter than you, Cassian. Luca laughed. His iconic laugh made me chuckle and shake my head. I scratched my chin. Keep in mind that I am also not sure. So we will go along with the whole thing, but with very open eyes. More details, Cassian. I am getting confused, Mateo shouted. He means that Fox is behind the whole thing, Damien explained, looking at Mateo. He turned to me and said, This is too dangerous to risk it. I say we tell the man that we weren't able to create all that. I scoffed. I like playing with risks. I took a deep breath. We will go, as if we are not suspecting anything. If it is Fox, I have a good plan. But if it is not Fox, my plan will mess up a great business that we could have with that man. I shook my head. That's what we are going to do. I went back to my seat and sat down. I need a full report on what Fox does in his day, from the second he wakes up till he goes back to his bed. I need to know what he does as a routine, where he goes, who he meets. How is that going to help? Mateo asked. I raised my eyebrows. I am not answering that stupid question. I harshly answered. He bit his bottom lip in anger, but I didn't care. How could he ask that question without thinking for 1 second about what spying on Fox could help us with? The outcome of spying either will lead us to, 1, knowing if he is behind this man or not. 2. If he is behind him, does he want the SP pills, or does he want us to be caught by the police? Police! Nico yelled. That is a great possibility. Asking for that big amount of the pills either will help him by having the pills we didn't want to give him, with a big amount too, or it will allow him to work with the cops to catch us and get us all in prison for years with that big amount of drugs on us. I explained. There are 4 possibilities for the whole mission now. The first one is that the man doesn't have anything to do with Fox and it is a normal exchange. The second is that the man doesn't have anything to do with Fox but Fox found out and will tell the cops. The third is that the man is with Fox and this is a game to take the pills, and the fourth is that Fox also knows and is doing all this to get us in prison. Wow, Nico tapped on the table, angry and edgy. If we find out by spying on him that he is working with the police, the solution will be very easy. I got up and walked to the plan drawn on the board. We will have 2 cars, one with fake drugs that we will make sure to let him know the information about, and the other one will have the SP pills. Each car will go to totally different places. The one with the real drug, only we will know about. The other one Fox will know about, which will be stopped by the police. If he is with the police, then the real car will just come back to the house. If there are no police, the car will continue to where we told them to meet. If we see that he is there trying to steal us, we will let him. It is only fake drugs, so we won't need to get in danger for that. And finally, if we find that it is a normal mission, we will tell the man for better safety, we don't have the drugs right now. And we will simply take him in our car and drive him to where the SP pills really are. Wow, such a smartass, aren't you, Cassian? Luca clapped and looked around. I am impressed, really, man, Damien giggled. Guys, it is very expected. This is Cassian we are talking about here. Nico added. I scoffed and shook my head. Focus, guys. So now, who will do what? Matteo asked. I nodded. I will let you know when I come back from the trip I am leaving for. I pause. I am leaving for 3 days for a meeting with someone who could take us to a whole new place. But meanwhile, I need you guys to do 2 things. What? Nico asked. First, to spy on Fox, just in case we are able to catch anything on him. And the second thing. Matteo leaned closer to the table, as if he expected what I was going to say. To take care of Bella. He leaned back on his chair with a smirk on the corner of his lips.
Chapter 10. I laid my head back in my chair and let out a long breath. I was holding back the whole ride. Driving for 6 hours to get back to the mansion was exhausting. I closed my eyes, not believing that I was finally back home after 3 nights of sleeping away from my house. "What's wrong, Cassian? Are you that tired?" Valeria giggled. I closed my eyes and nodded. "Let's go." I forced my body to get out of the car. I waved at her to walk before me. My eyes followed her heels as they created a rhythm before my eyes, and her skirt that she used to catch my eyes did as she pleased. "Amazing mansion," she spoke, pushing her hair behind her shoulder as her back still facing me. "Yeah. It was Dominic's choice." She giggled and waited for me to open the door. When I did, my eyes automatically connected with Bella's eyes, and we both chose to not break the eye contact. But the longer it got, the more irritated I got. She didn't react, she didn't warn the guys, she didn't say anything. It made me feel like my presence and my absence are the same to her. I wasn't sure what was going on. They were sitting in the kitchen and around the counter, which was why standing in front of the front door allowed me to see everything. The music was loud and the lights were dimmed. They were drinking, talking, and laughing. Bella was sitting down, across from Damien, whose back was facing me. "Guys," I growled. My voice rang across the tall walls and the high ceiling, bringing all eyes on me, except Bella. She looks down at the game on the kitchen island in front of her. "Ace." Nico hurried to me, followed by Luca. Luca tapped my shoulder and pointed at Valeria with his chin, and Nico nodded. I closed my eyes and shook my head. They will always be the children of this house. "Welcome back," Damien said. "Welcome back, Cassian." Mateo's deep voice groaned at me from the end of the room. "You won't introduce us to your friend?" "I will explain everything after dinner," I stated. "Oh? Been a while, man? Are we Friday today?" I was going to correct him on who Valeria was, but Bella's eyes looked up from behind her cards, scanning Valeria from head to toe, so I stayed silent, letting her think what she wanted. I just wanted to enjoy a little moment of annoying her, before everyone finds out who she really was. Bella didn't look up at me again. She was focused on the card in her hands, which made me notice the cards in Damien's hands too. They were playing cards. I took a deep breath to not make any stupid move in front of Valeria, and shook my anger off. "Luca, we need your amazing cooking to welcome our guest," I spoke loudly. "Of course." He got up and started gathering the stuff. Valeria and I sat on the couches on the other end of the room. She was talking to me, but all my attention was on Damien and Bella, who were laughing and playing as a 4-year couple. It made me wonder what I missed. How can 3 days change so much? Nico and Luca called us to the dining room. I guided Valeria to sit next to me, where Bella usually would sit. But Valeria is a guest. I couldn't have thrown her in the middle of the boys. When Bella saw, she just directed herself to sit among the boys. Not seeing her get bothered or showing that she was even just surprised, made me realize that maybe I didn't really care about Valeria. Maybe I just wanted to know what Bella would do. I wasn't at ease with the idea that she got closer to the boys. I wanted her to only come to me when she needed something. "The food is amazing." Valeria leaned in, hitting my shoulder with hers, giving me the side eyes, then directed them to thank Luca for the food. "Ace was right about your cooking." "Ace is always right about everything." Luca chuckled, making her giggle, and hid my chest. I looked up from my plate and saw Bella's eyes fixed on Valeria. I was just then satisfied. She was biting her bottom lip, her brows were furrowed and her nostrils were flared. I smirked. I placed my arm around Valeria's body and pushed her to lay closer to me. "Ain't I?" "Of course you are. You're Cassian." As expected, she flirted back. And as expected, Bella dropped her fork on her plate and got up. I took a sip of my whiskey to hide my smile. "Thanks for the food, Luca. Damien, when you're done eating, Come so we can finish this game and I win you again. Bella smiled. We kept playing back and forth on who can anger the other more, and again the roles were reversed, and we went back to her getting on my nerves. A couple of minutes later, Damien followed her. And I could hear them again, laughing about her winning and him begging her to give him another chance to whoop her ass. Her laughs were getting louder with time. Okay, time for seriousness. Meeting room and 5 boys. I shouted. I got out of the dining room and saw them sitting on the kitchen island, still playing their stupid game. Before I said anything, Valeria interrupted me. Ace, I think I will head out. It is getting late, and I still have a long drive. I won't be able to stay for the meeting. Too bad I had so much planned to irritate Bella more. I nodded though. Give me a second, I will get you the stuff. I went to my office, got the bag and went back to give it to her. She kissed me on the cheek and told me that she will call me soon, and I made sure Bella could hear everything. But again, I was the one being aggravated because of her laughter with Damien, which was just getting louder with time. Joe, enough stupidness, we have a meeting. I approached them. Joe got up so I walked away. Excuse me. I was playing here. She yelled from behind me. I smirked. I heard her walk closer to me, so I stopped walking away. I didn't have to turn to face her, because she came to stand in front of me. At that moment, I couldn't have been happier seeing her angry. She placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head, waiting for my response. But I allowed myself to stand back, smile, and watch the amusing scene in front of me. Hello. She waved her hand in front of my face, making my smirk even wider. Didn't you see that we were playing? I caressed her chin with the biggest smirk on my face. I took one last look at her, and then walked away, leaving her confused. Tomorrow is the mission, boys, I stated. We need to be very careful. Since spying on Fox didn't help, then tomorrow, we will try to be just careful and use our senses. This is too dangerous, Cassian. I have a bad feeling about tomorrow, Nico spoke. I shook my head. It is too late to back down now. We can do this. I took a deep breath. Now let me introduce to you the good news. These past 3 days, as I told you, I went on a trip to try to find any strength to add to ours. And I succeeded by bringing the ravens to protect us. No way. Mateo's eyes widened. I nodded. Valeria, who you met earlier, is Al Raven's assistant. She came with me to take the cash for them to be there with us tomorrow. They will take the same cash every month to be on our sides, which is very reasonable. That is amazing news, Cassian. Luca clapped and laughed. This does make me feel a little better, Nico chuckled. Just remember, tomorrow our focus is to save the SP pills at any cost. I was sipping on my whiskey, as the boys were getting the weapons and the pills ready for the next day. Bella was standing with Nico and Damien, talking with a low voice which was unusual. I shook it off, and went to the gym room and trained to get ready for the next day. I took a deep breath, and took another sip of my whiskey to get my thoughts straight. I watched the boys get ready for the mission. Some were gathering the pills, and the others were getting our weapons ready. I made sure they separated the fake pills from the real SP, and told them to put them in 2 different cars, and wait for my sign to start moving. I contacted the Ravens, and they said that they were ready to start moving. I needed every single strong soul to be there defending the real pills. I told Mateo and Damien that they will go with some members of the Ravens with the real pills. Nico, Luca, and the rest of the Ravens went with me with the fake pills. I planned everything perfectly. If we saw Fox, then we will be able to get protected. If we see the real man, we will take him in our car and tell him that for more safety, we will have to drive somewhere else. Everything was well planned. I took another deep breath, wishing that nothing would go wrong. Bella walked in. She looked around, unable to understand what was going on. What is going on? Her eyes locked with the gun in my hand. I made sure it was fully loaded, and put it in its cover around my waist. Everything is ready, Cassian. Damien tapped my shoulder and turned around to join the others. I nodded. You will be alone for the rest of the night. I approached her as Damien walked out. Where are you going? We have a mission today. If it goes well, our lives will be perfect. How? I will tell you when I come back. I saw it in her eyes, she didn't want to stay alone. She was scared to stay alone. She looked around, probably trying to figure out what to do. We won't stay long. I tried to make her feel better, but nothing changed. I pushed her chin to bring her eyes to meet mine. Those dark caramel eyes looked into mine, digging so deep into my soul, silently begging for comfort and safety. I said it to you 1,000,000 times before, and I will say it again, Bella. As long as I am alive, no one will hurt you. I tilted my head as she let out a long sigh, which made me feel just a little better. I nodded. The rest of the night was expected. I sent the car with the real SP pills to the other address and hopped in the car with Nico and Luca. We started moving, followed by the Ravens. We arrived on time. It was dark. The only source of light was from our car's high beams and the other beams of the car, parked in the opposite direction. In front of it stood many men. Why does this look so sketchy? Nico said and looked at me. I looked at the side mirror on my right and saw the Ravens park behind us. I nodded, opened the car, and got out. Nico and Luca followed my steps. I walked closer, waiting for the mystery to get resolved. And it quickly did. Fox finally got out of the car. I put my hand on my gun. Just in the same second, all his men pointed their guns at me. I heard all the guns behind me get loaded and ready to fire. Chill, 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 he yelled. We're not here for war, Cassian. We are here for one thing and one thing only. He shrugged, stepping closer to me, thinking that he has won. I told you last time that the game wasn't over, Cassian. I scoffed, and now you think it is? Get the pills. Put them in our car. I would have paid millions of dollars to see his reaction, knowingly that the pills his eyes popped out of their socket when they saw them were fake. I turned to watch the men take the loads and put them in the back of their car. This moment was very amusing to me. I told you, Cassian. I told you one day I will take revenge. He said. You think this is revenge? I smirked and stepped closer to him. Are you truly satisfied? I looked around. Nico and Luca looked amused as well. No matter how much you try to be better than me, Fox, you will still be the one who got kicked out of the Dominics because you were no good, and I, the little boy I was, took your place and took your attention. And now I am the head of the Dominics and you are absolutely nothing. Before realizing what he was doing, and without anything processing his moves, he pulled out his gun. He loaded it. And took a shot at me. What happened before we drive away took about 2 or 3 minutes, but living it felt way longer than that, as if everything happened in slow motion. I didn't realize that I was hurt until my hand was full of dark red blood because I placed it on my shoulder. Many gunshots were fired after that. I was pulled by someone and pushed inside the car. I felt a severe burning sensation in my right shoulder as we drove off. And all I was thinking about was, Fox needs to be killed. And I wanted to be the one killing him. Chapter 11. Bella. I spent the whole night imagining the worst scenarios of what could happen to them. I was fighting my sleep the whole night and chose to wait for them in the living room, right in front of the entrance of the house. Just so I could see them driving in the garage from the window. However, my sleep finally won the fight. It was almost dawn when I woke up by the loud voices and sudden movements inside the house. I was forced to wake up quickly when I saw Cassian unconscious and in the boy's arms walking into the house. I got up and walked closer to them, unable to do anything. What happened? My voice refused to be heard. No one responded to me. My heart dropped when I saw the amount of blood on Cassian's shoulder and the boy's hands. It was getting harder to breathe. My head was getting lighter, and everything became slower. Put him here, put him here. Damien pointed to Matteo and Nico. They walked past me to lay him on the couch. Matteo, call the doctor, call Dario. Now. He picked up his phone and walked away. I looked at Cassian laying on the couch. He was moving, but it showed that he wasn't fully conscious. I walked closer to him, ignoring all the yellings behind me. I kneeled next to the couch. His head turned to face me, but his eyes were immediately closed. His hand tried to move, but fell back on the bed. He was mumbling, but I wasn't able to pick up any words. When the doctor came, they moved him to his room. He said that the bullet thankfully hit his shoulder. As usual, he needs to change on it every 2 to 3 nights. The "as usual" triggered me. How many times did he get shot? They all kept looking at each other, but I was unsure why. Do I call Lena? Luca whispered and Nico shushed him. I frowned, but I brushed it off. It wasn't the time to ask. I will do it. All eyes turned on me, even the doctor's. He nodded and waved at me to go closer. He explains to me what exactly I should do. The doctor only said that he fainted due to the pain, and it was best for him to sleep it off, but he should wake up any minute. For hours afterward, I watched Cassian, waiting for the any minute the doctor mentioned. I was waiting for him to talk to me and tell me he is okay. Before he woke up, Nico opened the door room and softly called me. I looked behind, and he waved at me to go to the door. You need to eat, come. He held my hand and dragged me out of the room. They forced me to eat, but I wasn't focused at all. Nico mentioned his girlfriend. I was dazing away from this reality, imagining the worst. All I remember from what he told me is that she is coming back from visiting her family, and that her name is Ari. Her name stuck with me because I found it a very pretty name, unique too. I also remember a joke Nico did about Cassian stopping to leave on Fridays since I came, and it made me feel like it had something to do with the Lena they mentioned earlier. Then Ari came to visit, which made me realize that Nico was only telling me about her because she was coming over. She was beautiful. She had deep dimples which made her smile stunning. She explained to me how she hated Nico being what he is, because she was always scared to lose him but understands why he is. This was his only choice to survive. She explained that Nico is a Jew. His family found out that he had sex before marriage with Ari, so they kicked him out. And Dominic found him, introduced him to the others, and told him to join them. We all ate together, but I felt like the dining room was dimmed, unlike when Cassian was sitting with us at the head of the table. The conversation turned about Cassian, and how when he puts his mind to something he has to do it. Ace has many connections too, which makes it easier for him, Luca mentioned. That made me ask about Valeria, the woman who came back with Cassian a few days ago. They laughed at me, and Nico explained that Valeria is just Al Raven's assistant who came just to take the money for them to protect them in the mission. Which, based on my own judgments, did a very bad job protecting Cassian. But knowing that made me feel good. Talking to the guys and to Ari gave me a small knowledge that I formed in just a few days. Each boy in this house had P-Marcolums, which made me wonder if the research that I made before about criminals becoming criminals because of their family traumas or because of a weak childhood was really true. The talking died down, and the words were harder to find, so I just left them all chatting and went back to Cassian's room. I lost track of time, and little by little my eyes were getting heavier. I placed my hand on Cassian's, begging him not to leave me alone. No matter what the doctor said and what the boys said, I didn't believe he was doing fine until I made sure of it. I felt like he rescued me after my father's death. His presence made me feel a little secure. But at that moment when I felt like his life was on the line, my heart was troubled. I felt lonely and unsafe again. I fell asleep for a while with my hand on his. My body was aware of my surroundings, waiting for any sound or movement out of him, other than his chest raising and the sound of his breath. My eyes automatically widened when I felt his hand move under mine. Ace. His eyes met mine for the first time in a while. His lips tried to form a smile, but he was too tired for it. Don't worry, you didn't get rid of me yet. His quivering voice weakened my heart. I ran to call the guys and got them all in the room. Thanks, boys. You should thank Bella. She took good care of you like a good girlfriend. Mateo smirked at me and I gave him a death stare. Ace let out a small laugh and looked at me. We stared at each other for a few minutes, letting our eyes have a conversation we both didn't understand. Okay boys, let him rest, Damien clapped and pushed everyone out of the room. I stayed in my place, still looking into his eyes. Come closer, he told me. I approached him and sat on the chair next to his bed that I placed earlier. So you took care of me, they said, he copied Mateo. Why do you care? I took a deep breath, feeling like I was able to breathe for the first time in hours, feeling safer than I did a few minutes ago. You told me that as long as you're alive, no one will be able to hurt me, so I shouldn't be scared. Well, I don't want to feel scared again. Chapter 12. I used to always believe that everything happens for a reason. Every single thing anyone goes through has a purpose of leading him to the path that is good for him. Since the day Cassian returned from the mission wounded, we got way closer to each other. Maybe because I spent so much time with him for being the one that changes his wound and clean it, and the one who helps him when he needs help with anything. As much as it pained me to see him in pain, a part of me felt like it had a purpose to lead us on our path. I placed my hand on his shoulder and started taping the wet cotton on the wound. He shrank in pain and bit his bottom lip. It healed so much, Cassian. A few more days, and we are going to take the bandages off. I smiled at him, and then returned to what I was doing. Bella? His soft voice rang in my ears and his breath hit my neck when he turned his face to look at me. I hummed, not trusting my voice. I never thanked you for all that you do for me. I turned my face to look at him, and as soon as our eyes met, my heart fell in my stomach. I didn't do anything, really. I am doing what anyone in my place would have done. I returned his smile. Anyone in your place would have rather see me dead. His smile was still on his face, but something about it changed. Maybe he was sharing something that hurt him, or maybe he didn't want to share this. You're not as hated as you think you are, Cassian. I tried to turn it on a more positive note, and it worked. He let out a hint of a laugh and shook his head at my comment. For the rest of the time that I spent cleaning his wound and putting new bandages, he was just silently watching me. His breath was hitting the side of my face, and I pretended it wasn't affecting me. But for some reasons that I didn't even know myself, it did. He wasn't moving, he wasn't talking, he was just watching me. Okay, I looked up. When my eyes met his, my heart sank again. All done. Our eyes ignored our wishes and kept us both looking at each other. His eyes didn't have the usual gaze he has. They weren't cold or empty. They were soft. I wanted to drop my gaze, but something in me drew me closer, wanting more than just eye contact. His eyes moved from my eyes to my lips, shooting a flood of adrenaline into me like a drug that made me feel deeply alive and completely paralyzed at the same time. His tongue wet his lips with his eyes eating my lips without touching them, and I would give half of my life in the sacrifice just knowing what was he thinking about at this moment. I tried to swallow my saliva, but my body was weak. My heart was pounding. My breath was hitched. My eyes were fixed on him. He leaned in closer. I didn't move. But then he stopped moving. My heart pounded against my chest as an alarm that I shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't kiss. And somehow, I brought myself to shut my parted lips and stand up. I hope tomorrow the wound is better. He watched me move away, unbothered that I left. I placed all the stuff I used to clean his wound away, trying to avoid looking into his eyes again. When my heart found its normal pace again, he asked, "Can I ask you something, Bella?" Making it drop to the bottom of my stomach again. I didn't want him to ask anything about what happened a few seconds ago, because I wasn't even sure what happened. I swallowed my fear and said, "Yeah," still letting my back face him, trying to keep myself busy so I don't have to look at him. "Can you help me go ride Nira? It's been a while." I closed my eyes and let out a breath of relief. Of course. I watched him for about an hour riding his horse with one hand, going back and forth across the field. The horse galloped as he ordered her, and stopped when he ordered her to. He got down from the horse, scratched her neck and rubbed her face. He placed a kiss right on top of her nose. "Good girl," he tapped her side as he walked towards me, pulling her harness to follow him. I smiled at them. "Looks like you love her so much," I pointed at her. He nodded, looking at her. "I do. I love her and I love Jack, Bruno and Max." "You don't look like an animal person," I chuckled. "Why not?" "I don't know, you look," I shrugged, not sure how to explain how I see him, and he was waiting for me to finish my sentence. "I don't know how to explain it. I love them because they can't be fake. They can't lie about not loving you. They are loyal." I tilted my head and watched him. Thinking that everyone around you could be unloyal, is a horrible feeling. It made me feel empathy for him. I would have been sleeping with one eye open if I felt like people want me dead and I didn't trust the people around me. He started walking with the horse, and I followed him. Why do I feel like you're not happy about what happened? I mean, I understand you got shot, but other than that, you didn't lose anything. He looked down at me for a few seconds. Maybe he was wondering why I was asking that, or maybe he was shocked I even thought about that, but I wasn't sure. Fox won't leave us. We took millions of dollars from him and gave him nothing. He took a deep breath and looked away. Fox is not easy. He will come at us with nothing we will not expect. You will, you always do. He looked at me again, this time with a smile. He let out a huffed laugh and softly nodded. We spent a few minutes not talking, but he wasn't silent. He was talking with his horse as it could understand and answer him. Why, Nira? I asked as he gave her grass to eat and rubbed her right above her nose. He gave me a small look before looking back at her. I don't really know, he shrugged. Nira means black in Ibelin. When I got her, I was talking on the phone with someone, and I told him that I got a black horse in Ibelin, so the word Nira just rang in my ears. I decided to name her Nira. I laughed, wow, so creative. He smiled at me. Always. A little later, the boys called us to go eat. We put Nira in her stall and walked back inside to the dining table. I went to sit in my place next to Cassian. He grabbed himself a glass of whiskey before taking a seat in his place at the head of the table. I leaned closer to him. You drink too much whiskey. He gave me a nod. I got used to it. He chugged half of the glass in 2 seconds, swallowed and let out a small huff. Are you okay? Yeah, he answered without looking at me. You look nervous. I'm not, he shook his head and took another sip. I am just thinking. About what? He looked at me, and I shut up. I might be asking too much, but I was only trying to have a conversation with him. He softened his look on me and said, We have a party tonight, either it will go really well or really bad. I wanted to ask what party and what would make it go bad, but I didn't want to trigger the cold look he gave me a few seconds ago again. I just nodded. I will let everyone know that Fox is out of the equation, and whoever will work with him will not have SP anymore. He gave me the information I was looking for. He took another sip of his drink as we watched the boys get in their seats, fill their plates, chat and laugh together. Bella, I looked at him, I am telling you this for one reason. Whatever you do, do not get out of your room tonight. However, I don't do well with orders. Listening to the loud music and the loud talking was very appealing to drag me out of bed to look for a beautiful dress and get ready to go party with them downstairs. I knew Cassian would not take this well, but I knew that the longer I spend trying to look good, the easier it will be to convince him that no one will notice me because I blended well with the crowd. I got out of my room and locked it from the outside. It wasn't a frat party where people would go into rooms to have sex, but I didn't feel like trusting gangs with my room open for some reason. I scanned everyone around. Everyone was older than I thought they were going to be. They were all my father's age or even older. Just a few of the people were young, but it was clear that the boys were the youngest in the room. When my eyes were searching for a hint of Cassian, I heard a spoon tapping glass. Everyone turned to look in the same direction as Cassian's voice filled the room. I would like to say a few words, everyone. And there he stood, his eyes flying across the room like a dizzy bee. My eyes softened when I saw him in a black suit and white shirt under it, and his hair was well done. First of all, I want to thank every single one of you for coming tonight to the Dominic's house. I hope you are enjoying, well, the beginning of the night. Second of all, I want to give a huge thanks to the Ravens for their protection. Without them, what happened to me would have been 10 times worse. The last few days were hard on this house, and what is coming won't be easy for all of us. So I wanted to just announce that me and Fox no longer work together. Chatter started in the room, but Cassian didn't stop talking. And with that being said, you all know that we can't mix people with ones we don't share business with. I hate playing this game of pick and choose, but in situations like this, you have to. His flying eyes finally landed on me, and the seriousness in them turned to coldness. His nostrils flared and his eyes didn't blink. At that moment, all I wanted to do was run back up to my room and pretend that I didn't step out. I know I am putting you in a hard choice, but you know you're always welcome to stay with me, and I wouldn't hold it against you if your business is better with Fox, but don't blame me for cutting my business with you. Cheers. He raised his glass, making them all do so as well. Then when the attention was no longer on him, he placed his cup on the bar behind him, then rushed towards me like an angry bull. The music started playing again, and the voices got louder. He grabbed my upper arm and led me out of crowd. Didn't I say not to get out of your room today? He hissed. I wanted to see if you were a good host. I tried to turn it to a joke, but he didn't buy it. Go back to the room now. Stop, I whined. I won't do anything, I will just mind my own business and just watch. It's not what you could, it's what can be done to you. He whisperingly yelled. No one will do anything. I blend well between everyone. No, Bella, you don't. Why not? He paused. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked around, trying to think of something to say. You don't blend in with these people, Bella. You are way too clean to even be here. Ace, Mateo called, come meet the people. He looked at him, then back at me. Go, I will be fine, I assured him. He licked his bottom lip and looked deep into my eyes. Bella, if anything happens, come find me. I won't be too far. Ace. Mateo called again. Nothing is going to happen, Cassian, just go. I pushed him. I watched him walk away with Mateo to a tall, intimidating man with gray hair and a red suit, but Cassian didn't look like he cared who that man was. He just shook his hand and started talking like he was one of his friends. Someone tapped my shoulder, making me look away from Cassian and turn around. You scared me, Damien? What are you doing here? He asked, a warm smile on his lips and a glass of liquor in his hand. I don't know, I shrugged. I was bored in my room, so I thought why not just go downstairs and join the party. Joe laughed and shook his head. You look good, red suits you well. He scanned my dress. Thank you. I tilted my head. I have to say suits don't suit you at all, Damien. Thank you. He smiled and I laughed. Joe. Cassian called. I will be right back. I nodded. I moved to the bar, thinking about what I should get. Something in my head kept telling me to give whiskey another chance. Since last time I tried it, I hated it. And I did pour myself a glass of whiskey. And I hated it. Hey, beautiful, an unfamiliar voice whispered in my ear, making me gasp and turn around. The man was probably older than my father. He was holding a glass in his hand which was almost empty, but by the way he looked, I was sure that this wasn't his first glass. He got closer when I didn't answer, making my back hit the kitchen bar. Who are you? I am with Cassian. I thought that maybe bringing Cassian's name will scare him away, however, he smirked. How can Cassian pull such a gorgeous girl like you? His hand cupped my side, bringing my heart to my knees. Before I could do or say anything, the man was pulled away from me. So courageous of you, Liam, to mess with people from my side in my own house, aren't you? Cassian's hand was around his neck, pinning him to the kitchen wall. If I see you messing with my people again, I will ruin you, Liam. The man nodded. Cassian let him go. He held his throat, breathing and coughing as Cassian was pulling me away. Did you just save me? I teased him, trying to lighten the atmosphere, not wanting him to tell me I told you so. No, he coldly answered, I saved myself some trouble. Now, will you go to your room? What he said triggered me, and at that moment, more than anything, I wanted to break his orders. When I am done having fun, I said and walked away. After that scene, everyone was amused watching me. They started dancing together on slow music, then loud music, then slow again. I just sat on the side and watched them. I tried to keep my eyes to myself, but they kept pointing at Cassian or looking for him. And he kept his attention on me too, but every time I sensed that he would turn to look at me, I pretended to be busy, looking at someone else or doing something else. "Do you dance?" I gasped. "You scared me, Damien." "Again?" He laughed. "If you feel uncomfortable, why are you staying?" What is it with everyone obsessing over the idea of me staying in my room? I angrily said, "I want to have fun too." "This is not a party, Bella." "Yes, it is. Music, people, alcohol. I don't see how this couldn't be a party." He shook his head and sipped on his drink. "Even Mateo is having a blast." I chuckled and watched him. An unfamiliar girl was barely sitting on his lip. His hands were on her hips, and his head was buried in her neck, leaving kisses here and there as he whispered things in her ears I didn't want to know. From the clothes she was wearing, I hoped she was not his girlfriend. "Mateo is always having a party, you know. He can't sleep on his bed if the other side is empty." He laughed and turned his eyes to me. "See? Why can't I have fun for one night too?" We stood silent for a few seconds, scanning the room for more surprises. "Do you want to dance?" he yelled over the music. I smiled. "Of course." I got up, holding my long dress to avoid falling and making a fool of myself. I walked a little closer to where everyone was dancing. I placed my hand on Damien's shoulders, and we started moving in sync. "You don't know how to dance, do you?" I joked. "Does it show?" "Horribly." I smiled and he nodded. "You're not the only one doing what they can't do." "What am I doing that I can't do?" "Dealing with these people." "I can." Before he could answer, a hand pulled me away from Damien. I was forced into Cassian's arms, his hand gripped on my waist and my hands were forced on his shoulders. "What are you doing?" "Follow my lead," he groaned in my ears, sending chills down my spine. "Wow, you can dance." He carefully leaned closer to my ears, making his breath hit my neck and his hands tightened around my waist. I am full of surprises. Even if it was just a few minutes, I savored every second I spent dancing with him. My head was a few inches above his shoulder, and our chests were hugging. I watched the vein in his neck react to the way he was breathing. His cologne matched well his strong. Chapter 13. Does he really think that a paper like this will scare me? Cassian yelled, holding the letter between two fingers and waving it around. He was walking left and right, an angry bee that was waiting for her victim to sting. I stood behind the door of the office door and watched them from the glass. "Ace, calm down, we have guests, you know." Damien took a step towards him. "Joe, this man," Cassian grunted and shook his head. "Okay, I say we get out there, then deal with this later." Mateo pointed behind him at the party. Cassian instantly shook his head. He slammed the paper on his desk and gave the boys his back. He raised his index and started intensely waving it. "Someone out there is betraying us." Cassian paused. "I invited everyone, making sure that they would all want Fox's head like me and more." He takes a deep breath from his mouth to calm his anger, but it didn't work. But the fact that when he found out about the party and that he wasn't invited, he sent this letter right after my speech just means that someone here is reporting to the Lees. "Then I say we go out there, bring the place upside down until we know who it is." Mateo yelled. "Shish." Cassian ordered him to shut up, as he stood there thinking about what would be best to do. They all kept their mouths shut until Cassian started to talk more. "Okay, here's what's about to be done." He turned around and faced them. "We will all go out there, act as if nothing happened, smile in their faces, be friendly, whatever you do." He nodded, then turned to Damien. "Joe, I want you to find Al, tell him to tell the Ravens to be ready. Looks like war is about to start." He then turned to the other boys. "Boys, I want you to divide each other to each talk to a Mafia or gang member. I want you to be subtle, boys, because what we are about to do will bring Fox under our shoes." They all looked at each other, unsure of what was about to happen. "Boys, you need to learn this by heart because I won't say it twice. Mateo, you will say subtly that we keep all our SP pills in our downtown warehouse. Luca, you will say that it all is in our warehouse on Elm Street. Nico, our warehouse in the desert, and Matteo, say in my old apartment. Cassian finally took a breath. Be clear that it scares you since there is never enough security in the place, which makes it easy to get Marco bed, and of course, make sure that it doesn't have any SP before tomorrow morning. He noted their facial reactions before carrying on. Tomorrow morning, I want each one that said where the SP will be hidden to go there and camp. Take as many men as you want with you, but be careful that if our plan gets known, they will get us even more confused about who's betraying us. Man, that's complicated, Matteo scoffed and looked around, digging his hands in his pockets. It is. But this isn't our first war, boys. And this time we have the Ravens on our side, Cassian nodded. I want so the second you see a member of any group coming near where you camp to immediately let me know. What if they tell the Lees and Fox tells them to take all the SP, so we don't see the person who is betraying us? Damien asked. They are all very intelligent men, Damien. I don't think an intelligent man will sacrifice that much money for Fox. What I know will happen is that Fox and the boy that betrayed us will go together to each ensure they get their amount. Cassian took a sip of his untouched glass that was on the desk. Did everyone get what you have to do? They all started nodding. Now go. I stepped away from the door and acted busy. I saw the boys stand in a circle, whispering and pointing out who they will talk to. In no time, each one was already talking to a different man. Cassian walked to the door, scanned the room for a bit, and nodded when he made eye contact with a man. He wanted on the door until this man reached him. Alfie, I need to talk to you. What are you doing so close to the office? I gasped. Can you stop scaring me? Do you want me to knock next time? He teased, tapping my shoulder, but I shook my head. Are you eavesdropping? I am not even doing it on purpose. I just don't get what is happening. It's complicated. He looked away, and the smile on his face disappeared. What is? I don't think I can tell you, Bella. He took a sip of his drink. I shook my head and looked away, expecting that answer from him but disappointed by it. I spent about an hour alone, watching over the party like a movie screen, imagining how all these people could be criminals, and how all these criminals are in the same room together, openly. I also wondered about the police, and if they even knew that an enormous number of criminals exist, and they have no clue about it. Ace left the office, socialized for a couple of minutes, then went back to his office, waiting to know who in this room betrayed him. He stayed in the same position after everyone left, after all the boys went to sleep, after the whole house turned from a blast to deafening silence. He stayed in his office till the next morning, sitting on his desk, his head in his hands, waiting to know who of the boys will be back with the news he has been waiting for. I barely slept last night. I kept going downstairs to check if he went to sleep or not, and he stayed there motionless. I finally decided to go in and ask him if he wants breakfast around 10 a.m. I knocked on the door, and his eyes immediately flew to the door. He closed them for a couple of seconds when he realized it was me, then waved his hand for me to come in. Good morning, I simply said, unsure of his mood and if he would be open to even talking to me. Morning. His voice was deep and tired. I wanted to tell him to go rest, but I decided not to. I was, about to make breakfast, so I thought I could ask you if you wanted some. No, thank you. He coldly answered, leaning back against his chair with the glass of whiskey in his hand. I let out a long breath and internally rolled my eyes. He watched me. Maybe he was waiting for me to leave the room, but I walked closer to the desk and sat on the empty chair in front of it. Can you at least explain what is going on? I asked. He let out a small laugh and closed his eyes. He shook his head and took another sip of his drink. You looked good yesterday, he smiled, ignoring my question. Ace, I called, I am confused. Why does Fox hate you so much? And what business did you even have together? And Bella, he called with a cold tone that rang through the walls of the room, I have a headache and this isn't a game. This is serious. So don't annoy me. Maybe I can help you. No, you can't. But you can't. He raised his eyes to meet mine, making sure that his words would go through me. I hate how belittle you think of me. I stayed and fought, not because I wanted to defend myself, but because I actually wanted to help him. Bella? He closed his eyes, demanding peace that I knew wouldn't give him unless he tells me what is going on. Okay, maybe you just need to talk to be clear with yourself, map your ideas. I stared at him and him at me. He didn't know if he should tell me or not, but I could tell he was enjoying the game I was playing. He moved forward in his chair with a soft smirk on his lips. He placed his glass and crossed his arms on the desk. Okay, he nodded, challenging me to prove that I can be helpful as promised. There is someone betraying me who was at the party yesterday, he started. He took a pencil and leaned back on his chair and started playing with the pencil between his fingers. So I came up with an idea to tell a different boy in a different gangs or mafias, a different place of where I keep my SP pills, so he tells Fox. He gave me a few seconds to make sense of what he said. But little did he know, I heard everything yesterday, so I knew in advance what he was going to explain. Then I told them to come and tell me if they see one of the men there. What if only the boy goes without telling Fox? Or what if another boy that you told goes to have the pills on his own? There isn't one boy that will go without having good security with him. Not to mention that they wouldn't want their bosses to find out they are betraying them. If it isn't the boy that is working with Fox, he wouldn't have the courage to go alone. Wow, genius, I nodded and he gave me a scoff. So why are you stressed now? I am not stressed. Then why have you been in this position for the past 12 hours? He raised one eyebrow and studied me. I leaned back in my chair, waiting for a response. Are you spying on me? No, I just saw you wearing the same thing as last night, and last night you were sitting the same way, so, I shrugged, very proud of myself for the fast lie I came up with, but from his smirk I knew he wasn't sold. Okay, but what if no one shows up because they are just scared? Or maybe they won't do it today, maybe another day? They are all stupid. They would want the drugs to trade with the money. Or they would just sell it. They would need them as soon as possible. And if whoever it is smart, he would pick today, because it is the day after the party. The day I am not focused and hungover. Are you? No. They don't know that though. Even if whoever is goes today, he won't go in the bright morning, he will go at night. You watch too much television, he smirked again, but you're right. I sat there with a big smile on my face. Admitting that something I said made sense to him was the biggest accomplishment I have done that day. But you looked good in red, you. Thank you. I remembered that is your favorite color, I smiled. Yours too. After a few minutes, we decided to finally go to the kitchen and make breakfast together, but that didn't happen. He just stood there the whole time, watching me make us sandwiches. The silence was abrupted by his phone ringing. He immediately left his glass and answered his phone. I looked at him, waiting to hear why did this caller get so much attention out of Cassian. I was lucky enough that he put his call on speaker. Luca, he called. Yes, Cassian. Men came here and they are looking everywhere for the SP pills, men from Fox's side and... Who did you talk to yesterday, Luca? He asked the question he needed an answer for. Elio. Whose man is that? The King's. John Perry? Yeah. Ace hung up when he heard the name he was waiting for. He started looking through his phone, then pressed it on his ears and started walking away from the kitchen. John? It's Cassian. I need to meet you as soon as possible. Chapter 14.
Cassian. I cleared my throat before entering the great mansion right in front of my eyes. The walls were higher than ours, and the lights were 10 times more powerful than the Dominic's. I let out a small scoff and shook my head before driving closer to the entrance. Before saying anything to the security, they opened the gate and waved me in. I raised my eyebrows, realizing that I forget that people know who I am. I parked behind many cars, and when I got out of my car, a man ran to me. "Mr. Perry is awaiting your visit," he said, and I almost laughed. I knew right then that I needed a similar fancy language in my house. I thought I could get a maid, but then realized the boys would eat her meat and bones. I nodded, refusing to open my mouth because once I open it, sarcasm would fly out of it. I followed him into the house and into the living room. I took a seat and let my eyes wander around the room. "Welcome, Alejandro." "I haven't been called by my real name in so long, John," I smirked as he approached where I was sitting. "How can you not use your full name?" "Alejandro Delgado, a magical name, isn't it?" He took the opposite seat from me and crossed his legs. "Please call me Cassian. I will never forget Dominic calling you by your full name when you disappointed him." "Yeah, but now you're the one disappointing me, Mr. Perry." I leaned forward and kept my eyes staring into his. We didn't have time for chit-chat and memories. My blood was boiling to listen to nonsense. He raised his eyebrows. A small challenging smile appeared on his lips, surprised by my confidence. I took it as a cue to continue what I started. "I am wondering if your boys are well trained, because Dominic taught us never to betray an alliance." "Who betrayed you, Cassian?" "Dare I say you did." His mouth opened, or to be fair, one of your boys did. "What do you mean?" His smile disappeared. "Elio," I nodded, then leaned back in my chair. "Elio, one of your boys, is working with Fox, who I clearly declared my enemyship with at the party." He shook his head. With nothing to say in mind, he got lost in his thoughts. "You have to be wrong. Elio is." "Now, Perry, you don't sound like you know me well," I scoffed. "I am well aware of what I am saying." His silence gave me the confidence to feel like he didn't have any proof to contradict my shocking news. "Listen, I will not take it to heart, and our business will continue, but I can't give you his head, Cassian. He is one of my men." He sure was unsure of whether he should defend him or give me his head. "I don't want his head. I will need him to catch Fox, then he will be yours to punish the way you want." Without any more words to exchange, he picked up his phone and ordered his men to bring Elio where we were. I was well welcomed with drinks and dessert, until I saw Elio walking in between two men. John stood up and rushed to him, and before any words, he slapped Elio, dropping him on the ground. "How could you betray me? Betray us?" I didn't know what to do. I had no options. I was told to do so. He begged. "You should have told me." John's voice rang through the high walls. "I couldn't. I really couldn't." He cried some more. "And who did you betray me for?" "Fox. That ant. The one who wants to ruin the market." "For what?" "For money. From fear." "What did he give you?" "He threatened me. He told me he will kill me if I am impressed," I finally spoke, catching all the eyes in the room as I walked closer to where they were. When Elio's eyes met mine, they widened. "I really am. I am surprised by your confidence." I smiled. "You knew who you were messing up with. You knew who I am and what I am capable of doing, and you had the confidence to mess with me." "I am." No, I don't want to hear it. I hate apologies. They mean nothing when you fuck up. "What? Some words you throw will erase everything." I shrugged and looked down at him. "I could fix it." "I will." I took a few steps away and raised my hand, smiling. "Great." I grabbed my gun and with one swift, pointed it to his head, but I don't give second chances if they don't benefit me. I heard his breath hitch and his eyes close. "No, look at me," I yelled. He opened his eyes and shakily looked up at me. "You're going to obey me until I tell you to go." If he threatens you with your life and you got scared, you don't want to see what I can do. I will do whatever you tell me to do, Cassian. I nodded and put my gun away. On your feet. You're coming with me. I started walking to the door without looking back. Thanks for the warm hospitality, John. When I parked my car and got out of it, Jack, Bruno, and Max started barking to the scent of a stranger inside the house. I turned to look at them and saw Bella kneeling down to calm them down. I softly smiled, understanding that she was playing with them before our arrival. I didn't know this house had chicks. I heard the smile in Elio's voice and rolled my eyes. I turned around to face him. Listen, I smacked my lips together, you're here for a purpose. You're not on vacation. I pointed my index finger at him as my heart pumped in my chest, fighting not to break his nose. Look at her one more time and I will pop your eyes out of your skull.
Chapter 15. I sat on my desk, playing with the ice in the glass in my hands. I waited for silence to be able to throw them the news. The boys were getting into the room, chatting and laughing together, as I organized my words to know exactly what I was going to say. "Let's ask Cassian," Damien's voice caught my attention. I looked up at him. "Why is Elio here?" I nodded. "I will explain everything," I calmly said, placed my glass on my desk and got up. "As you all know, we were playing our little game to know who was betraying us for Fox's benefit. We found out it was Elio, and I thought it would be a good idea to make someone who betrayed us, and who is helping our enemy, to sleep in the same house as us." "How brilliant," Matteo growled. I sighed and tried to have as much patience as it would take them to understand. "If I kill Elio, then we don't get forward. I will use him to get us closer to Fox." "Ace, are you considering him killing one of us at night?" Matteo walked closer to me. "Matteo? No, don't. You make decisions on your own, and expect us to follow and obey your orders. I am doing everything for the good of this house." I stayed calm. "No. You're doing things that could kill us all. If you're so scared, lock your door at night, Matteo," I smirked. He stared at me, then scoffed. He shook his head, then said, "You're so arrogant." I raised my eyebrows. "You think you're a strong man, who someone like Elio won't have the guts to kill you, right?" "He's not going to do anything, Matteo," I shut my eyes. "Because you know everything, right?" I nodded. "I do." I smiled and sat down. And that just opened the door to finally talk about something more important than this nonsense. "So let me tell you why we are having this meeting after all." I took a seat back in my chair. "I got a call," I started. "I know you all know the following information, but I still need you to listen attentively." I took a pause. As we all know, I was always Dominic's right hand. And as we also know, he died recently and unexpectedly, so we weren't able to assign anyone to be boss in his place because we were never sure who Dominic actually picked. As expected though, his right hand takes control until a new person is assigned by the head. I looked around at the faces that were emotionless and the unblinking eyes, knowing exactly how they will take the new sentences. I was also prepared for what to do. Now, I stood up. The call I got was from the head, obviously. And he told me who is assigned in Dominic's place. "Hold up." As expected, the first voice that wanted to be a part of this conversation stopped me. "Are you telling us you're taking Dominic's place?" Matteo called out. I rolled my eyes at his impatience, but it was helping me out. I took a deep breath and looked him straight in his eyes. "Did you expect someone else, Matteo?" I tilted my head. "Why do you think we agree you rule over us?" "Matteo," I shut my eyes and tried to control the adrenaline that was rising up. "Matteo," I raised my voice. "I don't see fucking Dominic around to have his right hand rule." I stood up and slammed both of my hands on the desk. I looked dead into the eyes, challenging up. Mentioning Dominic was where I drew my red line, and the least he could do is respect the dead. I shut my mouth and tried to control my tongue, before if anything comes out of my mouth at that moment it would end up with him on the floor. "When you talk to your boss, you talk with respect," I calmly watched him trying to catch his breath. "Or what, Cassian?" "Trust me, Matteo, you don't want to know." He stormed out of the room and shut the door behind him. Silence filled the room as I sat back in my chair, trying to recover from the idiotic scene that I had encountered. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for a few seconds before carrying on. "To continue, I will be ruling over the Dominics just like Capo told me. If you have Marcolums with that, you can go complain, but from now on what I say is non-negotiable. Is that clear?" "Yes," said Damien. "Yes, boss," said Nico. "Yes," said Luca. I gave them a single nod. That will be it. They all turned to get out of the office before I interrupted them. "If Matteo is willing to have a man-to-man conversation, tell him to come to my office. If not, I give him until tomorrow afternoon to be out of the house, him and everything he owns. They were all speechless at my reaction. I might be acting rough with them, but being a boss of a gang wasn't something light to deal with. And it wasn't also something I was used to, or even tried before. I was thrown into taking into hand everything after Dominic, and I had to show that I was able to do it. They all left the room, and before they closed the door, I saw Bella standing right in front of it. She held the door open for a few seconds and looked at me. Then she walked in and closed the door behind her. Is there something wrong? I asked. You didn't have to do all of this to Matteo, Cassian. He didn't say anything wrong to you. I sighed. She walked closer to the desk and took the opposite seat from me. I know you have a huge load and now you are stressing, and that is fine, but I am not stressing. I know you won't admit it, but no, Bella. I warned her, catching her attention. If I let it go this time and allow him to speak badly of me and Dominic, I will never be able to be the boss. He didn't disrespect me, but he spoke with a raised tone and didn't wisely pick his words. That cannot be tolerated here. She knew that no matter what she told me, nothing will change my mind. She simply nodded and looked down at her hand. Chapter 16. Bella. That night, they all went to bed disappointed in Cassian. He was harsh and heartless with them. Mateo didn't talk to anyone for the rest of the night. He went to his room and shut his door. No matter how many times they knocked on his door to talk to him, he ignored them. I kept wondering if he was thinking about leaving. But the next morning was even rougher to give any time to think about themselves. Sometimes circumstances force the one to get over his pride and act together to overcome the Pimarculum. That day was one of those days. I woke up to yelling for Cassian's voice and banging on his door. I quickly jumped off my bed and got out of my room to see what was happening. "Ace, wake up!" Damien yelled as they all knocked on his door. He finally opened. His hair was messy and his eyes were tired. "What is going on?" "Elio is gone," Luca yelled. "The garage," Nico started. "We got a call from the SP garage." He tried to watch his breath. "Fox is attacking the garage. What do we do?" Ace's tired eyes switched to alerted. It was like his brain was able to quickly adapt to the circumstances. "What are you waiting for? Go," he sent them off. "If you see Fox there, don't hesitate to shoot his fucking skull." He yelled at them as they ran down the stairs. He looked at me, noticing my presence in front of my room door, then looked away. Seeing Cassian stressing was terrifying to me, but I felt the urge to say anything to calm him down. "Everything will be okay. Don't worry." He looked at me again and didn't answer. He shook his head and walked downstairs. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I knew he wasn't positive at all. I followed him downstairs. Hours passed and we still had no news. He was standing, silent and mysterious like always. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I didn't ask for details. All I knew was that the pills they sell are in danger from this Fox. He didn't look like he would have the patience to explain to me even if I asked, so I sat still on the couch behind him, watching him sip on his whiskey glass, balancing the ice, creating a melody hitting the glass, and looking out of the window with his other hand in his pocket. But all of a sudden, someone started to bang on the door, making both of us look at each other. "Open this goddamn door, Cassian. I know you are inside." Someone yelled through the banging. "Damn it," he yelled. He placed his glass on the table next to the window and walked closer to me, grabbed my hand and ran to his office. He walked us inside, locked the door, then walked to the lab. He opened it, pushed me inside, then followed me in and locked that door too. My heart was beating faster than it ever did. Even that far from the door, we could still hear the banging. "What is happening? Who is that?" I asked as he tried to gather all the tables of the lab, throwing all the pills on the floor, to shove them against the knob to make it harder to get to us. "It's Fox. He tricked me. I knew I shouldn't have sent all of them." He hit the wall with his fist. He scanned the room, moving left and right, trying to think of a solution, but he wasn't able to. His phone started ringing. He took it out and answered when he saw Mateo's name on the screen. "Mateo, he is here. Fox is here and he's not alone, and I have Bella. Come as fast as you can." Right when he lowered his phone from his ear, we heard the front door break and I screamed. He ran to me, shushed me and placed his hand on my mouth. His quick and heavy breath was hitting my forehead. "It's okay, you will be okay." He nodded. "I promised you." He reminded me. I nodded too, trying to overcome my fear. He promised. He promised to keep me safe, and he never broke this promise. He never did. He moved his hand from my mouth, and for some magical reason, I wasn't scared anymore. Minutes passed and we both didn't move, not wanting them to know where we were. Something about his body heat sent peace to my own. I felt safe. The closer he was to me, the safer I felt. But they kept getting closer, and the voices were getting louder and louder. Until the banging was on the lab door, and the yelling was perfectly heard. They tried to break in but weren't able to. They were banging, calling Cassian and telling him to show up. "Are you scared?" He whispered through the loud banging and the yelling, moving even closer to me, so that our bodies were touching and our breaths were sinking. "No," I mumbled. "I am." For the first time, I felt like the Cassian, who nothing could scare, was terrified. His eyes looked straight into mine, refusing to break the gaze as if his fear had something to do with me. Maybe he was afraid something would happen to me, or maybe he was afraid because, for the first time, he cared for someone. I wasn't sure. "Yeah." "Terrified." He shook his head and leaned closer to me. He closed his eyes and brushed his lips against my neck. His hands rested on each side of my face on the wall behind me. Then his arms let go of their support and pulled me into his arms. Something about this hug scared me. It was too tight that I could hear his strong heartbeats against my ear. "Ace. Come out." Man to man. Fox banged louder, getting closer and closer to getting us. He pulled away and looked straight into my eyes. "Take this," Cassian whispered. I looked down and saw a gun in his hand. "But that's your?" "Take it." He took my hand, placed the gun in it, and closed my hand on it. "And if something happens to me, run as far away as you can. Travel even," he placed his hand on M's chin, "and forget everything that happened here. Forget everyone," he paused and tilted his head, "forget me." I shook my head, and before I could say anything, he spoke again. "Leah," he caressed my cheek as my heart dropped and broke into a million pieces at the nickname he gave me. For a few seconds I saw my father in his eyes. "Promise me you will take care of yourself," he told me, and that was enough to show me the reason for his fear. For the first time, I actually felt like he cared. For the first time, he called me something other than Bella. "As soon as I leave you right now, you go hide next to the door, and right when they walk in, I will draw them deeper inside. As soon as they are far from the door, run. Hide. Don't let anyone find you. I won't leave you here alone, Cassian." I sobbed. "Bella." He groaned. "Listen. To me?" He nodded, wanting to hear me agree to his plan. "Promise me." I nodded, but he pressed harder. "Promise." "Me?" "I will." I agreed through the banging that was getting louder and louder, syncing with my heartbeats. We share one last eye contact as a form of goodbye, and I wished I was able just to pause this whole scene for 1 second and appreciate it just a little longer. I wanted to hug him, kiss him, tell him that I will miss him and be safe. I wanted to be vulnerable, just like he was a few seconds ago. But we both knew we didn't have time. "Go," he yelled, pushing me towards the door before following me to it. I hid where he told me to. Then he opened the door and quickly moved to the end of the room. Not so long after, men barged in, moving closer and closer to Cassian as he walked to the back with his face facing them. "You fell, Cassian. This is your end." Fox pointed a gun at Cassian's head after loading it, but seeing its laser on his forehead angered me. I could hear my own heavy breath. I knew that Cassian was waiting for me to leave so he could start defending himself, but I refused to give up and run away. And before realizing what I was doing, I moved closer to him and pointed the gun blindly at Fox, then fired. But the gun between my hands wasn't the only one that fired. Fox turned for a split second, searching for whoever aimed at him, allowing Cassian to snatch the gun pointed at him. Without any hesitation, he fired. Fox yelled in pain, falling to the ground. Cassian hovered over him and pointed his gun at his head. "Tell me now who fell, Fox." He pulled the trigger. "Ace," I yelled, stealing his attention. He knew what I wanted when I gave him pleading eyes. He clenched his jaw, thinking if he should listen to me or not. He looked back at him, his gun still pointing at Fox, and my heart was begging to jump out of my chest, run to where Cassian was and snatch the gun out of his hand. I screamed when the gun fired again. I shut my eyes, not wanting to see Cassian killing, not wanting to see someone getting killed. "This is the last life in this game, Fox. If you cross paths with me again, I won't hesitate to blow your skull, Fox." Ace grabbed him by the neck and pointed the gun to his head, facing him to his men. "I shot him right next to his heart, which means you have about a few minutes before he dies. Would you rather save your boss, or let him die to kill me? Your choice." Fox kept moaning, yelling and groaning out of pain. Two of them stepped closer, but were interrupted when Cassian's gun pointed at their heads. "All of you, out. Now." Cassian screamed, "I will come with you." They all listened to him, and turned to leave the room. Concerned faces passed by me out the door. Cassian's arm was around Fox's neck, and his gun was still pointed at his head as they walked closer to me. On his way out, our eyes met, and his message for me was so clear. He was angry and blameful at me for demanding him to let go of the person who did all of this to bring him down. I tried to follow him out, but he stopped me at the office door. "Stay here." I stayed but watched them walk to the front door. They all walked out, but when Cassian got to it, he threw Fox out and shut the door behind him. We shared the same eye contact again, but after a few seconds he broke it again and walked to the window, watching them drive away from the gate. Ace raised his phone to his ear, and after a few seconds of silence he spoke. "Are you all okay at the gate?" He paused for a few more seconds. "Call Dario. How don't you have the number of our doctor?" He waved his free hand in the air. "Fine, I will send it to you." "Ace?" I called him right when the silence filled the room again. He pulled me into his arms and hugged me tight against his body. I shut my eyes, allowing my body to relax for just a few seconds. I was listening to his heart beating, and the longer we hugged, the calmer it got. Then finally, he took a deep breath and pulled away. "Ace," I called again, wanting to talk to him for many reasons. I wanted to ask him if he was fine. I wanted to thank him for not killing Fox, and I wanted to tell him that he could talk to me if he needed someone to listen to him. "Don't," he warned me. His back was still facing me. "Why are you mad at me, Cassian? I saved you." I chose a very different question. He slowly turned, his eyebrows raised and his eyes widened. "Saved?" He scoffed. "Bella, you made me give up the one person that wants me dead." I watched him, confused that he wasn't happy no one got hurt. "Why did you listen to me then if that was the right thing to do?" He stayed silent, though I knew he had something to say. "Tell me." I pushed for an answer. He looked away and said, "I didn't want to remind you of the day you saw Dominic." He refused to finish the sentence that brought my heart to my knees. I had nothing more to say. I stood there wondering what had happened all day. He was scared because of me. He called me Leah, he told me to run away, he told me to forget him, and he didn't kill Fox because of my feelings. I gulped to find the words that could make anything better, but I only said, "Thank you." A few seconds later, the boys walked in, rushing to Cassian and asking about what had happened. "Nothing. I shot Fox, but he didn't die. They took him and left." "Why didn't you just kill him, Cassian?" Matteo yelled. "I couldn't." He looked at me, but I looked away. I didn't want to see the same look he gave me earlier. "Matteo," Cassian changed the subject. "I want to know how they were able to get into the mansion." I called the men on the door, and just one person was shot. "I want to know where the hell these dogs were when Fox and his men got to my lab door without one gun shooting." "I am guessing it's Elio, you know," Damien started, catching all the eyes in the room. "It makes sense to let them in and run away to save himself and help the person he betrayed us for." Ace nodded. "That is very remarkable." "I told you, Cassian. I told you we can't trust someone who sold us to our enemy," Matteo said. "Matteo," Cassian warned him, "just go check with the securities if they know or saw anything." Matteo nodded and left the room. I locked eyes with Cassian again, thanking him for what he did for me, and begging him to forgive me for putting his life in danger. But he simply closed his eyes, shook his head and walked away. Chapter 17. The next day, they were all back to usual, talking and eating and enjoying their time. We were all sitting around the table, and while all of them were having fun, Cassian was focused on his whiskey glass, playing with it, making the ice inside hit the inside of the glass. I was sure he was focused on something, but a part of me felt like he was doing everything to avoid my eye contact. I was sure that whatever happened the day before were feelings forced by the fear we were both in. His looks for me, his touch, his hug, everything was based on not seeing me again. He didn't think that the next morning, we would be sitting at the same table, right next to each other, taking breakfast with the boys, and not dealing with any damages created by that horrible night. He suddenly got up, taking his glass with him. "When you are all done, come to my office." As soon as he started to speak, the room dropped silent. They all nod and assure him. All the eyes in the room were directed to him, along with mine. But when his eyes turned to meet mine, for the first time since yesterday morning, my heart dropped. "You too, Bella." And with that he left the room, leaving me behind with all the eyes of the room burning the side of my face. I cleared my throat and got up, grabbing my plate with me. "Bella?" Damien called for me as I exited the dining room. I looked behind, knowing exactly what he would say. "Is everything okay?" Okay, maybe that wasn't what I was expecting. "Yeah," I smiled. But he didn't buy it. "Are you sure?" I hummed again, walking to the kitchen. I rinsed my plate and put it in the washing machine. "After tomorrow, no one is expecting you to be okay, Bella. You know, we are all used to this, but we all know that you're not." I turned to face him. I placed my hands on the island behind me. "It was hard, but I survived, right?" I chuckled. This couldn't get any more awkward. "You can always talk to me," he gave me a soft smile. "I was so worried for you." Before I say anything, his hand was caressing my cheek and his eyes were reaching for my soul. "Okay, maybe now it is more awkward." "Thank you, Damien," I nodded. He dropped his hand from my cheek. "Anytime, tall." I smiled at the nickname he gave me, which reminded me of yesterday when Cassian called me Leah. "Let's go," he said, before making our way to Cassian's office. I was unsure of why Cassian wanted me to be there, and so was everyone. Mateo's eyes were piercing me, but I avoided his eyes. I never knew why this guy hated me that much. "I am going to start by saying," Cassian started, catching the spotlight in the room, "yesterday was horrible for all of us." As his eyes wandered from eye to eye in the room when they landed on mine, I felt like these words were directed to me. We are not easygoing, and we are certainly not easy to break, of course, all thanks to everyone in this room. He took a deep breath and stood up from his chair and started walking around the room. And that leads me to explain that since Bella was a part of the horrible event that happened yesterday, I brought her here to assure her that this isn't the usual. He looked at me. "That being said, I keep getting calls. Overall, a lot of people know what happened to Fox." "That's perfect," Mateo blurted out. "No. That is not perfect at all," Cassian corrected him. "The big people Fox works with won't let that pass easily. They will do everything to bring us down, because Fox's image reflects on their image. So we have to be more careful than usual. These people are capable of doing everything." "How careful?" "First, to enforce the front door again, not just fix it." He looked at the boys. Nico laughed and Cassian nodded. "And we also need to get the guards to be more aware. This is Mateo's job." He pointed at Mateo and he nodded. "And second, we need to find Elio. No matter where he is, we need to find him." I stayed behind, after everyone left the room. Damien came next to me. "We're going to go outside and have a little fun time to forget about yesterday. Drinks and all. You want to come?" He smiled. "I will, in a bit." He frowned, looked at Cassian, then back at me in confusion, but nodded and walked away. Cassian was pouring himself another glass of whiskey. "Do you need anything, Bella?" he said, without looking at me. "Yeah," I started. "I wanted to ask you a question." "Go ahead." He still wasn't looking at me. He opened the tray of ice that was on his desk, opened it and took 2 with his hand and dropped them in the glass. "I want to learn how to shoot," I finally said, and that caught his attention. He stopped in motion and looked at me with confusion filling his eyes. I awkwardly smiled. "Why?" He smirked. I wasn't sure if he was mocking me or proud of my question. "Because next time I want to aim at someone, I want to get him," I giggled, and he let out a hint of a laugh. His eyes locked on me, motionless, speechless. I raised my eyebrows, asking for an answer when the silence continued to take over. He finally nodded and placed his glass down on his desk. He walked closer to me. "Let's go." I was taken aback by what he said, but he didn't hesitate. "Now?" He opened a small closet full of weapons and grabbed 2. "Yeah." He handed me one. "Here. Follow me." He disappeared behind the walls. I looked down at the gun in my hand. "You have a shooting range in here?" I wasn't mentally prepared for that. I shook my head and ran to catch up to him. I shot, but it was nowhere near the aim. I groaned. He shook his head and walked closer to me. "You're doing it all wrong, Bella." I can't even see anything because of the baby helmet you planted on my head," I blurted out my frustration. "Calm down," he chuckled. "It's not a helmet, it's for the shooting noise." "Well, you don't have one," I argued. "I don't need one," he smirked. "I don't need one too." He paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "Fine." He placed his gun on the side and approached me again. He came closer, took it off and placed it next to the other gun. "You can't hold the gun like that." He watched me. "It's so loose in your hands, if you're pointing it at someone, they will easily take it from you." I sighed and tried to understand how to hold it tightly, but have it comfortable in my hands to be able to aim. Before I could realize what he was doing, he snatched my weapon with one hand, and with the other he held my hand, spun me so that my back was against his chest and the gun was pointed at my head. He leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "Now you're dead." The air flowing out of his mouth sent chills down my whole spine. I closed my eyes to collect my thoughts and focus. I nodded, showing him that I understood, but he didn't move for a couple of seconds. "I guess I am," I barely found words to say. I bit my bottom lip when he slowly let go. I turned around, and he handed me back the gun. "Try again?" I nodded. I took a deep breath and tried to hold the gun as he told me, but he clicked his tongue. "You're holding it wrong again." He placed himself behind me, way too close that I could feel his chest against my back again, but this time gently. "Relax, you're so tense." How can I relax when all I can focus on is the warmth of his body against my back? "I'm not." My breath hitched when his hand extended on either side of my body. "You are, Bella." His voice was gentle, or maybe he was simply trying to calm me down. He placed his hands on my hands. "Relax your muscles." I nodded and took a deep breath, trying to ease myself up a bit. "Now, your index can't be on the trigger if you're still placing yourself. Once you put it on the trigger, you're shooting." He placed both of his hands on mine, showing me how to hold the gun. "Then these 3 fingers down there, holding the gun tight." He placed my finger. "You have to make it feel like it belongs between your hands. It can't be in loose hands. So with your other hand, you have to put it here. Not in front of the trigger but below it to keep it in place." He placed my other hand and squeezed them around the metal. "Now when you shoot, the gun won't be loose into your hand, which will make your bullet go where you aimed, because it won't shake around in your hand." He explained, his hand still around mine. "Now the shooting part." He pushed my hands forward to the maximum, which made him lean forward against me. His head was right next to mine, making his whole body embrace mine. I gulped and tried to put my attention on the gun and not on the effect this closeness was doing on me. I nodded and breathed deeply. "Now you're going to push forward with your shooting hand and pull backwards with the other." "What?" "Patience," he scoffed. With this hand, he squeezed my right hand. "You're going to push forward, and with this hand, he squeezed my left hand backwards. This will be helpful when you shoot to be in control of the gun, of course, while squeezing." I could perfectly hear him breathing in and out. Now, I want you to squeeze with only your left hand so you could give the power to your right hand to be able to shoot. His hands loosened on my own to give me space to do what he told me to do. Put your index on the trigger. He loosened his hands even more as I did so. Ready? He whispered and I nodded, not trusting my voice. Shoot? I shot right next to the aim. I could feel his breath against my neck while his eyes were on me. You did it, Leah, he whispered in my ear. I smiled as my heart pumped into my chest. The adrenaline of shooting, mixed with the tension of our bodies being close, was driving me crazy. I didn't know if I wanted to jump from happiness or smack my lips against his. I simply gulped and nodded, not wanting to look at him simply because I didn't trust my guts. But he didn't move. He stayed in this position, looking at me, breathing against my skin, his chest on my back and his hands hugging mine. Ace. Luca yelled from afar. Ace slowly broke the position we were in by looking behind us. There is a phone for you in your office. I have to get this. He gave me a small smile before taking both guns and emptying them. I nodded, waited for him to finish, and followed him back into the house. The next morning, I spent it in bed, reading a book I found in my dad's desk. It was full of action, but the romance in it got me interested. However, my peace and quiet were interrupted by Cassian's yelling from downstairs. That is not a good enough answer, Damien. Ace, it is not like there is something I can do that I didn't, you know that. I put the book on my bed and hurried downstairs, but stayed on the stairs, not wanting them to realize I was standing there. Joe, I want Elio and I want him alive sooner than later. I have people working everywhere. All I know for now is that he is still in the country. I am trying. Damien yelled. Not hard enough. Cassian yelled louder and walked away. Joe threw his hands in the air and scoffed. His eyes found mine and got even more disappointed. He bit his upper lip as he looked at me. I expected him to tell me something, but he said nothing, looked down and walked outside of the house. I sighed and followed him out. Joe, I called out. He turned to face me. He was breathing loud and deep, unable to keep his eyes focused on one thing. Joe, I wasn't sure what to say. Ace is only like this because of the attack and he wants Elio because he betrayed him. He looked at me like I had grown another head and shook his head. Dominic never yelled at any of us because of something out of our control. He was able to understand. He was able to be there when we needed help. But Cassian doesn't care. He sits back and orders us to do things. Joe, you're just mad right now. You know Cassian cares for all of us. Us, he scoffed. That wasn't your words a few weeks ago, but I guess Cassian has his magic on girls. My heart ached at the meaning behind the words that flew out of Damien's mouth. I scoffed as he walked away from me. Chapter 18. As part of a life where every decision counts, one wrong move can cost your life and one wrong decision can cost the money you did everything to have. It is imperative that you control everything you can and cannot do, because if not, you will create a whirlpool of dangers that will deepen and darken over time. Joe asked the whole house to gather in Cassian's office, claiming that what he had to share was important. We all walked to the office and for some reason, Damien shut the door behind us, even if no one else was home. Cassian's calming expressions weren't mirrored in the other faces in the room. Okay, first of all, I want you all to know that I tried my best. Joe, Cassian interrupted, giving him a warning look, wanting the bottom of this. But I knew from Damien's constant blinking and deep breathing that the news he was about to share wouldn't garner good responses. Okay, it is about Elio. You know, he looked around when he sucked all the attention out of Cassian. He's out of the country. I expected Cassian to yell and fight with Damien, but he simply clicked his tongue. He got up and walked closer to Damien. You had one job, Damien. I didn't know Cassian. How do you expect me to stop him when I know nothing about him? Your job was to know everything about him. Not just what you can know. Cassian shook his head again and looked around. I'm sorry, Cassian, but I really tried my best. That triggered Cassian's anger. No, you did not. Cassian pointed his index finger to Damien's nose. If you did, you would have at least found out earlier he was planning to leave. He didn't book the ticket while on the airplane. You had time to know and time to stop him. He finally paused and nodded. But it is my fault to trust a coward like you to do men's work. And that triggered mine. Ace. I yelled. All the eyes in the room were on me, as surprised of my outburst as myself. My heart started beating faster when Cassian's eyes slowly left Damien's and turned to find mine to flame them, cook them and devour them when needed. He was angry at me for standing up for Damien, but I knew I had to. He stepped closer to me, but I raised my chin up. I did something, and I was able to stand up for myself and for Damien. All that bothered me was that I didn't want to do this under all these eyes in the room. Do you have something to say, Bella? His voice was sharp as a knife. You disrespected Damien, Cassian. You can't do that to your own people, I said, and he raised up his eyebrow. Excuse me? You can't call him out like that and insult him for something he didn't do on purpose. He scoffed. Making a mistake that could cost our lives and using the excuse of not doing it on purpose is not acceptable. But you did the same thing when you brought Elio here when everyone was against the idea, no? You risked everyone's lives too. And you had him under your hands too and let him slip. No, I have a better idea. How about you take my place, tell them what to do, and I will go in your room and hide from people who want to kill me? I winced at the disgust of his words but smiled. I knew how to get under his skin, and I didn't want to. But he started, and my words were nothing but a reaction to his actions. You're so insecure, I hope you know. You're incapable of taking care of your men after my dad, but you're trying to look like you're the amazing boss of the upcoming age, coming to save them after the king died, but you're simply making them hate you. You're always fighting with Mateo, always yelling at Damien. You never listen to the others because you think they are young and stupid, but without even asking, I know my dad used to lead this better than you. So now, Cassian, I don't want to take your place, but you can't deal with your men, then these shoes don't fit you. And like that I walked on and slammed the door after me. As soon as my eyes stared at my ceiling and was able to normally breathe again, guilt started to eat me alive. I knew that Cassian was confused and unsure of what he was doing, but he couldn't show it because he was the leader of these boys. He had to be strong, he had to be rough. Keeping a gang was not easy, let alone take the legacy of someone who knew exactly what he was doing. I took a deep breath and looked up at my dad's picture. I looked him in his eyes, wanting him to talk to me. I wished I knew this lifestyle earlier. I would have gotten used to it. I would have found my ways to protect myself. I shook my head. My head was full of thoughts, so many unsaid questions I wished he could answer. A few minutes later, someone knocked on my door. I thought it was Cassian, so I sat up, ready to face him. But it was Damien. "Hey Damien," I smiled and sat back down on the bed. He walked closer to me and sat next to me. "I just came to thank you for what you did for me today." He looked down at his hands. "You know, like for standing up for me." "Don't thank me," someone had to face him. "It shouldn't have been you." He looked up, connecting our eyes together. His narrow black eyes had more words to say, but his tongue kept them a secret. "I mean, because now you are in trouble, because of me." "Don't worry about it, Damien. I didn't do it just for you. I did it for everyone Cassian is yelling at." I gave him another smile that he didn't return. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth to say something but shook his head instead. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," he mumbled. "Tell me," I insisted. He looked away. "This is why I like you tall." My heart dropped. Silence filled the room, and I quietly begged him to keep talking. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't say anything, as if my tongue had been swallowed. He sat there still and sadly, just staring at my lips. I took a deep breath as quietly as I could. He leaned in just a few inches closer to my lips, but before I could react, he pulled away, falling back into reality as if he was in some sort of a dream on cloud 9 and was thrown back on Earth. He looked confused, looking around. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes for just a few seconds, then opened them to look deeply into my eyes. I bit my bottom lip. Confusion filled me and he saw it. Not sure what to do or what would be the right thing to be done. When he saw my confusion, he shook his head and got up. "I just came to, He rubbed the back of his neck and looked away as if my eyes were stealing his words. As if he couldn't let his tongue speak, because his eyes were mesmerized by mine. "I came to thank you for, standing up for me." I watched his Adam's apple rise and fall back into place. He took one last look at me, and then turned his back and walked out of the room. I blinked a couple of times, trying to understand what had happened, but my mind was left confused. So many questions invaded my mind, and I wasn't able to place my finger on one to start solving the riddle. But how come I don't find it strange? As if all along I expected Damien to want me, to want to kiss me, and I chose to ignore it. But why is the question? The puzzle pieces started to get multiplied, and I didn't know how to play the game. How come he likes me? How did I neglect it? And why? Why was I never able to look at him the same way he looks at me? Why not? It is way easier, way more reachable. My heart ached at the thought that I may be liking Cassian. But what is even love was then my question. Is it the attraction? The affection? The care? I grimaced when I thought of it again. Thinking about Cassian in that way was not a welcome thought. I cannot allow myself to open my heart to this arrogance, to this pride. And if this doesn't balance the scale, who he is will do the job. How would it be hypocritical if my only P-marcolum with my father is that lifestyle, if I end up falling in love with a criminal? I closed my eyes when guilt started to fill my heart again. I shouldn't have yelled at him in front of everyone. I knew what my words could do, words that were able to harm him better than the bullets he survived. He knew how to push my buttons, and I broke his ego in the process, the only thing precious to him, the only thing he used to control his men, the only thing he wore as a mask to hide his buried pain. The mask he wore for years and stuck to his face with hot glue that just touching it was damaging. Adrenaline shot into my body. As an erratic beast, I couldn't stop from running around the house looking for him. But my eyes weren't able to find him. I opened the front door and walked to the back, wishing to find it lingering around nature. And I was right. But what I saw broke my heart better than the guilt that poisoned it. He sat on the edge of the pool, his legs dangling in the water, wetting the pants, surrounded by empty bottles laying on the ground in puddles. Another one was between his grip, and his stare wasn't focused on a specific thing. It was dark, and the weather wasn't friendly tonight. The air was cold, and the wind was keeping him company. He didn't notice my presence, so I stood there in silence, wishing I could go back in time, and stood silent as he talked to Damien. My words made of acid found their way under his skin and tore it apart, leaving the broken bones exposed to the hurtful pain. He chugged more of the liquid in the skinny, dark bottle between his fingers. His unsteady movements were enough indications that he was drunk. I tried to create an entry to open the conversation with him, but his state was not helping. I didn't know what to tell him, or even if I should tell him anything. I knew it was probably a better idea to walk away and let him be, but I refused to let that thought in. He took the last few drops in the bottle, looked at it weirdly, as if it wasn't normal that it wasn't providing more of the liquor he expected from it. He let out a long sigh and let it fall next to him, breaking in two. I gasped, but he didn't seem to care. He grabbed a full one from behind him, opened it and started chugging it too. He started to lose balance, so he placed his empty hand on the glass next to him. He winced and I hurried to his side. Careful. I held his hand, making sure he was okay, but he was bleeding. It wasn't deep to worry, it was simply on the surface. He looked up at me with his mouth closed and his eyes trying to stay open. He tilted his head and blinked a couple of times, still scanning my face as if he was unsure if I was really standing in front of him or if he was hallucinating. It's not deep, so it should stop bleeding in a couple of minutes, I added, but he still didn't say anything. He simply turned back to stare into the void and took another sip of his bottle. I think that's enough drinking, Cassian. He frowned at me, rolled his eyes and took another sip, challenging me like a child. I let a long breath out and closed my eyes. I tried to free the bottle from his tight grip, and I didn't want to be harsh on him. I sighed and looked around and wondered, why is no one doing anything about this? I looked around on the floor at the many bottles again, and inhaled. He raised the bottle to his lips again, but before the liquid could hit his lips, I stopped the bottle and pulled at it. Let it go, Cassian. You think I am a child, you will take care of me? He said, his voice piercing my ears. Ace, look around you. This is too much alcohol. Are you yelling at me again? He smirked and I paused. I didn't know if I should talk about what happened but keep it when he was sober, but a part of me felt like he was that damaged because of my words from earlier. I'm sorry, Cassian. I know I shouldn't have said what I said. I really didn't mean it. I genuinely said. He started laughing, confusing me even more on what was inside the shell that was laughing in front of me. He paused and looked at me as if he was going to say something, but he simply started laughing again. What? I asked. It's funny. He shook his head. What's funny? You think your words hurt me to the point that I'd be sitting alone at night on the pool, drinking? He motioned around him at the bottles on the ground. Fine, I crossed my legs and sat next to him. Tell me, why are you drinking at night alone on the pool then? He looked at me, his eyes questioning what I was doing, but he couldn't get an answer. He drank some more of his drink and looked away. I realized way late that maybe in our life, it is better to forget how to love, to harden our hearts. My heart dropped and my breath hitched. Many questions invaded my brain. Is he talking about me? Does he love me? Why would he rather forget how to love? Is he conscious of what he is saying, or is he too drunk to know? I couldn't find words to answer, so I stayed silent, wanting him to speak some more. You know, every time any of us love someone, they end up losing them, and it hurts like shit. He hiccuped once before drinking more of the bottle in his hand. I opened my mouth to tell him that it's not true, that if he told me he loved me, I won't leave him, I won't hurt him, I won't have the heart to break someone I love too. But I didn't have time. Dominic was my everything. He threw his hands in the air. I felt like he threw my heart on the ground and stepped on it over and over again until it died. I gulped, trying to swallow my pain. He was my father, my brother, my friend. He shook his head, and somehow just like that, he snapped with his finger, he's gone. I looked away, hating being in this situation. I was glad I kept my mouth shut, but everything in me was crying, because for just a few seconds, I admit to myself, and was willing to admit to him that I liked him, that I wanted to be with him. He was such a great man, a smart man too, he nodded. It was so much easier with him. He sighed and I closed my eyes, wishing I could go back in time and didn't say anything. Right? He looked at me, his eyes so tired and sad. I nodded. He was also a great father. He was never able to tell me no. He was willing to do anything to make me smile. He smiled at my words and nodded, as if he knew what I was talking about. But his smile was long gone when he remembered he was gone. I took a deep breath and looked up, wishing to see him again. I wished I had more time with him to appreciate him more, appreciate him the way he deserved to be. He formed us from scratch. He met Matteo, hitting a man and killing him. He met Nico crying in the corner of the street. He met Luca looking for food in the garbage. He saw Damien getting kicked out by his sister and met him wandering around with nowhere to go. He paused and smiled. When he found me, I was a little broken kid who was losing his little brother to hunger. He started erratically blinking, as if the more blinks he did, the more he could remember. He saw me go in a supermarket and steal food and run away. He liked me and called me over. He said, "Little kid, come here." Cassian laughed, remembering the scene he was telling me. I went to see him, wishing he was giving me money. He asked me if I wanted to work with him, do the same things I did in the supermarket but more dangerous, more serious, but we will gain so much money together. At first I didn't know what to say, but he paused and winced. I tilted my head, not understanding why he stopped talking. I saw my brother fall in front of me. He wasn't moving. Dominic took him in his arms and drove us to the closest hospital. He closed his eyes as he was reliving the scene again. My heart was breaking at the thought of a little boy losing his brother to starvation. I had nothing to say, so I stayed quiet. I placed my hand on his shoulder, and he softly startled at my touch. I took my hand off for a second and placed it again. When he looked at me, his eyes were wet, but he was holding back his tears. I saw his chest rise and fall quicker than normal and his chin twitching. He was doing everything to not show that he wanted to cry, but I know that inside, he was slowly breaking into million pieces. Maybe it's true, I can't take care of his legacy. I wasn't ready to hold everything in a blink of an eye. He sniffed, but I couldn't see his eyes to be sure he was crying. He kept his eyes focused in front of him. "Maybe you're right," he mumbled, breaking my heart even more. "No, Cassian, I was just mad. You're doing a great job. You're clever, we're able to protect us from Fox and we're able to protect the SP, and we're able to know who stole them. You are doing so good, Cassian. I shook my head and looked away. I didn't know that just a few words could play with someone's head to that point. I held his chin and turned his face to look at me. His eyes were turning red, still refusing to cry. "You know Dominic would be proud of you." His head was moving around, too heavy for him to hold it up. It was hard for him to keep his eyes open, and his blinks became longer. His gaze fixed my lips, and it was getting harder for me to breathe. He let one tear fall as he closed his eyes and leaned closer to my lips. The closer his lips got to mine. Chapter 19. That night created unbearable tension, at least for me. He didn't show any emotions, as usual. Having Damien in my room trying to kiss me, and having Cassian drunk at night trying to kiss me too, was too much for the three of us to handle. However, I had to act fine because I wasn't sure if Damien actually wanted to kiss me or he was simply thankful for standing up for him, and I also wasn't sure if Cassian remembered the night at all. The morning silence set up the mood for the rest of the day. I was bored. I knew it was time to ask Cassian for anything to do in my day. The house was quiet, but everyone was moving. When I went downstairs, I saw Damien feeding the dogs and Cassian in the kitchen making his breakfast. He was only wearing gray sweatpants with socks, allowing me to see his tattoos for the first time. His back was facing me as I analyzed the small tattoo on his back and the couple little ones on his arms. I couldn't really see them from where I was. I waited for him to finish and leave the kitchen so I could make my own breakfast, but with time, I felt like he was doing it on purpose to take his time because he knew I wanted to make my breakfast. When he finished doing his sandwich, he stood there turning to face me, leaned on the counter with his sandwich in his hands and started eating. I let out a long breath of annoyance and got up to do my own. I took out an avocado from the fridge to make an avocado sandwich. I took out the vegetables and walked to the sink, right next to where he was standing, to wash them. I blinked a couple of times, trying to avoid his eyes, but I could feel his gaze burn the side of my face. With every bite he took from his sandwich, his gaze on me was left stronger and more obvious. I turned the water on and washed the vegetables, ignoring his tall body shadowing on me. When I finished, I put everything on the side and realized that I needed a plate from the cabinet right above the counter he was leaning on. I tried to reach from where I stood but couldn't. I looked at him, looking at me. "Can I take a plate?" I asked. "A plate?" he asked, taking a bite. "Sure." He shrugged with his mouth full, not moving at all from his place. I huffed and tiptoed, opened the cabinet and groaned to get a plate. On my way back, I fell on his chest, trying to catch the plate before falling. I looked up into his eyes that were staring at my lips. I was paralyzed for just a second, letting our breaths mix as if the moment was frozen. But I quickly stepped back and returned to doing my sandwich, trying to catch my breath without showing I lost it. He kept staring at me as I did my breakfast. He was standing there with his arms crossed, just watching me, sipping on his whiskey glass. I was sitting on the kitchen bar and pretended not to see him. But that wasn't the only awkward encounter for us that day. Aside from what happened with Damien, sitting on the table at dinner to eat together, I was socializing with everyone, but I knew Cassian was staring at me. I caught him a couple of times, and even if I looked at him, he didn't look away, as if he didn't care about me catching him staring. And after dinner, I waited for him to open a conversation with me for hours, but he never did. Damien, on the other hand, was completely avoiding me. His eyes were searching for me at times, but when they landed on me, he forced them away. I didn't understand why this could be, because I was scared to know the truth. I kept avoiding even thinking about. "Bella, come." Nico yelled at me from across the room. I looked back at him, standing at the door of the dining room. "What?" I smiled. Nico always made me feel like a child who simply wanted to have fun. "Just come," he insisted and went back into the dining room. When I walked in, I saw him, Luca and Damien standing at the two edges of the table with cups put in a triangle shape. I instantly knew what they were playing. Matteo and Cassian don't want to play. And Damien and Luca want to lose together. So you have to be my partner, so I can prove to them I am better than both of them combined. What makes you think I don't know how to play beer pong, guys? I smirked. Nico started laughing as soon as I finished my sentence. Damien just avoided my gaze, and Luca widened his eyes. "You know how to play?" Luca yelled. Of course. This was my favorite game in any gathering in university. I explained, taking one ball and throwing them the other. "Let's see who starts." I insisted on drinking every shot they scored against us. I started to feel dizzy, but I didn't mind it. We were equalizing every shot, but since they started first, Damien was playing the last shot. This was the first time he looked into my eyes for that long that night. "Let's go, man, bring us the victory," Luca said, rubbing his hands together. Joe shook his head and looked at the last red cup on our side. He shot and missed it. "Joe!" Luca yelled and did a whole 180 around the room, making me and Nico giggle, knowing that if we scored we would win, and if we didn't we both would have to play again. "Let me," I grabbed the ball. "All yours." Nico stepped back, having full faith in me. I looked at Damien and smirked. I looked at the cup and without hesitation, I threw the ball. It landed right in the liquid, causing me and Nico to cheer, high-five each other and jump in happiness, and making the other two groan in anger. "Losers!" Nico yelled and started laughing. Ace walked in the room, probably wondering about all the screaming. But he didn't say anything when he saw us playing. The thought of the morning about wanting to do something with my day rushed back in my brain. I walked towards Cassian. "Can we talk?" He looked down at me without blinking. He nodded, turned his back to me and walked out. I followed him to the living room. We sat on the couches, and he looked at me, waiting for me to start talking. I was wondering if I could go and look for a job. He raised his eyebrows as if I grew another head. "Bella, you're not on vacation here. Do you remember why I brought you here? I understand, it's not safe or whatever. But I can't keep being stuck at home with nothing to do all day. You have so many things to keep you busy here. You have the dogs, the horses, the shooting range, the pool. Fill your day all you want inside the house. But I don't want to fill my day inside the house. I want to see the streets again." "Did you have a job?" he asked. "No, but I was looking." I sat back in my seat. "What is your degree?" He took a sip from the endless whiskey. "Marketing." He nodded. "I will keep that in mind." He got up and started walking away. "What does that mean?" "If I find something to suit you, I will tell you." He disappeared behind the wall. I took a deep breath, closing my fists and flaring my nostrils. Why out of everyone on earth, why would you, Dad, pick him? "Are you okay?" Damien's voice made me close my eyes and let out a loud breath. "I will take that as a no," he chuckled and sat in front of me. "What happened?" "I don't know. I really don't." I groaned. "Calm down," he smiled and nodded. "Tell me what happened." "Ace has been so weird with me yesterday because we almost kissed." I stopped and looked at him when I realized what I just said. I saw his Adam's apple rise and slowly drop back. He pretended he didn't care, but his reaction made me wonder if he actually tried to kiss me, or was it just all in my head? I shook my head, and he has been so awkward with me since yesterday. There is so much tension for no reason. We didn't even kiss or anything, and he was so drunk. I don't even know if he remembers yesterday, or he is just being his weird self. I closed my eyes and dropped my head back. He nodded and looked away. I hate how I can never tell what he is thinking. And I hate how he never says what he is thinking about. Like, why is he so mysterious? He let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, Cassian has always been a complicated one." I shook my head. "Anyways, I am sorry if I complain so much." I pushed my hair behind my ear. He shook his head. "It is my pleasure to be your personal psychologist." I laughed along with him. "Anyways, I guess I will just go to bed." I got up. I looked at him, not knowing what to say. "Thank you, Damien." I hugged him, wanting to thank him for everything, then walked to my room. Only a couple of minutes after I walked in my room, someone opened the door again. "So I'm mysterious, huh?" I shut my eyes, wishing and hoping that Damien didn't talk to him, and I was just hallucinating Cassian leaning on my doorframe. After having my interior dramatic breakdown, I sat up in bed and Cassian walked closer to me. "What did Damien tell you?" I groaned, hiding my face. "Joe didn't tell me anything. He went to sit on the couches next to the windows, so I got up and went to sit in front of him." "Are you spying on me?" I challenged him, raising my eyebrows. "No," he shrugged. "I just heard you both talking because I was just in the next room and you were yelling." Chapter 20. I woke up that day because of the air knocking on the windows of my room, and the bright sun finding its way to my closed eyes. When I opened my eyes, I saw the color of the tree started to change, and some of the leaves were falling. I smiled. Fall was my favorite season. The colors and the weather are all magical. It was a time of warmness and quietness, as if the universe is warning us to appreciate it before it's gone. Or maybe my happiness created by yesterday reflected on my overjoy of fall. I got out of bed, wanting to find Cassian, wishing that he doesn't repeat the awkwardness after the kiss again. When I saw his room door still closed, I knocked on it. "Come in," I heard him yell. I opened the door to face his bare back. I gasped as soon as my eyes met his bare skin, realizing that it wasn't only his back that was naked. I quickly turned my eyes away, but the image was stuck in my head. I bit my lip to not show my smile, hearing him laugh. What? You haven't seen boys naked before or what? I could hear him walk around the room, slow and steady. Sorry, I didn't know you're, my voice became my enemy and showed exactly how the view affected me. Why did you tell me to come in if you're? I sighed. You can enjoy the view, love. I will pretend I don't notice you looking. My heart skipped a beat and my throat got clogged. I wasn't sure what to say or do. I shook my head and got out. I went back to my room and sat in bed, trying to ease the embarrassment I just caused myself, and ease the image that my brain can't let go of. I will wait for you downstairs, Cassian. I shook my head and closed the door behind me. I stood there for a couple of seconds, trying to collect my thoughts on what had happened. I blinked a couple of times, shook my head and walked downstairs. The image of him standing there spinned my head. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost, you know. Damien's voice brought me back on earth. I chuckled, I've seen worse. He took a seat next to me. Ace is such a weird mix. What do you mean? I looked around making sure no one was listening. We kissed yesterday. He raised his eyebrows and gave me a yellow smile and shook his head. What? What is that smile? No, nothing, it's just that it's weird, you know. What's weird? That we kissed? Whatever he is doing. You don't think he wanted to kiss me, right? He stayed silent, so I looked away. It's not that he didn't want to kiss you, but he isn't thinking the same way you are, you know? Like the kiss that you are so happy about is something he does on a daily basis. I turned to Damien, angry at him but unable to say anything. Maybe because I was scared that he would prove it to me, or maybe because I couldn't say anything because I knew the reality but didn't want to admit it. Bella, Cassian called, come to my office. Joe looked back at me, shook his head, got up and walked away. I went to Cassian's office and shut the door behind me. He was standing in front of his desk, putting some papers together. He didn't even look up at me. Didn't you want a job? I smiled. You found me a job? Sort of. He started to put the papers inside a document, ordering them. I'm starting to get busy, and sometimes I can't keep up with what I have to do. He finally shut the document and looked up at me, killing every drop of excitement I had. You want me to be your calendar? I raised my eyebrows. He let out a sigh and tilted his head. I want you to be my assistant. Why can't you take one of the boys? I walked forward and sat on one of the chairs in front of his desk. On the top of my head, I'd rather have someone who has nothing else to do to be concentrated and organized, he started, and sat down too. Besides, since when assistants are boys? I looked away, unsure of what to say or do. Take this. I looked back at him and took the document he was putting together a few minutes ago. I will give you my agenda too. Make me a list of what I have to do and who I have to meet for this week, and when you're done, start on next week. Also, squeeze a meeting with Al tomorrow or after tomorrow. I opened the document, and I found small sticky notes with empty papers with 1 or 2 words in it, and phone numbers with unfamiliar names. There is the agenda, with all the numbers that are not in the document. He handed me a small agenda. Good. Let's go. He got up and started opening the lab behind his long portrait. Ace? I called, wanted to talk to him about what I thought he called me for, but again, he was ignoring me. Bella, I have so much to do, please go get started. And he disappeared behind the door, shutting it behind him. I looked down at the document in my hands and sighed. I got up and went to my room. Hours later, I was still sitting in the same spot, pulling my hair for my lack of understanding anything that was happening. I learned many things I didn't know before, and they all lead to a worse image of who I saw Cassian to be. He wasn't only doing SP, selling them, which makes him a dealer. He also had many buildings that he was renting, but it wasn't clear for what. He also had a company of import and export things I wasn't sure of, which made me wonder if that had anything to do with the SP. I sort of understand the reason why he built, or maybe my father built, many things to bring income so they don't seem like they are having illegal money. A company and buildings were enough camouflage for the drugs they were dealing. On the other hand, I ran through many names that I wasn't able to understand who they were. I didn't even know who Al, the person he told me to set a meeting with, is. What I understood was that Al's real name is Alfie, who is important to Cassian. Isra was also important, but that was all I understood. I organized all the names in proper papers and filled the agenda with everyone's numbers and who I understood they were. Then I put a small circle on the people I wasn't sure who they were. I put together the meetings that were already planned and wrote them on a paper that I put in the document, deciding that this will be the document where I will plan the meetings and important dates so I know when is when. I got up with the agenda and the document and searched for Cassian to ask him about who these people were and to show him what he had planned for the week. He was sitting with the boys downstairs in the living room, drinking as usual and joking with loud music. "Ace," I called. I saw Damien staring at me with his narrow and piercing eyes full of disappointment. His smile quickly vanished when our eyes met, which grew the confusion in me. I tore my eyes from his and turned them to Cassian's. A contrast I knew will always be glued in the back of my head. Damien, whose eyes hold forbidden emotions, hold veiled words he couldn't say, hold feelings he couldn't free, and Cassian, who is an empty shell, whose eyes know exactly how to stay numb and hide well what he is feeling. "Can I talk to you?" He got up and walked past me to his office. He sat down on one of the chairs beside his desk, and I sat on the one right in front of it. His eyes quickly saw the papers in my hand. "You have questions, don't you?" "Yes." He scoffed, putting his head in his hand. "What? What are your questions?" His smile was not able to leave his lips. "Why are you laughing? You ask a lot of questions." The few words that he said threw me back to the first moment he dragged me to his car to come to this house, not even knowing what was coming. I took a deep breath and shook my head. "I need to understand to do my job correctly, no?" He nodded. I knew that he was nodding not because he agreed, but because he didn't want to argue about it. "Anyways," I shook my head and opened the document in my hand and the agenda. "I don't know a lot of people. All the people that I have a circle around, I don't know. And some people I don't have full information for. And also..." "Bella," he stopped me. I looked up at him, and he leaned forward in his chair, facing me. "You don't need to know everyone and what they do. Only 3 people are important to know who they are: Isra, Al, and Alfie." "Wait, Alfie is not Al?" I widened my eyes and he closed his. "Al is the one providing us security, usually when we do exchanges only, but soon enough, he will hold the security of everything." He took a deep breath. "Alfie is the one who takes care of the dealing of the SP. He is the one who picks the people who we will distribute the pills for, and is the one that collects the profit." He leaned back in his chair again, rubbing his chin. "And Isra is the one who takes care of everything that is legal, basically, all the houses, the buildings, and the company." "Oh yeah. You reminded me. Do you have a company?" He sighed. "Yes." I blinked a couple of times, wondering if that was really all the answer I got. "And?" I pressed, waving with my hand to make him give me more information than just a yes. "It is a small company that I own, exporting and importing car parts." He explained. "Oh, so Dad wasn't a part of it?" "Kinda." "What do you mean?" "Bella, are you done with your questions?" I frowned. In the morning he used the excuse to leave because he was busy, but I called him sitting with the boys, not doing anything important. What else was important for him to leave? Why was he just avoiding me? When I stayed silent, he got up and walked behind the desk, taking out papers and started to write things. He just wanted to act busy for me to leave. I was sure, and that frustrated me even more. I spoke. What happened, Cassian? I took a deep breath, in order to get my voice to be heard. I wasn't sad, I was just furious. In what? His eyes didn't leave the papers in front of him, and his hands didn't stop writing whatever he was writing. I let out a small laugh and shook my head. Don't play stupid, Cassian. I got up and his eyes automatically met mine. You were there too, weren't you? With his eyes never leaving mine, he kept his mouth closed. You kissed me. My voice trembled and I wasn't sure what in him intimidated me. I was stressed to express how I felt. He started nodding. Yeah? I blinked a couple of times, hoping my ears didn't quite hear everything he said. This couldn't be his answer. Why did you kiss me? Do I have to have a reason? He tilted his head, waiting for me to answer that question. Well, yeah. I threw my hands in the air, knowing that I was right, knowing that he was driving me crazy, making me believe that everything that happened was faked. No. He shook his head and let go of his pen. It doesn't. In fact, it never does. It was just a kiss. Just a kiss? My voice was getting louder, and I couldn't control it. Yes. So was his voice, just a kiss. He blinked as I watched him, speechless and motionless. I never said anything. Never promised anything. So what makes you think that this kiss meant more? I gulped, feeling like I wanted the ground to open and swallow me. I had so much to say, but no energy to say it, so I just broke the eye contact we had and nodded. Now, can you let me go back to work? I refused to look back up at him, so I turned and headed to the door. I let my legs rush to my room. I shut the door after me. I sat on my desk and placed my head in my hands. Are you okay? I gasped, and turned to see who was able to get into my room without me realizing he even did so. I let out a sigh. Yeah, Damien. I am fine. Told you he's complicated. I raised my eyebrows, not knowing how he found out what was going on, but I was too exhausted to ask, so I simply nodded. I just thought. I shook my head. I knew it didn't matter explaining what I thought about. You thought it meant something. He finished the sentence for me. I nodded again. I let out a long breath and forced a smile on my lips. It's okay. It's just a kiss, right? I tried as much as I could to keep the smile on my lips, but my body was fighting me against it. Just repeating the words THT were said downstairs hurt more than hearing them. As if my body refused to trust my ears, and I had to repeat them to believe that this was the reality. Your kisses shouldn't be just kisses, you know? He softly said, and I shut my eyes, wishing it was Cassian saying these words. I parted my lips to answer, but couldn't find the words I wanted to say. Can I come in? Of course. I tapped the spot next to me on the bed. He walked closer and sat where I tapped. It's just, I shook my head. He told me a while ago he can't be in a relationship, which, fine. I admitted it, but then he gives me attention that can't come from someone who doesn't care. Or from someone who only cares and respects my dad. I feel it, Damien. I feel his love for me. I groaned, he doesn't even want to think about it. He simply nodded. He had nothing to say, and I didn't blame him for it. I simply wanted to vent. Chapter 21. Cassian. Just like I said, Al, you know that I would rather have your boys close to me. I am giving you an opportunity to live in the city instead of this. I waved my hand around at the endless desert and the dark world they live in. Ace, he took a deep breath and looked around at his people. These are my people. I have to ask them before giving you any word. And I can't give you my word without any guarantee. I will not make them have hope in something that doesn't look real. Since when my word is not an enough promise, Al? I added. I trust your word. But I am old now, and I have my prestige in front of the people I am creating a living for. These people trust me with their lives. I told them once to live in the desert and they followed me with their people, their families, and their kids. And if I tell them we will move into the city, it will be a promise, a sword on my neck. I trust you at work, in the SP dealing, in business, but I won't give you my neck if I don't have proof. I nodded and looked at the kids playing and the women laughing, and thought, how can people live happily in the desert that doesn't provide a home for anything other than vicious animals? And how can all these people follow a word from someone like Al, and put their lives in danger for his happiness, or even for money? Fine, I looked back at him. I will come next visit for proof, and for a place to show you where all your people will move in. Now you get me, Cassian. He smiled, showing me his yellow and stone teeth. I smiled back. Just do what I say, Damien. Find the owner of the house next door and tell them we don't want the house only, we want the land. Find out what they want in exchange and come tell me. Don't argue or anything, I just want information. And I will do the rest. He nodded and left the room. Ace Nico entered the office, pointing behind him. Alfie is here, he said he was called for an appointment or whatever. I interrupted him saying, yes, let him come. Hey, Cassian. He walked in and sat on one of the chairs in front of me. I took a sip of my whiskey glass. Whiskey? He let out a soft laugh and shook his head. You make me feel like whiskey is just orange juice for you. I nodded. When you get used to something, it doesn't affect you anymore. I took a glass from the tray next to my desk and filled it with the half-empty bottle. Yeah, you're right. I placed the glass in front of him. What do you want, Alfie? Your meeting was in 2 days. Why are you here today? He took a sip from his drink and nodded. There is a P. Marcolum, Cassian. I placed my drink down, giving him my full attention. A lot of the usual big gangs this month aren't responding to distribute the SP. They are not giving us an okay to take them. They were usually the ones running after us to buy the pills. I closed my eyes, knowing exactly why. I am suspecting that this has to do with Fox. I nodded, agreeing with him. Yeah, I took a deep breath and leaned back in my chair. What are we going to do, Cassian? This will affect us so much, not only in the money, but in the name of the pill too. If it stops being provided, it will lose its importance, and the people will find a new drug. Alfie, what did Fox give them that we weren't? I stopped his rambling. What do you mean? What did Fox give them to stop business with us? We need to find this out, and we need to provide them more than what Fox gave them to make them pick our side, not his. He shook his head. I am not sure. Great, I picked up my glass again and took a sip. Find out how much he gave them and double it. They will sell him in a heartbeat. I followed him on the way out, and saw Matteo and Damien helping the men fill the cars with the pills to go give it to the dealers. Good job, boys. Faster, faster. Matteo yelled. I leaned on the door, crossed my feet together and took a sip of my almost empty glass. Matteo, I called. He looked at me and walked closer. Be careful, Matteo, we still don't know what Fox is up to. Don't worry, Cassian. I gave him a single nod. He turned his back to me and walked to the car. As I watched the car disappear behind the gate, a voice caught my attention, Ace. I turned to face her, to look into her eyes and hear the words she was yelling at me with her mouth closed. I tried to push the gulp that raised in my throat. She looked away, and I knew that whatever made her call me made her decide to keep it for herself. She took a deep breath and looked around. Do you have more meetings today? I raised my eyebrow and smirked. Don't you have my calendar? She nodded, avoiding my eyes. I stepped closer and pushed her chin up with my free hand to make our eyes exchange words our mouths couldn't again. We stayed in the same position for a couple of minutes before she looked away again. What's wrong, Bella? I caught myself caring. Caring about how she felt. Caring about what she was thinking. Caring about how she saw me. Nothing. She gave me a soft smile and a challenging stare, telling me that I knew exactly what was wrong with her. I did know, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I should have done. If I went back in time, I would have kissed her again and again. And I would also tell her it meant nothing for me when she came to ask. Because this is me, this is who I am. I didn't know kisses meant so much to you. I pressed more just to open a conversation with her, and with an annoying smile, I got under her skin again. It's not a kiss, Cassian. What bothers me is what is meant behind the kiss that you can't admit. My heart dropped. She was the only girl that was able to read me without talking. She was the one person to speak with my eyes and know the secret I kept buried from the entire world. I looked away, feeling like my eyes were revealing to her things I would rather keep to myself. Bella, my tone changed from soft to harsh, and she smiled, knowing again that this change was simply a self-defense to keep what I want to myself. Don't act like you know me. I told you this kiss meant nothing. Unless you want it to mean something, I smirked, trying to get under her skin again, but she was unbothered. She smiled back, shook her head, and walked away. I bit my bottom lip, wondering how in hell was she able to get under my skin when I wanted to get under hers. It didn't anger me, it excited me. It created scenarios in my head I wasn't, for the first time, brave enough to act on them. Scenarios of pinning her and whispering in her ear that no matter how much she gets under my skin, she will never be in control. She will never win. Chapter 20. I am trying, Cassian. Everyone is saying that the house has been inhabited, for such a long time. The two small houses around have never seen the owner. Joe Damien shish. I raised my hand to his face and looked away. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. And after you get mad at me for yelling at you. I mumbled, walking to my desk. Listen, I want you to do something, but if anyone finds out you are behind this, I will be the one to bury you. He nodded. I want you to call the fire department. From a payphone, Damien? Please focus. Just simply say that you were passing by, and you smelled fire, and when you looked around you saw smoke coming out of this specific house. And give them the number. All the boys in the room exchanged looks, mesmerized by my ideas. I mentally rolled my eyes and took a deep breath. Once the fire department moves, they will reach the owner. And of course, the owner will fear his big mansion getting devoured by fire, so they will show up before the sun is down. Before the moon is up, I want you to make a deal with this owner to sign the house papers the same night, Damien. He nodded again and stared at me. Go, Damien. Please focus. He walked out of the room. I took a deep breath. I need to make an important phone call. I waited for the other boys to leave the room before dialing his number. I knew this phone call wouldn't go well. I didn't have a choice but to do it. In moments like this, I wish Dominic was alive. He was sure of what he was doing, and never had to make a phone call to excuse himself for not being able to keep his word. But one thing he taught me well was to stay confident, even if you know you are wrong. This was what I knew I was doing right. Ace? Hey Al, I sighed. I needed to tell you something. Go ahead. The house is not ready yet. We have been trying to find its owner, and as soon as we do, we will buy it and let you know. The silence was long, and I could only hear his heavy breath. I rolled my eyes, knowing what comes after Al's silence. Are you serious, Cassian? I knew I shouldn't have followed your words blindly. I shouldn't have told my people. Al, listen. Ace, Cassian, check, I promise my people a house in the city. You know what happens when you tease savage animals with a treat, and you don't give it to them? They bite you. I didn't say it won't happen anymore, Al. Listen to me, we are just going to take a little bit more time than promised because we can't find the owner. Ace brother, listen to me. There is no more business between us until you tell me the house is ready for us to move in. What does that mean? We are out of your protection? My promise means nothing if you can't keep your own. So the second you tell me the house is ready, you're under my protection again. The line ended, and the beep kept ringing in my ears for the next few minutes. I was furious. Not only at Damien, who put me in this situation, but also at Al for not giving me a second to explain myself. I punched my desk and sat down, trying to think of an alternative to protect ourselves without Al's help until he moves in. Mateo, I called. He walked in and closed the door. What is happening? Find a man to go to Al and tell him to come for a quick meeting. Don't you have an assistant now? He teased. I gave him a death stare, making his smirk disappear from his lips. Fine. The man left in the morning, a few minutes after my conversation with Mateo. He came back and told Mateo to tell me that he wasn't going to accept any meetings with me until his house is ready. Aside from telling the man to highlight the fact that our business is on pause until they move in. I sighed, knowing exactly what to do. Send him again. But tell him to tell Valeria Cassian wants to see you. Without telling Al, Mateo. Al can't know she is coming. With the setting of the sun, I had a car parking in front of the door. Right then I knew that it wasn't over. I quickly got up and made my way to the door to welcome her in. I opened the door before she knocks. Wow. She simply said. Her long flowy skirt and baggy shirt gave desert vibe, but somehow she was able to look good. Her long wavy hair laid on her either side of her face. As usual, her hair wasn't parted in the middle, making only half of her face show perfectly. Does it look like I was ready for you? I smirked. A little bit too much. She smiled back. I stood there for a couple of seconds, admiring the start of my victory. Luca! I yelled, not parting my eyes from hers. A few seconds passed before Luca found us. Yes? Flatten the four of her tires. She raised her eyebrows, but her smirk grew. What? Do as I say, Luca. You're telling him to ruin my car in front of me? So? It's better you know my intentions. You could have just politely invited me to stay the night. I clicked my tongue. Al wouldn't be so happy with you if he found out you willingly stayed. Why do you want me to stay, Cassian? I guess you have to wait to figure it out. She laid on my arm with the cigarette in her hand, creating clouds of smoke in the room. Our clothes were piled on the floor, and the bed sheets were barely on the bed anymore. We were both laying on our backs. I watched her as she took a deep puff, and slowly let it out, creating a new cloud reaching for the ceiling. I won't be able to convince Al anything though. She started. I didn't ask you anything. She turned her head to me, bending one of the legs. I know you too well, Cassian. I don't think so, love. She giggled and got comfortable in my arms. I have been in your life the longest, Cassian. I know things about you Dominic didn't. Don't tell me I don't know you. She rolled her eyes, taking another puff. Right when she breathed out the smoke, I saw Bella's face just outside of my half-open door. We made an eye contact that broke my heart. I quickly broke it and turned to Valeria and kissed her, then looked back at Bella's eyes. Valeria realized my attention was on the door, so she looked behind. But when she met Bella's eyes, she walked away. I let out a deep breath and closed my eyes. Why? Valeria softly asked, knowing exactly what I did, but I refused to admit she can read me. Why what? Why did you want her to see us, Cassian? Why did you leave the door open? What makes you think I left it on purpose? Ace. She gave me a warning look, wanting me to cut the lies. I took a deep breath and scratched my chest. Maybe that will make her not thinking of me anymore. Valeria frowned. She likes you? Yeah. Who is that? I saw her before. Dominic's daughter. No way. Yeah. She stopped talking for a few seconds, staring at me, trying to pressure me to talk about it, but I remained silent. Why don't you give it a try, Cassian? I looked at her as if she grew a second head. You know, Valeria. I closed my eyes for a few seconds. I don't do relationships. I don't have time or energy. Or maybe you haven't forgotten Lily yet. She uttered words hitting me like stones in my face. Chapter 23. I let my body fall on the bed, without trying to calm myself down. My heart was aching not because of what I saw, but because of how I saw it. He wanted to show me. He wanted me to see another girl lying in his arms. I never understood why or what did it change for him. Why was he treating me as if I was someone he hated, but then showing me signs that he was in love with me? I shut my eyes tight, trying to force my brain to stop thinking. What would it change anyways? He made it clear with what he did that he didn't want me, and never will. I turned on my side, letting my tears roll down the pillow. Why do I even care? I admit it, I did get attached. But it was all because of the affection he was giving me. I got attached to him because he made me get attached. He made me want him around me, and only me, because he made me believe that he would always be. I felt weak, mentally and physically. I felt confused, hurt, and exhausted. Since Dad died, I didn't get a minute of break. I didn't even have time to mourn my father's death. Falling for him was something I never intended, but why was he giving me this type of attention if he didn't have any feelings for me? Why did he promise me safety? Why did he kiss me? And I once said that I would be a hypocrite to judge my father for this lifestyle if I chose to fall in love with a criminal. It turns out that I indeed am a hypocrite. Someone knocked on the door, and I wished it was him. I wished he decided to come and tell me that he was sorry, and that he liked me and would give it a try. But it was Damien. "Hey, Tall," he mumbled before walking closer to the bed. "Hey, Damien." I sat down on the bed, wiping my tears away. He sat in front of me on the bed, staring at me with a sad look, knowing exactly how I felt. I looked up at him, trying to pretend that I was fine. It took so much effort of me not to cry more, but I lost my control when he opened his arms for me. I jumped in his arms and let all my pain out, all my confusion. He sat there, hugging me tightly and tapping my shoulders as I silently let my tears out. After minutes of shedding my tears, I sat back on the bed. He pushed my messy hair behind my ears, waiting for me to talk. "I am tired, Damien." I looked away, playing with my fingers to keep my hands busy. I am tired of falling for his tricks, and he simply pushes me away. I took a deep breath. I do like him, I do. I admit it. But isn't it because of him? Isn't it because he kisses me? Isn't it because he hugs me? Isn't it because he tells me not to forget him? I refuse to blink, not to let my tears fall again. Isn't it because he looks me in the eyes as if he was begging to throw himself in my arms and tell me he loves me? "Enough, Tall," he whispered. I looked up at him. I am so tired. My chin was shaking, and I was begging my body to cry again. "I am too, Bella," he yelled, throwing me off guard. "Don't you think it hurts me too, seeing you like this? Don't you think it hurts to see you crying like this? Don't you think it hurts me seeing you love someone else who is incapable of loving anyone other than himself?" He took a deep breath and broke the contact we had. I let my tears fall down my cheeks again. Maybe crying would wash the guilt that kept getting higher with every brick he threw at me. "It hurts me to want you when you want someone else who doesn't want you, Tall." He let his tears fill his eyes, but refused to let them win. "It hurts me when I hear you complain over and over again about him, and how he is hurting you, when I know if you give me a chance, I will give you happiness he could never give you." He whispered, not wanting me to hear the last past. He shook his head and got up, disappearing behind the wall. Before my brain could comprehend what was happening, Luca walked in. "Are you okay?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. "You don't have to tell me what is wrong. I am not a good listener." He let out his vibrant, famous laugh, making me smile and shake my head. "But I can help you forget your pain for a couple of hours." "How?" I quickly asked. "Come." The room was loud. The lights were dim. I wasn't sure if I couldn't keep my eyes open because of how much I cried or how much I drank. I lost count of how many shots chugged, but I knew I wanted to stop my brain from thinking. I wanted my heart to stop hurting. Here, Luca handed me another one, then raised his free hand and started dancing. I didn't know who was around, but I knew that Damien and Cassian weren't in the room. I let my body move to the music, but I knew I was only bombing my head up and down, which was all that my body could do in that moment. "You good, man?" Nico asked. It took me a second to get my eyes to find him, and when I did, I simply nodded, not wanting to yell to be heard. "Close your mouth then." I frowned, not sure what he meant. The room started spinning with me. I put all my weight on the kitchen bar and sat on one of the stools. I looked behind the bar and saw Luca making more drinks. "Give me," I said. "What?" he yelled over the music. I frowned and pointed at the glasses in front of him. "You drank a lot, Bella." I clicked my tongue and reached over the counter to take another one. Without hesitating, I let all the liquid fall into my mouth and swallowed it. I sat back down and left the glass on the counter. I closed my eyes. "I think you need to go to bed, little girl." It took me a few seconds to realize that it was Matteo talking. I nodded, agreeing with him, but couldn't bring myself to get up. "Do you need help?" "I'm good." I waved him away and got up with the help of the bar. I walked up the stairs with the help of the stairs railings. Then I opened a door and walked in, not knowing it wasn't my room. It was Cassian's. "Bella?" I looked at him and started laughing. "Are you okay?" When I finally stopped laughing, I shook my head, waving my hand in front of my face. "I am an idiot. I am a horrible, horrible moron." "Are you drunk?" "No." He got up and walked towards me. I stared at him, shirtless again with the same sweatpants. I slowly moved my eyes up to his eyes. "Let's get you to your room." He held my upper arm, but I pulled out of his grip and took a few steps away, trying to keep my balance. "Why do you keep running from me?" "Running from you?" He scoffed. "I don't run." I let out a soft laugh and shook my head. Of course, he would say that. "I am tired of your games, Cassian." I looked straight into his eyes, wanting him to give me a final answer at this game. "What do you want from me?" "What do you mean?" He played stupid. "Ace, you're giving me mixed signals. You kiss me, then you ignore me. Then you tell me it is just a kiss. You hug me, call me Leah, and tell me to take care of myself. Then you are rude to me. You get mad I am talking to Damien, but leave the door open to make me see you with another woman. Why do you care if you don't want anything from me?" "I just am." "Don't start with, 'I am just taking care of you' bullshit. Cassian, what do you want? Either you tell me how you feel, or stop giving me signals that show you like me." He stood there silent, not because he had nothing to say, but because he didn't want to say anything. Maybe because he wasn't sure of his answer, or wasn't sure of what he wanted, but I wasted all my patience to give him his time to think. I wanted an answer at the moment, and I knew that if he didn't give me one, I would make one myself. "I don't do love, Leah." His voice was soft and low, for once it was not harsh and firm. As if his heart was feeling something his brain didn't agree on. The nickname he gave me softened my heart. "What?" I found a word to say despite the gulp that blocked my throat. He looked away as if my eyes were his weakness and he didn't want to admit it. "I don't know." "Are you scared to commit? Is that it?" "No, he looked back at me. "I can't be in a relationship." "I don't do love, Leah," he repeated. I blinked the tears away and refused to show him my weakness. I gulped and kept my eyes fixed on him, seeing in his eyes something his tongue wanted to hide. But for once his eyes were talking, begging him to talk, begging me to understand. But I knew that I couldn't force him to feel something he was stopping his heart from feeling. And with that, the only logical thing to do was to force my heart to, but in the opposite way. I nodded. "Okay," I sniffed and kept my chin high, "but I can't stay in the house because you are incapable of making me feel like your words are true. What you're showing me is not what you're saying." "Bella." "No. I am not asking you, Cassian. I will leave. I have to leave. You can't go back home. And with that, I left the room, leaving behind any hope that something could at any point happen between us. Chapter 24. I turned the lights on and added a heavy weight on my heart. I had to close my eyes for a few seconds to be able to bear it. And when they opened again, they were lost bees flying around the room for rescue. I walked away from the door. Everything reminded me of his departure. Everything smelled like him. I saw him on the couch, I saw him watching TV, and I saw his fingers softly brush against the piano keys. I remembered him telling me once that being able to play an instrument is like having a window to a fairy tale. You open it every once in a while to escape reality for just a few seconds. I brushed my fingers on the closed, dusty piano, imagining him sitting there with his warm smile, welcoming me home after a long day with one of his silly songs, making me smile for the first time in the day. I closed my eyes again, trying to take in the tingling sensation my heart was trying to bear. I was feeling things opposite to my expectations. I thought I was going to be scared of being here alone. I thought I was going not to be able to sleep, to be paranoid that anyone would be able to come in. But all I felt was grief, as if this moment was the moment I finally realized that he was gone and I won't see him again. The first tear rolled down my cheek and I let it. I felt comfort, feeling like the walls were embracing me because they knew what it felt like to lose a father. Everything was as I left it. The broken glass that fell from my hands when I heard gunshots. The drops of blood that stained the ground. And the image of the lifeless gray body that never left my brain. Maybe keeping yourself busy actually works to forget the pain, because being back in the house brought back the same feelings I felt months ago. As if I was on a break from feeling anything, and the moment I walked back in here, I welcomed all the feelings I neglected. My legs dragged me to his room, and without opening the lights, I felt like he was lying there on his bed and would yell at me for how late I was and for not answering my phone. But when I opened the lights, another tear fell down. I sat there at the entrance of his bedroom, imagining he was sitting in front of me on the bed, smiling at me and telling me not to cry. My vision was becoming more blurry as tears were set free, unsure of how I will be able to live in this house without him. I let myself release my pain before getting up and walking to his bed. I laid down and hugged his pillow. I wasn't sure if it really smelled like him, or if it was my brain that was playing tricks on me. I hugged it tight and closed my eyes, trying to fall asleep so this weight could get off my chest. It was too late, and deciding to leave drunk from Cassian's house didn't make it easier on me. Or should I say Dominic's house? I still couldn't believe that the house I was in belonged to my father, who used to sleep in the bed I was sleeping on. How can the same man who laughs with me, cooks me food every morning, and sings to cheer me up, can be a criminal who slowly created his drug because he got kicked out of his medication company? I suddenly heard a key turning in the door. I quickly sat down, wishing that it was my brain tricking me. Silence. The silence during fear is the worst silence you could live in, because all you do is wait for a new sound to support your fear and force you to react, or a long silence where you let your heart go back to its normal beat on its own, and let time prove that nothing happened for you to be afraid. I gasped when I heard it again, and quickly grabbed my phone that was still in my pocket. I opened Cassian's contact, but hesitated if I should call him or not. I shook my head. How can I call him for help after telling me to leave him alone? I dialed Damien's number. Bella? He answered on the second ring, although his voice was raspy as if he was sleeping. Joe, I whispered, help. Bella? Are you okay? What's happening? I think someone is trying to break in, Damien. Help me. Which room are you in right now? Dad's? Okay, listen to me carefully. The background noises hinted to me that he was moving. Lock yourself in the bedroom and close all the lights. Don't move and pretend no one is in the house. I will be there as soon as I can. Chapter 25. I am telling you, Damien. It wasn't just one time. I heard it more than once. I huffed as I let my body get comfortable on the couch. I am pretty sure it is all in your head, you know. Because your last time here was very traumatic. Nothing is broken, not even the door. He waved at the door. I let my head fall on the couch and closed my eyes. I knew that I wasn't imagining, but I didn't have energy to prove my sanity. I felt the couch sink next to me, so I opened my eyes and looked at him. Don't worry. I am sure it is nothing. He tilted his head and gave me a warm smile. I wanted to open the subject we were talking about last time, but I felt like neither he or I would like to talk about it at that moment. Joe, I called. Hum? He hummed. Can you sleep with me tonight? I asked. He looked at me and didn't answer, so I added, You can sleep in my room, I will sleep in Dad's. I have a better idea, he started. Why don't you come back with me? You know, no one can touch you as long as you are with us. No, Damien, I don't want to go back there. I want to stay away from Cassian. Okay. We can go back to my apartment. As soon as I stepped in, I felt coziness I didn't feel for months. The apartment was small and full of furniture. It was full of long windows, making the lights of the city light the dark living room. When he opened the lights, I saw a picture of a perfect family of a dad, a mom and 2 kids. He placed the bags he had on the kitchen counter and approached me. The kitchen was right in front of the door and open to the living room. The stuff we bought are right here, you can take whatever you want, he said as I walked closer and held one of the pictures on the table. I recognized Damien and guessed that the little next to him was Sophia, his sister he once told me about. Let's show you where you will sleep. He placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a small smile. I knew then that being in this house was bringing him memories he didn't want to remember. So I kept all the questions to myself. I placed the picture back in its place and followed him to the room. When I walked in, I knew that the room we were in is Sophia's. I saw a guitar on its display and posters of singers and artists showing me how in love she was with music. I turned to face him as he scanned the room just like I was, wondering if Sophia still lived in this apartment or not. Don't worry, I live here alone. I raised my eyebrows, unsure of why he said that or how he knew that this was my question, but again I stayed silent. Thank you, Damien. He smiled. If you need anything, I will be in the room right next to yours. I nodded and let my body sink in the mattress. As soon as my body found comfort, my brain bursted a load of uncontrollable thoughts. I was thinking about Sophia, and how can 2 siblings let something break their bond? I was thinking about what was happening back at the house, and what are they saying about me leaving with Damien not coming back. And most importantly, I was thinking of Cassian. Was he thinking of me? Did he care I left? The last conversation kept replaying over and over again in my mind. Does he really not love me? I thought. But I felt it. I felt it in his eyes when he looks at me, in his breath that hitches when he's close to me, in the care he gives me. I stared at the ceiling and started thinking about how far in hell I've gotten myself into. I groaned and rolled out of bed. I spent an hour just thinking, and I was over it. I went out in the dark, not wanting to open the television to not wake Damien up. I looked around for something to keep my mind busy. The beauty of the city lights caught my eyes, and I found myself walking closer to the windows. I looked out of the lights that no matter if it is dark or light, they never shut. They never sleep. It was a black wave that glittered with light. I sighed at the beautiful sight. Bella? I gasped. Damn it, Damien. You scared the shit out of me. He giggled and threw his soft hair away from his eyes. He was shirtless, which made me see his hidden tattoos. For the first time, he was wearing anything other than black clothes. He was wearing a dark gray sweats, still dark but at least not white. He walked closer to me with his bare feet. Why are you awake? I asked. I woke up to get water. You look like you didn't even sleep. I nodded. You like the view, huh? I looked back out of the window and smiled, yes. When I get tired, I just come out here to stare at the people who never sleep, and the lights that never die, and remember that no matter what happens, life doesn't stop. He dug his hands in his pockets and looked at me. No matter what you go through and you fall, life still goes on. It doesn't wait for you to stand back up. He sighed and looked at the view. It runs faster. So either you choose to get back up on your feet, or you get stepped over. I smirked at him. Speaking facts, Sir Damien? He looked at me, smiled and shrugged, then his eyes shifted to something behind me. I looked to find the family picture hanged on the wall. Guilt washed me knowing that I brought him back here to these hurtful memories. Why don't you call her Damien? He shifted his attention on me and scoffed. Life is so easy in your eyes, huh? Why don't you try? He paused then said, I did. He avoided my eyes for a few seconds, but I found them, silently asking him to elaborate. She found out what I do and we fought and he shrugged, came back home and she was gone. He turned his face away from my gaze and sniffed. My heart ached at the thought of losing a sibling. Why didn't you stop, Damien? Because we were broke, he raised his voice, making me startle. He looked away and shook his head. I did everything to have money. I was okay, I was. I didn't care. But Bella, I loved a girl so much, and all she wanted was for me to have money. She didn't care about anything else. I did everything she asked me to do, and then chose to leave because I couldn't provide for her. He looked at me for confirmation, but I kept my emotions neutral. I promised myself then to do whatever it takes to get money, and fast, and buy a car more expensive than the guy she left me for and make sure she sees it. He walked away to the couch and sat down, trying to ease the anger that rose in him. And I did. In just a few months, I was able to be richer than he will ever be. I bought a Ferrari and went to where they were sitting, dressed nice too. He shook his head and smiled. I will never forget her eyes as she watches me get out of the car and in the coffee shop. She got up and rushed to talk to me. She asked me if that was my car and I smiled, looked at him and simply said, sure, and walked away. I am sure she regrets it. She does. She tried to reach me so many times. She calls me until today. You don't answer? I do. I frowned. Why? I want to keep reminding myself that she could do anything to have me back, and I will still make her feel like shit just like she did to me. I stayed silent as he turned his attention to the picture again. I just wish she gave me a chance to explain myself. The silence filled the room, but our brains were vibrant, full of loud noises we weren't able to silence. He put his head in his head and closed his eyes. I went to sit next to him, and laid my head on his back and wrapped my arms around his waist. We stayed like this for a couple of minutes, before he sits up, making me sit up as well. Do you want to watch a movie? Sure. But it was simply background noise to our noisy thoughts. I closed my eyes and dropped my head on his shoulder. I felt his hand play with my hair locks as I let myself fall asleep. Did you love Ashes Over Thorns, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read Roses Over Ashes, Dark Mafia Romance by Anya. Bella. I left Cassian once. I told myself it was for my safety, for my sanity, but really it was because loving him felt like drowning in smoke. I tried to move on. I let someone else's hands hold me, someone whose touch was soft instead of searing. But safety is a lie in our world, and the danger found me anyway. Now Cassian is back, and he's not asking this time. He's dragging me deeper into the fire, into the hunt for my father's killer, into a game where my heart and my life are equally at stake. I tell myself I can still escape him. But I've always been better at lying to everyone else than to myself.
Cassian. I gave her a chance to run. She took it. Now she's back in my reach and I'm not letting go. Not when my enemies know her name, not when she still tastes like the sin I can't quit. This war started with her father's blood. and it won't end until I've gutted the man responsible. She'll be at my side when I do, even if I have to break her to keep her there. She thinks I'm the danger. But the truth? I'm the only thing keeping her alive. And when it's over, she'll belong to me, completely. This is the second book in the Wilt and Bloom duet. Reading order. Ashes over Thorns, Roses over Ashes. Also by Anya Sugar. Crimson Vice. Twisted Vows, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Desire, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Fury, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Inferno, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Games, Dark Mafia Romance. Twisted Rain, Dark Mafia Romance. House of Sin duet. To Touch the Devil, Dark Mafia Romance. To Break the Angel, Dark Mafia Romance. Pretty When I Break. Burn Me Slowly, Dark Mafia Romance. Break Me Softly, Dark Mafia Romance. Bury Me Fully, Dark Mafia Romance. Wilt and Bloom duet. Ashes over Thorns, Dark Mafia Romance. Stand Alone. His Forbidden Rose, Dark Mafia Romance. Ashes over Thorns, Dark Mafia Romance. Wilt and Bloom duet, Volume 1. Anya Sugar. Published by Anya Sugar, 2025.